Aditi, there is could you please check your audio? Good morning, everyone. The day 2 session of the ICID 2024. Today we will be having keynote addresses, welcome address by Dr. Digvijay Pandya, and technical sessions as we had last day. So today I invite Dr. Prabhavati ma'am for starting this wonderful day with the morning prayer.
तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा।
Thank you so much, Dr. Prabhavati ma'am. She's assistant professor in Chinmaya Vishwa Vidyapeeth. Next, I invite Professor Dr. Digvijay Pandya for his welcome address. Dr. Digvijay Pandya is professor and dean of the Parul Institute of Liberal Arts at Parul University in Gujarat, and also the honorary advisory board member of ICID 2024. He obtained his PhD in English from JRN Rajasthan Vidyapeeth, Udaipur, Rajasthan in 2008, and has worked at various reputed universities in India. He is a distinguished academician and passionate researcher with an impressive portfolio of 14 books published by national reputed publication houses. As a committed researcher, Dr. Pandya has significantly contributed to the academic community with 55 research papers published in UGC Care journals and 17 in Scopus listed journals. Dr. Digvijay Pandya has served as a dedicated research supervisor, having over 13 established researchers under his guidance. His extensive experience extends beyond teaching, encompassing key roles in various academic, administrative, and accreditation committees at the university level. We are honored to have you as our advisory board member and also for the welcome address. Professor Digvijay, sir, please. You're on mute, sir. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you for this lovely introduction. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected delegates, and dear colleagues. It is with immense pleasure and great pride that I welcome you all to this international conference on interdisciplinary dialogues. The conference is dedicated to the exploration and celebration of interdisciplinary studies. Today, we gather not just as representatives of our individual fields, but as a collective force of thinkers, innovators, and change makers, united by our commitment to bringing the gaps between the disciplines and pushing the boundaries of knowledge. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration cannot be overstated or overlooked. The challenges we face, whether they be in the field of science or technology or health, arts, or even social sciences, all these different kinds of challenges, they demand solutions that are as complex and multifaceted as the problems themselves. This conference is a kind of platform that provides you an opportunity to break down the narrowness of the disciplines and foster dialogue across disciplines. We can generate innovative ideas and forge new paths and open new avenues for the upcoming generations. Over the next few days, we will have the opportunity to engage with a rich ideas, research, and different perspectives. We will hear from experts who have not only excelled in their respective fields of studies, but have also made significant contributions by integrating knowledge from different domains. Their insights will undoubtedly inspire us to think beyond the conventional mode of studies and knowledge, to embrace the possibilities that actually lies in interdisciplinary studies. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the speakers and the panelists who have traveled from near and far to share their knowledge with us. Your very presence here is a testament of our dedication to advancing knowledge through such events. I would also like to thank our organizing committee, volunteers, and sponsors whose painstaking efforts have made this event possible. As we embark on this intellectual journey of togetherness, I encourage each one of you to engage fully, ask as many questions as possible, challenge assumptions, and most importantly, connect with one another. This is what the main idea that can actually bring the real time solutions of the challenges the entire world is facing. The true value of this conference lies not just in the presentations and discussions, but in the relationships and collaborations that will actually forge during the time together. With this, I would like to conclude. I wish you all a stimulus and enriching experience at this conference. May it spark new ideas, foster meaningful collaborations, and your contribution to the advancement and understanding of variety of fields together may bring fruitful results. Thank you. And once again, a very warm welcome. on behalf of the entire committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Digvijay Pandya, sir. It is an honor to have your welcome address for the second day of the conference. And on behalf of the organizing committee, University Chinmaya Vishwa Vidyapeeth, and the presenters and participants of the conference, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Next, we will have our keynote session within next 10 minutes. We'll have a short break and we will join sharp at 9:40 for the keynote address by Professor Dorcas. Speaker Dr. Professor Dorcas is already with us. So we will start within a few minutes. So presenters, participants, please just wait in the session itself. We will start within a few minutes. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. Now we will have the keynote address, and it is a great honor to introduce and invite Professor Dorcas Oyebisi Ettang to deliver the keynote address for today. Professor Dorcas is an assistant professor at the International Center of Nonviolence at the Durban University of Technology. Professor Dorcas is also an associate editor with the Springer Nature Social Sciences and a member of the International Editorial Board for the Journal of BRICS Studies. Her research focuses on migration and conflict, identity conflict, community security, and governance. She holds a PhD in conflict transformation and peace studies from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, a master's in political sciences from the University of Windsor, Canada, and a bachelor's of arts in political studies with minors in French, public administration, and international studies from Bishop's University, Quebec, Canada. On behalf of the organizing committee of ICID-2024 CVB, presenters and participants of the conference, I invite Professor Dorcas for her message for the day.
Good.
Welcome, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Morning.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let me share my slides. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Welcome to participants, attendees, and a big thank you to the organizing committee for this invitation to deliver this lecture and share some thoughts on the topic of interdisciplinary approaches to addressing gender-based violence in conflict settings. This conference is well timed because the issues that are being discussed are critical as they plague the world currently. And so the times that we are in call for a need for interdisciplinary engagement and dialogue. And so my goal today is to share some reflections and information on what is called a pandemic. Gender-based violence is a pandemic. It is a stark reality in many countries. And because gender-based violence is persistent and continues to increase, there's a need for creative and innovative responses to not only prevent gender-based violence, but provide opportunities for survivors to thrive and build their resilience. And so there's a need for unconventional ideas and research that thinks outside the box to address this global emergency. And so what I plan to do is, my presentation is divided into 4 sections, but I thought it was important to start with a quote. And this is a quote by a retired Major General from the United Nations mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And he presents this quote: "It is perhaps more dangerous to be a woman than a soldier in an armed conflict." And I know this is quite shocking, because when you think of war, you think that the most vulnerable individual is a soldier, because he's fighting a war and he could lose his life. But this quote shows that women are even at a higher risk of danger than even a soldier. And as we go into the next few slides, I just want us to keep this in mind, that it is more dangerous to be a woman than a soldier in an armed conflict. And so my presentation, as I've said, is in 4 parts. I want to start just looking at gender-based violence in context, and then take it into a conflict setting. What is gender-based violence like when we have armed conflict and violence? And then I go into this whole concept of interdisciplinarity. How do we unpack it from my perspective, and from this context of gender-based violence? And then how do we begin to apply it to research on gender-based violence in conflict settings? Okay. So I think it's key to just put down some definitional concepts. The United Nations Refugee Agency defines gender-based violence as sexual, physical, mental, and economic harm inflicted in public or in private. It also includes threats of violence, coercion, and manipulation. And this shows how complex gender-based violence is. It literally affects every aspect of society and the individual. And I've underlined the word mental, because I think many times there's a tendency to disregard the mental effects of gender-based violence, the psychological effects, the emotional effects, because these are not as visible as the sexual or the physical or the economic harm. And so there's a need to increasingly pay attention to the mental and emotional damage that gender-based violence can bring to an individual. And so we also need to look at the threats of violence, coercion, and manipulation. Gender-based violence is not just the physical act itself, it is even in the words that are used, the threats that are placed against individuals, and the act of force, right, and manipulation on those people. And so looking at this idea of gender-based violence, the UN Refugee Agency says there's an element of force, right? You're forcing another person to do something against his or her will, okay, through violence. This could be coercion, it could be threats, it could be deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. And this really speaks to power, dominance, inequalities, where one group or an individual feels that they're stronger or more dominant than another. And so they're able to impose or force their will on this individual. And so victims or survivors of gender-based violence are forced to do many things against their will. And so gender-based violence is an outcome of unequal power relationships. The dynamics are uneven, right? Be it in a relationship between partners, a relationship between a government and its citizens. So there's a level of inequality. And gender inequality then becomes characteristic of that society. And so when we see gender-based violence, we cannot delink it or separate it from the society that we engage in, or the community or the country that we live in, because it is an outcome of those unequal power relationships. And so when we try to address gender-based violence, we must look at the power dynamics behind it that creates its persistence. And so gender-based violence takes various forms. These include child marriage, sexual violence, intimate partner violence, honor killings, and female genital mutilation. And so these are quite known as forms of gender-based violence. I've highlighted intimate partner violence because this has become quite popular and common in many settings. And this is quite worrying, because the idea of a partner is somebody where an individual where you feel safe with, right? And there's a level of trust in that space. But what evidence is showing is that in those relationships, that is where violence is happening. And so as a woman, in many instances, you are not safe anymore. And the person you look at as a source of trust and protection has become the instigator, has become the perpetrator. And so when we look at gender-based violence, as we've done, we've seen that the term has been broadened over time. And so what do we mean here? While traditionally it was termed as violence against women by men, this focus has now expanded to include violence against men, sexual identities, and orientations. So historically, gender-based violence was quite clear, right? It was a man carrying out violence against a woman, but now we're seeing this term broaden to include violence against men, violence against people who have chosen various sexual identities and orientations. And so O'Toole and Schiffman in 1997 provide a broad definition. And so they define it as any interpersonal, organizational, or politically orientated violation perpetrated against people due to their gender identity, sexual orientation, or location in the hierarchy of male-dominated social systems, such as family, military organizations, or the labor force. So this is a systemic issue in this definition. And so we're not looking at the private space or the home or the domestic setting. We're actually looking at societal dynamics here. And so sometimes gender-based violence can come from within an institution. It can come from within a country, right? And so political orientation, political language, political discourse can create or contribute to gender-based violence. And so based on your gender identity, based on your sexual choices, based on how you are located in the hierarchy of a society, then you are more prone to experience gender-based violence. So this could be in the family, the military, organizations, or even the labor force. So again, we're seeing this idea of power. Who holds power and who is more powerful? And so they then begin to shape how they treat those who they feel are lesser to them. Okay, so putting gender-based violence in more context, let's look at the World Bank. It puts gender-based violence as the most egregious, shocking, alarming manifestation of gender inequality and an alarming challenge to global public health, human rights, and development. And this speaks to interdisciplinarity, right? Gender-based violence is not just an issue in the home or a physical, issue. It actually has implications on the global public health system as it affects women and their reproductive rights. It has impact on human rights and human dignity. It affects the ability of an individual to thrive and to be successful in their homes, in their communities, and so on. And it has a challenge on development because it hinders the ability of individuals to reach their full potential. And so gender-based violence has wide repercussions. These include deteriorating physical and mental health. The stigma from it is alarming, and this is extensive. It goes on for a long time, and it has impact on future generations, right? Reduced access to education and jobs. This is what victims have to sometimes contend with because of the stigma of their experiences. It worsens human development and economic outcomes for survivors and their children. And I think it's sometimes normal to focus on survivors, and it's absolutely critical. Survivors have experienced something horrific, but many times, what about the families of these survivors? Many times they're not given attention. But this has huge impact on their children, on their spouses, on their families, and so on. And so when we talk about gender-based violence, we need to look at the survivor and those around them and how this impacts them quite significantly. Gender-based violence limits people's freedoms and opportunities to thrive and improve their well-being in every aspect. And this speaks to the Sustainable Development Goals. How are these goals being achieved when there's high levels of violence and perpetration of violence against women, children, and various individuals? And so gender-based violence limits the ability of an individual to thrive and improve their well-being. And this is very key. And so gender-based violence as well has significant psychological effects. It leads to stigmatization. This has huge impact on victims because of how they're treated by the community, treated by family and friends, and so on. And so this is just to give you a context of how broad gender-based violence is and why interdisciplinary approaches are absolutely a requirement if we're trying to address this pandemic in its entirety. And so just to give some more statistics, some more detail, the World Health Organization in 2021 presented that 1 in 3 women worldwide experience physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner or sexual violence by a non-partner over the course of their life. And so imagine every 3 women that you meet, perhaps 1 out of 3 has experienced sexual violence or physical violence of some sort, right? We've looked at the different forms of violence. So this could be by an intimate partner or by a non-partner over the course of their life. And so this is a glaring reality. UN Women posits that most violence against women is perpetrated by current or former husbands or intimate partners. And news reports attest to this, of partners carrying out really horrific attacks on their spouses, their partners, and so on. And so more than 26% of women aged 15 and older have been subjected to intimate partner violence. The age, again, 15, quite young, is when these experiences are happening, and perhaps even younger. And how about those cases that are not reported, right? Since the outbreak of COVID-19, emerging data and reports from those on the front lines have shown that all types of violence against women and girls, particularly domestic violence, has intensified. And so this speaks to the fact that gender-based violence is worse in times of pandemics, is worse in times of emergencies, is worse in times of conflict. And so this tells us that in times of emergencies or really difficult security situations, gender-based violence increases. And so we're not only dealing with COVID-19 or a war or an emergency, but we're also having to deal with the violence that is taking place in addition to all these pre-existing conditions. Afrobarometer, a Pan-African research network, conducted surveys across Africa, and gender-based violence was ranked as the most important women's rights issue that government and society needs to address. Again, a priority. And if this continues and the numbers keep increasing, then it says something about society and perhaps how do we begin in our research to address these systemic, long-standing issues. Bringing in the pandemic, I thought it was quite interesting to just reflect on that for a minute. Before the pandemic, there were 243 million women and girls aged 15 to 49 who had experienced sexual and or physical violence by an intimate partner in the past year. This was before the pandemic. Since the pandemic, violence against women, especially domestic violence, has intensified. And some of the factors presented by UN Women include security, health, and money worries, right? When there's worry of the tomorrow, how do we provide for family? A lot of emotional and mental stress. You know, this creates a situation where people lash out against their partners and others in the home because of these worries. Cramped living conditions, being stuck in a very small space over a period of time. This has exacerbated gender-based violence, isolation with abusers, being left in cramped spaces, in homes with your abuser, with no exits, with no where to go in some instances, movement restrictions. With lockdown, everyone knew what that did. You know, many were stuck at home for days on end. And then in times where you could go out in public, very deserted spaces, very quiet spaces, also putting people under threat of violence. And so all of these factors emerged during the pandemic as contributing to gender-based violence. And so if we switch over to conflict settings and conflict context, what are some of the realities? Gender-based violence increases in times of war, okay? Increases in times of violent conflict and in post-conflict contexts. And what we mean here is that even if the conflict ends today and there's a peace agreement and war has ceased, the likelihood of gender-based violence continuing, even in the immediate post-conflict context, is very high. And so because of this, imagine a country that has faced the scourge of war and they have to rebuild everything from their police to their judiciary and community-based organizations. And in the gap, we see that gender-based violence continues to grow. In conflict settings, we see sexual violence, torture of prisoners, detention as well, arbitrary killings, forced marriage, people taken as slaves, as wives, and of course, intimate partner violence continues to manifest even in conflict settings. And so many conflict cases across the world, and the news gives us daily updates on these conflict cases, show that crimes of sexual violence continue unabated, with very high number of casualties. The UN Secretary General's report showed that conflict-related sexual violence rose by 50% in 2023. This is quite recent and quite worrying that verified cases show an increase with all the policies in place, with all the awareness, with all the sensitization, with all the global efforts to be able to still see a rise in these kinds of conflict-related sexual violence is worrying. And what about those that are not reported? What about those ones that are not reported? So we're probably perhaps looking at a higher number if we think about it. And so rape has become a common feature of war and violent conflict. This has resulted in forced pregnancies, pregnancy complications, miscarriages, and various gynecological problems. Gender-based violence in conflict has a ripple effect affecting the reproductive health of women. And I thought it was important to talk about why. Why is it high? Why is gender-based violence high in conflict settings? Some researchers argue that sexual deprivation of combatants is a reason. And so when men are engaging in war and they have been deprived of sexual activity for an extensive time, then they turn to victims, to women and girls in war to meet that need. And then the absence of respect for human rights, right? War is a messy affair. There is no respect for civilians. Civilians are targeted. The rules of engagement has no regard for women and unarmed individuals. And so the absence of the respect for human rights and the dignity of civilians has created this scourge of rape in times of war. And so while criminology, according to Jaya Kumar, argues that lust, mental disorders, and depravity is the reason for rape and sexual violence at the micro level, sexual violence in war is calculated, it is brutal, and absolutely bereft of humanity. And so, yes, we have sexual violence at the individual level, at the smaller scales, but when we look at a broad-based level of a war or conflict, this is very calculated. It is planned. It is a strategy to attack women. It is brutal. The reports are quite sad and horrific, and really is not what humanity should be about in that context. So in a conflict environment, rape and sexual violence is a deliberate strategy to humiliate, to demean, and to intimidate the enemy. And so that's why we see the rise. Okay, so there's an idea that attack the women, attack the children, and rape them, and this will demean the enemy. It will intimidate them and really just lessen their dominance and value and strength. And so authors argue that rape and sexual violence is about demoralizing the enemy and about dominance, okay? Again, power relations, power dynamics. How do we exert our control and our power? You know, let's attack and engage in rape and sexual violence. And so some of the statistics I present here, these are available data that show the shocking levels of rape during conflict and its aftermath. And so the 1994 genocide in Rwanda puts an estimated 250,000 and 500 to 500,000 women and girls being raped. In Sierra Leone civil war, it puts it at about more than 60,000 women and girls. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, it was about 20,000 to 50,000. And in the DRC, since 1996, about 200,000, probably higher. And again, we've talked about underreporting and the lack of evidence, right? Sometimes many survivors are not comfortable in sharing their experiences because of the stigma and so on and so forth. So really high numbers when it comes to the levels of rape during conflict and its aftermath, right? After it's sort of dwindled down. So setting all of this as the background, how does interdisciplinarity come into play? As researchers, as academics, we are part of our communities, we are part of our societies. Our research has to be linked to our reality, has to be linked to the communities that we live in. And so when we talk about interdisciplinarity and our research, how does it take into account gender-based violence, be it in a conflict context, a post-conflict context, in the domestic private space, institutionally, and even in a government or a country. And so an AI-generated definition based on the 4th edition of the International Encyclopedia of Education in 2023 defines an interdisciplinary approach in education as the integration of multiple academic disciplines to address complex problems and questions. Gender-based violence is a complex problem. Conflict, armed violence, war is a complex problem. And so interdisciplinarity sits well within those two big major issues, and it involves integrating multiple academic disciplines. In another sense then, the interdisciplinary involves the exploration of complex issues from different disciplines and perspectives. So it involves going beyond your own disciplinary framework, your own disciplinary lens, to understand and explore an issue or phenomenon. So if my disciplinary framework is in the sciences or in the social sciences or wherever we sit, right? Interdisciplinarity goes beyond my own framework to look at other frameworks and knowledge systems and subject areas and begin to create those synergies in exploring complex problems. As I've mentioned before, gender-based violence is complex. There's economic, mental, and psychological, social, security, physical implications. And so we need that sort of merging of minds from different disciplines to be able to address this complex issue. A 2005 report by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine titled Facilitating Interdisciplinary Research defines interdisciplinary research as a mode of research by teams or individuals that integrates information, data, techniques, tools, perspectives, concepts, and or theories from two or more disciplines or bodies of specialized knowledge to advance fundamental understanding or to solve problems whose solutions are beyond the scope of a single discipline or area of research practice. And so we see this multiplicity of variables when we talk about interdisciplinary research. And so for gender-based violence and conflict and situations where both of these are happening, where and how can we integrate information across disciplines, data sets across disciplines, techniques, tools, perspectives, concepts, theories across multiple disciplines to bring better understanding of the problem and bring solutions, right? Solutions that are not specific to one discipline, but solutions that cut across different disciplines, different research areas. And I think this really captures what interdisciplinary research means. And so in 2012, a professor of music technology, Alexander Jensenius, summarizes the different concepts of disciplinarity from Marilyn Stember's 1990 paper on advancing the social sciences through the interdisciplinary enterprise. And so she goes through the different concepts of disciplinarity, which Alexander Jensenius now goes on to summarize. And there's three concepts that I want to focus on. The first is multidisciplinary, people from different disciplines working together, each drawing on their disciplinary knowledge. And so whether I'm from political science or I'm from anthropology or development studies or whatever the case may be, in a multidisciplinary setting, we all bring our disciplinary knowledge to the table, and then we work on common issues. Interdisciplinary tries to integrate the knowledge and methods from different disciplines. And so there's a process of synthesis of approaches in this type of method. And so we're trying to integrate knowledge and methods and so on. Then there's the transdisciplinary, which I will speak to later in a few slides, is to create a unity of intellectual frameworks beyond the disciplinary perspectives. And so as researchers, as academics, we probably find ourselves in different spaces, right? Some, I think the majority in many ways tend to head towards a multidisciplinary approach, right? I know my discipline, I have the knowledge of my discipline, I understand the concepts, the theories, the methodologies. And so in a multidisciplinary team, I can come bringing all of that to the table. And so the interdisciplinary is where perhaps there needs to be more reflection and engagement on how this would work quite organically, if possible. And so if we want to then unpack interdisciplinarity in the context of gender-based violence in conflict settings, there's some key questions that have come to the fore. How can different disciplines jointly synthesize their research approaches to address the scourge of gender-based violence in conflict settings? As you go into your different technical groups and you brainstorm, perhaps these are some of the things to think about. How do we begin to synthesize those research approaches to address gender-based violence in conflict settings, and perhaps not in conflict settings? Perhaps you want to take a broader approach in that respect. What are the gaps in interdisciplinary research on gender-based violence in conflict zones, and how can these gaps be addressed through interdisciplinary research? And so intradisciplinary research is single focused, one is focused on their discipline and so on. But as we conduct our research in our disciplines, we face some gaps in knowledge, gaps in data, gaps in methodology. Perhaps we need to then look outside our disciplines. What are these gaps that we're experiencing? And can other disciplines perhaps fill that gap in our research? And so in what ways can these different disciplines in their research areas create more organic linkages in responding to gender-based violence during and post-conflict? And can these engagements across disciplines become more formalized and seamless? And what are the potential challenges in trying to build this seamless relationship, and how can these be overcome? Okay, so see, these are some of the questions to perhaps reflect on when we start talking about our disciplines and applying them to real life problems and complexities. And so as I conclude in the next few slides, interdisciplinary research that finds relevance in the conflict and gender space are endless, right? I think so many disciplines can find expression in conflict and gender spaces. These include gender studies, security studies, psychology, biology, public health, political science, technology, media studies, climate change, law, and the list goes on. And so this is what interdisciplinarity provides for us, is that how do these different disciplines begin to engage in the conflict and gender-based violence prevention space. Interdisciplinarity calls for continued focus by journals and funding entities on calling for interdisciplinary research in the area of gender-based violence and conflict. And so multidisciplinary funding and journals calling for multidisciplinary research is quite common, but there needs to be increasing focus on interdisciplinarity by journals, by funding entities, so that there's more focus on building interdisciplinary research, and it allows various disciplines to begin to think critically about how to bring this to the forefront. Interdisciplinarity involves other disciplines merging their theories with other theories that exist on gender and conflict. These include like the ethics of care theory, social conflict theory of gender-based violence, and theories of violent conflict. And so can we have those merging of theoretical frameworks across disciplines? Can we find spaces where they can begin to make sense together? This is part of the conversation on interdisciplinarity. Interdisciplinarity engages methodologies from various disciplines, and yes, I will conclude, thank you. Engages methodologies. It also involves using data sets from various disciplines, and involves the development of curriculums that are interdisciplinary in nature. So these are curriculums that merge curriculums from different disciplines and so on. And so gender-based violence in times of conflict increases because there's no access to health services employment and educational opportunities. A lot of data is now becoming available that can be used in research. The UN is noting the increase in available data on gender-based violence and technology, gender-based violence and climate change, gender-based violence and conflict, COVID-19, trafficking, public office, and all of those things. So data is coming forward. In conclusion, I thought to reflect on transdisciplinarity. And so transdisciplinarity is seen as a cross-sectoral process of knowledge creation. This is going beyond academia or research to engage other sectors in creating knowledge when it comes to gender-based violence and conflict. And so this goes beyond academia. We're now looking at other entities and stakeholders in the community and the state. Gender-based violence is not something that can be addressed by academics from various disciplines. While this is useful, however, there needs to be bigger or larger engagement with other sectors outside the academic and research space. So these could include community-based organizations, government, private sector, civil society organizations who can collaborate to find solutions to complex problems. And this involves merging and integrating academia and the scientific community with practitioners who are also researching complex problems and trying to find solutions to them. In conclusion, I present a quote by Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations. Violence against women is perhaps the most shameful human rights violation and is perhaps the most pervasive. It knows no boundaries of geography, culture, or wealth. As long as it continues, we cannot claim to be making real progress towards equality, development, and peace. And so with the Sustainable Development Goals in mind, and talking about interdisciplinarity, I think this adequately captures how complex gender-based violence is and how our approach to it must be quite broad-based as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dorcas. It was a comprehensive, wonderful, informative session that you gave for our audience. So I thank you, and we are so honored to listen to your lecture. Thank you so much. The session is open for discussion. Audience, participants, presenters who would like to discuss more about the session can unmute yourself and please go ahead.
Dr. Rajan, can I speak?
Yes, Professor. Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Dr. Ettang, I'm really happy and about your the keynote address and enlightening very important points of harassment. It's very informative. And now, would you think that gender harassment and say sexual harassment both are the same?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Did you want me to take a couple questions or respond to this?
You can respond to this.
Okay, okay. Sexual harassment brings the element of one's biology to the forefront. And so one's sexual makeup and so on and so forth. This speaks to more of one's biological setup. And when you talk about then gender harassment, this speaks to how society has shaped gender dynamics and gender identities. And so, for example, because somebody is a woman, society deems her as lesser. And so because of that, she's easily attacked because she's a woman, and she's seen as somebody who cannot perform certain tasks and responsibilities. And so that idea of a woman being seen as weak in some context then puts her in a space to be harassed. And then when you talk about the sexual aspect of it, this now goes as well to people's sexual choices, people's sexual orientations, people's sexual behaviors, right? And so these are quite similar in the kinds of experiences that people face. But we can argue that gender is more of what society has created, be it roles and responsibilities of what a woman is or isn't and what she can do or cannot do. And then sexuality goes beyond that to now talk about people's orientations, perhaps beyond their physical experience and or identity.
Yeah. Professor, one more point that you have mentioned, it's very alarming to note that out of every 3 persons in the world, one is subjected to harassment, either sexual harassment or gender harassment. That's really alarming to note. My concern is, how do you assess this increase in the harassment before the evolution or revolution of the technology and after the revolution of the technology? Like television, phone, smartphones, internet. Before these things, how was it? And after this introduction, how is it?
Data shows that it has increased significantly. The access that people have to smartphones, the ability to express their views and opinions online without being vetted and without being controlled has seen an increase in harassment and cyberbullying. I was looking at some of the statistics, and it shows that female journalists have increasingly faced attack and harassment online. So it has become a major tool of sexual and gender-based violence, particularly because people can hide behind a screen and do that. So I would say, based on the increasing levels of online harassment and cyberbullying, this has increased significantly. And it just shows you how broad-based I think sexual and gender-based violence is that, you know, people can do it from anywhere. And so it allows it to continue without very little recourse.
Thank you, Sudhir sir. We have some more questions for the professor. One question from Dr. Nandira. Madam, what are your views on the violence happening in the family? To be specific, parents not being aware of the psychological needs of the children and children growing under a roof where parents often fight and create a threatening model of society. To what extent can it affect the behavior of children when they become adults?
Yes, thank you very much. I think violence in the home is sometimes not given sufficient attention. You know, when you look at the news, it's always about, you know, what's happening in the public space. And sometimes we tend to neglect what is going on in private spaces, in the home, and so on. So it's quite alarming, especially in cases where you know, fathers have inflicted violence against their children, against their wives, their partners, and so on. So it does have significant impact on children. The trauma goes on for generations to generations. And I think this is something that requires attention, right? One cannot now leave the private space to the family or leave the domestic space to the parents. And this is why in COVID-19, we saw the increase in gender-based violence, because it was happening within the home. And sometimes there's that view that, well, it's not my business, right? Let the family handle it. But this is a societal issue. And I think more and more, this is where we need to engage homes and families and parents on how to engage their children and how to treat them, and and bring awareness as well, because it will have impact on these children, on security of the community at some point, on the security of the home, because they can also interact. So parents are part of society. And so as researchers, we need to engage them. We need to think about the private and domestic space.
Yes, you're right. We have one more question by Roshima Uday. She asks, as digital media facilitates interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, how can social media platforms leverage this potential to address gender-based violence, foster collaboration amongst stakeholders, and encourage victims to speak out and seek help while mitigating the risks of digital violence and promoting supportive online ecosystem?
Yeah, very good question. We have to acknowledge the impact of online engagement, of information technology, information communication technology. We have to acknowledge its impact. And I think this is an area that requires more engagement. How do we manage social media platforms? Children are being bullied online. I just mentioned journalists are being bullied online. And so this goes back to who owns these spaces, right? Who controls these spaces, and how can they be brought to book on how they allow these spaces to thrive, right? Yes, it is great to share your opinions. Yes, it is good for knowledge generation. And the world is so spread out now that something happens in one continent, you hear about it in 2 minutes or less in another continent. So this is the reality. This is here to stay. So we need to engage those who own these media platforms. How can they create measures to prevent bullies, to prevent attacks on people? And so this requires monitoring language. It requires monitoring information. You talk about encouraging victims to speak out. Can these spaces create opportunities for victims to speak out safely? Is there some kind of toll-free number? Is there some kind of platform that allows for safe information, or for information to be shared quite safely? So there is potential, but we need to engage those that have created these spaces, but also perhaps create safer spaces. There should be alternatives, right, to all these spaces that allow bullying. Can we create alternatives that allow safe engagement?
Thank you, Professor. There's one more question by Dr. Reshmi NG. Atrocities against women happen everywhere. How can we reduce the impact of socio-demographic factors that contribute to this? Education could become one solution, but a large percent of world's population may be deprived of this kind of education.
Yeah, I think for me, education is very diverse. It is not our traditional forms of education, where some people have access to universities and some people maybe have access to primary and secondary education. Education is absolutely key. It is encouraged that we allow every individual, every child to have access to education. But education can be in various ways. It can be empowerment, it can be awareness raising, it can even be, teaching people how to engage in a non-violent manner, and so on. So education, I think, can be used in different ways to be a solution. The impact, I think, it has to be institutional. It's a systemic issue. And so while we can try to address it piecemeal, there has to be engagement at the macro level with the right entities, organizations, government parastatals, but also I think at the micro level, that engagement has to happen. At the community level, what are the threats within that space, and how do we use education or other preventative measures to address or reduce the impact of the socio-demographic issues?
Yes, Professor. One more question is there from Christina Sapu. I have heard many men saying that women are no longer facing any problem, rather than They are creating problems to the existence of men. Feminism is something that is created to dominate men. What can be the reasons for these feminism phobia?
Yeah. The reality is, we cannot simplify or take away the horror that is gender-based violence, or the horror that women experience or people experience because of their choices, and so on and so forth. And so we need to be careful about what is just loose narratives that try to take away from the problem, and real healthy conversation. And I think, when we have different knowledge systems and different theories and different ideas about how women and men engage, it is important that we are critical of these, that we question these, that we actually find ways to apply them to our reality. So feminism has grown in leaps and bounds. There are different strands of feminism, and some are really at the core trying to promote the needs of women, protect their needs, and so on and so forth. And so we need to be careful of just dispelling feminism as a whole, but perhaps identifying some of its key ideas, which are meant to help women thrive and women to achieve their potential. And so the issue of dominance, it's questionable, but I think we always need to go back to how is human life being affected and human dignity. And so we cannot rest on those kinds of debates that try to place one over the other, but actually dealing with how to protect and prevent violence against women. I hope that helps, Christina.
Thank you, Professor. We have one more final question. Ma'am, do you think that gender or sexual violences are one of the reasons for a rise in concepts like singlehood in today's society?
One can argue that. I don't know what the evidence is or if the data speaks to that, but I think when one has experienced such a horrific experience, especially when we talk about intimate partner violence, that level of violence is quite disruptive and destructive, because, as I said before, this is somebody who is supposed to protect and create a safe space, but they have done the opposite. And so for many, that's the choice. The trauma that goes on for years, the stigmatization, the emotional turmoil, perhaps is why people just prefer to stay single. I'm sure there are many other factors, but it's perhaps possible that the experiences of violence have created that choice.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. We will be winding up this session. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for answering the doubts and questions of our audience. Thank you, presenters, participants, for joining this wonderful session by Professor Dorcas. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Dear presenters, for room 1, session 7, please stay in this room. And session 8 will be held in room number 2. We have already shared the schedule. Please see the schedule and please be there in the allotted room. And we will start the sessions, technical sessions for today in a few minutes. Thank you so much for joining.
Good morning, one and all. Kindly let me know if I am audible enough.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Good morning, welcome, Rangita ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, good morning, one and all. I hope everyone is ready. Dear presenters, currently we have a session on gender, narrative and media. We have around 9 papers. The first paper is a co-authored one by Ms. Brinda B and Dr. Fani Kiran. I hope the presenter is ready with her paper.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Yeah. So all of you, a warm welcome to today's session. And today I am honored and privileged to introduce our chair, Dr. Neha Kumari. Dr. Neha Kumari is an established academician and she is currently serving as an assistant professor at Sri Balaji University, Pune. She has completed her PhD from IIT, and Dr. Kumari has also been a recipient of JRF. And Dr. Neha Kumari has a vast array of publications to her credit, especially in Scopus indexed journals. Dr. Kumari is an academic editor of the Rupkatha Journal on Interdisciplinary Studies in Humanities and an editorial board member of the Indian Journal of Health, Sexuality and Culture. Dr. Kumari is a member of the Development Studies Association UK for research. Moreover, Dr. Neha Kumari has also served as an English instructor for the app development project undertaken by IISc Bangalore. And Dr. Kumari's areas of interest associated with gender and sexuality studies, transgender studies, cultural studies, women's studies, and communication. So on behalf of Chinmaya Vidyapeeth, a warm welcome to Dr. Neha Kumari, who will be currently chairing the session.
Rangita ma'am, Dr. Neha Kumari is she's traveling, so there might be some network issues. She will join shortly. You can continue with the session.
Yes, sir. So we can go ahead with the session. First, for the first presentation, I invite Ms. Brinda B, who has co-authored her paper with Dr. Fani Kiran. These academicians are from C. Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence, Karnataka. And the title of the presentation is Cross-Cultural Narratives of Gender and Identity, Chitrangada and Mulan. So before we begin the presentation, a humble request to the presenters. We have a time duration of approximately 8 minutes. So kindly focus on your methodology and finding. So please keep that in mind. So you may begin. First presenters.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Your slides are visible.
Very good morning to one and all present here. I am Brinda, research scholar from Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence, and I'm here to present my paper titled Cross-Cultural Narratives of Gender and Identity in Chitrangada and Mulan. So this paper is an attempt to explore the themes of gender fluidity, cultural hybridity, and identity in Tagore's play Chitra and the Chinese folktale ballad of Mulan. So the central characters Chitra and Mulan of both the texts challenge the traditional gender roles by adopting warrior identities, revealing the fluidity of gender through their transformative journeys. So both the text integrates local traditions with universal themes of love and duty, creating a very unique cultural hybridity. So this paper uncovers the universal themes of identity transformation and societal roles while highlighting the very unique cultural expressions. So this analysis not only actually deepens our understanding with regard to gender and identity, but also provides insights into contemporary discussions on gender roles and cultural identity. So this actually bridges literature, gender studies, cultural studies, as well as mythology. So this interdisciplinary approach offers a very fresh perspective on the enduring relevance of these iconic characters. So coming to the methodology that I have employed in this paper, it is a comparative literary analysis, which examines two primary texts. One is Tagore's Chitra, the play, and Ballad of Mulan. And the theoretical framework that I have adopted for this study is one is Judith Butler's gender performative theory, and the other one is Homi K. Bhabha's cultural hybridity. So coming to Chitra, Chitra is actually a mythical retelling by Tagore from the story of Chitrangada and Arjuna from Mahabharata. The story is about a warrior princess of Manipur, Chitrangada, raised by her father, King Chitravahana, to embody the strength and the skills of a male warrior. So Tagore's adaptation actually delves into Chitra's inner conflict and transformation as she encounters Arjuna, one of the Pandava brothers. And she strives to reconcile her martial identity with her feminine desires and quest for love. So this story actually highlights the themes of identity, gender roles, and empowerment, making it a very significant figure in Indian cultural and literary discourse. Mulan, coming to Mulan, Mulan is yet another legendary character from Chinese folklore, is actually best known through the ballad of Mulan. Mulan, she is the original Chinese name for this ballad. So the tale actually recounts the bravery of Mulan, who disguises herself as a man to take her aging father's place in army. And through her courage and martial prowess, Mulan actually rises to prominence, exemplifying both traditional feminine virtues and the valor expected of male warriors. So this story you would have seen has been retold in various forms, including literature, film, theater, and so many things, highlighting the different facets of her character and journey. So both of these characters, Mulan and Chitra, actually symbolize filial piety, loyalty, and challenging of gender norms, deeply embedding their stories in their respective cultural heritages. So coming to the discussion and analysis of this paper, there are the two important sections I discussed. One is topics that I discussed. One is fluidity in identity found in Mulan and Chitra. The next one is the cultural hybridity. So first, to understand the fluid aspect of identity, let us first understand the question of identity that is found in Mulan as well as Chitra. So in Mulan, if you see, from the beginning till the end, Mulan is very much clear about her actions and goals. The following lines actually shows that. No one is on daughter's heart, no one is on daughter's mind. I want to buy a saddle and horse and serve in the army in father's place. So through these lines, Mulan is actually expressing her resolve and selflessness. So this first line, the phrase, no one is on daughter's heart, no one is on daughter's mind, suggests that Mulan is very much solely focused on her father's well-being and not preoccupied with her personal desires or relationship. So there is no question of identity that is found in Mulan. Therefore, obviously, no conflict about who she is or what her role is. Whereas if you come to Chitra, Chitra actually struggles with identity and purpose, which actually leads to one of the major conflicts in the story. So the introduction of conflict does not actually place Chitra below Mulan. Actually, it instead highlights the artistic brilliance of Tagore, the playwright. So this conflict of identity is witnessed when Chitra encounters Arjuna for the first time in the forest, where Arjuna mistook her to be a young lad with a horse. So an amused smile flickered round the corners of his mouth, perhaps at the sight of my boyish countenance. Then, for the first time in my life, I felt myself a woman and knew that a man was before me. However, at the same time, Chitra also tells, many a day my young ambition had spurred me to break my lance with him and to challenge him in disguise to single combat and prove my skill in arms against him. So if you see, there are these two juxtaposition of sentiments. So one hand she is feeling the feeling of herself as a woman and wanting, at the other hand she is very much wanting to engage in combat with Arjuna. So this juxtaposition of sentiments actually illustrates the fluid nature of Chitra's identity, resonating Judith Butler's definition of gender being a free-floating artifice. So here you see Tagore's portrayal of Chitra is actually challenging the rigid gender roles prevalent in her society. So by presenting a character who transcends these roles, Tagore actually advocates for a very much more nuanced understanding of identity and allowing for a blending of for the blending and fluidity of gender characteristics. So one more thing that if you can notice in both of these work is that both of these characters use cross-dressing as a tool for their gender metamorphosis. Both Mulan and Chitra dons warrior costume to disguise their identity and go on to do about their respective duties. So in Mulan, if you see, for 12 long years, Mulan is actually participating in the war in her father's place, and none of her soldiers, unfortunately or fortunately, doesn't find her true identity. They don't know that she is actually by birth a woman. Okay, so actually the poem beautifully ends with these lines of high significance where it tells her comrades are all amazed and perplexed, traveling. They didn't know Mulan was a girl. The he-hare's feet go hop and skip. The she-hare's eyes are muddled and puddles. Two hares running side by side close to the ground. How can they tell if I'm he or she? So the final revelation and acceptance by her comrades further underscored the complexity and fluidity of gender identity in Mulan's case. This actually reminds me of Boulog's definition of gender, where Boulog tells that gender to be an achieved status rather than an ascribed biological characteristics. And Altenberger, as well in his paper, talks about this gender and tells that gender is actually an interplay of biological, social variables and cultural perceptions of masculinity and femininity, allowing cross-dressing and gender bending to occur. So gender identity is nothing but a construction through social roles, behaviors, and cultural techniques, and that's what we understand from these two personalities' definition. So in that case, if you see, Mulan's achieved gender status is not actually based on her biological sex, but on her ability to perform tasks traditionally associated with masculinity. So here, cultural perceptions of masculinity and femininity in her society also plays a very crucial role. Coming to Chitra, Chitra too navigates between masculine and feminine role. This can be actually witnessed in when we compare Chitra's first encounter with Arjuna versus second encounter with Arjuna, and that shows gender as an achieved status. As we know, in the first encounter, Arjuna mistakes Chitra to be a young lad. On the second encounter, the very next day, Chitra discards her warrior costume and dons herself in sari and jewelry and approaches Arjuna for a proposal of marriage in hand. Arjuna doesn't even look up at her, but just bending his head, refuses her proposal, claiming his celibacy vow. So this actually shows that gender is nothing but an achieved status. This rejection of Arjuna actually puts Chitra into an existential question, and that's how she goes to God Madana and Vasanta, that is Cupid and God of Spring, for a strategy for a hand of help. However, this help is just a temporary help, and the gods actually convert into her so-called beautiful women. But then, however, it lasts only for a year. But this divine assistance, in a way, leads Chitra to subsequently reveal her true self, where she builds a very genuine relationship based on equality and mutual respect with Arjuna. So this Chitra's vision of her relationship with Arjuna transcends this traditional gender roles and emphasizes gender fluidity and equality, because her ultimate goal is to establish a connection based on mutual respect, shared values, and active participation in each other's life. So Chitra's journey actually embodies the fluidity of gender roles, and she advocates for a partnership where both the individuals can freely express and integrate diverse aspects of their identities. So if you see, both of these characters actually show timeless relevance. You see, through the ages, Mulan has been adapted into many forms. From Ballad of Mulan, we have films, Disney film, as everyone are very popularly aware, and there are many live action films as well. There are books, literature, And on Chitra's case as well, Tagore's Chitra itself is actually an adaptation from Mahabharata. And there is also in 2012, if I'm not wrong, a movie was made in Bengali called Chitrangada, the Crowning Wish, which actually talks about this crisis of gender identity. And this timeless relevance of the characters Mulan and Chitra shows the significant hybridization that has happened across ages and probably through the ages which we are going to witness as well. So this actually shows the flexibility of cultural narratives, and it in turn sets the stage for a deeper exploration on cultural hybridity. Coming to the last section of my paper, fluidity, hybridity, and beyond, Homi K. Baba actually when he talks about cultural hybridity, he tells that it actually deconstructs the binary of self and other, the colonizer and the colonizer, colonized and the colonizer, the East and the West, which actually creates a space of ambiguity and uncertainty that challenges the colonial authority and essentialist polarities. My question here is that if cultural hybridity deconstructs the binary of self and other, it must as well include the binary of man and women. And if this deconstruction happens, it will eventually lead one to gender fluidity. So just as cultural hybridity involves in blending traditional and modern values, gender fluidity also involves in navigating between traditional gender roles and more contemporary inclusive understanding of gender. So gender fluidity in a way actually intersects with cultural hybridity by just naturally expanding it to other forms of identity, including gender, and recognizing that identities are more multifaceted and influenced by various intersecting factors, including culture, gender, ethnicity, and more. So this hybridity breaks down rigid cultural categories and binary oppositions like not only colonizer, colonized, or East or West, but as well man versus women. Baba also talks about the third space, which he calls it as an in-between space where new hybrid identities and cultures can emerge. And this space is more about the ever-changing and open nature of cultural symbols and signs. So in this viewpoint, if you see...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you please share your concluding remarks?
Yeah, I'm coming to the last part. I'm sorry. So coming to the conclusion, actually, if you see, both of these characters, Mulan as well as Chitra, illustrate how the cultural hybridity and gender fluidity intersect. One is through deconstructing binaries. The next one is through negotiating the identity through their stories as they negotiate their identities within and against their cultural norms, and they create new hybrid forms of identity. And then the cultural and gender dynamics that these two narratives show, how the cultural and gender expectation can evolve and influence each other, leading to a more inclusive and fluid understanding of identity. So you see that Mulan and Chitra are nothing but figures of cultural hybridity, who's paving way, who's deconstructing all the odds that is found in the society and creating a very new, challenging roles and figures in the society. So thank you for your patient listening. Any questions you may ask?
Thank you, Ms. Brinta, for your presentation, and thank you for sticking to the time frame. You have drawn parallels from two interesting characters from two different cultures, and you have also mentioned contemporary adaptations, especially Disney's adaptation. So when it comes to these intersemiotic adaptations or new mediums where multiple channels of communication are involved, do you find any peculiarity in the way these characters are reimagined or reinterpreted for a younger audience, especially by Disney?
If you take Mulan's Disney version, if you see this is how cultural hybridity actually happens. In Mulan's case, if you see the Disney adaptation, it is actually an hybridization of the Chinese cultural values that Mulan, the original Mulan story carries, and it is also an adaptation with the American value system with regard to gender and the new acceptations or new values that the American society provides. So it is a hybrid combination that you see. So that is how these two characters are very much relevant to the society and how they are actually adapting to much more social contemporary discussions.
Thank you.
And in case
Yes,
of
want to add something, you can go ahead.
Just wanted to.
So the presentation is open for discussion. If anybody wants to raise any question, please go ahead. Otherwise, we can move on to the next presentation. If there are no questions, thank you, Ms. Brinda, for joining. Please stay around for the rest of the presentations.
Sure.
I invite Ms. Sweta Ramachandran from Yuvakshetra Institute of Management Studies, Kerala. Ms. Svetal will be presenting her paper titled Emerging Perspectives on Evolving Subjectivities and Genealogies of Devdasis in Select Indian Female Saga Fiction. Ms. Sweta, a humble request to you, please stick to the time frame of 8 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Respected Chair and my fellow presenters, a warm good morning to one and all of you. I'm Ms. Shwetal Ramchandran, Assistant Professor of English at Yuvakshetra Institute of Management Studies. I hope my screen is visible and I'm audible. May I go ahead, please? Yeah.
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So I have titled my paper as Emerging Perspectives on Evolving Subjectivities and Genealogies of Devdasis in Select Indian Female Saga Fiction. I am going to basically focus on this genre called as saga narratives, which follows multiple characters and families through stories across ages, generations, and regions. And very specifically, when you look into female saga narratives, it encompasses a multitude of female characters across generations and families. And more importantly, it tries to weave in interconnections between protagonists of different generations. And of late, when you look into the domain of Indian female saga fiction, we can see that there is a trope of representing women belonging to the Devdasi descent. See, a very particular theme that is dealt with is a shift in their life courses. So we know that, see, there has been ample shifts in the practice of Devdasi system in India. So along with changing socio-historical and political circumstances, a change in their life course is basically depicted in such narratives. So my aim basically here is to outline the nature of representation of Devdasis across generations, to highlight this particular shift in their subjectivities. And when I mean subjectivities, it correlates to personal identities, psychological identities, collective identities. And also in the final section, I'm going to trace the features of a distinct genealogy that emerges. Okay, so we are well aware of a biological genealogy in most cases, but here, we also have parallel kinds of genealogies emerging. So my primary texts are The Toss of a Lemon by Padma Vishwanathan, which typically follows 3 generations of a Brahmin family. But at the same time, there is a subplot of a Devdasi born into that, a child born out of a Devdasi into the same family, and her subsequent visibility into this established normative family. And then a very recent novel, Breaking Free by Vasanti, which traces 3 generations of women, again belonging to the Devdasi clan, and their evolving circumstances. And out of that, one of the protagonists' life story is loosely based on Dr. Muthulakshmi Reddy. And the methodology that I'm going to use is a critical content analysis of text. The research questions that I would be addressing is very basically, what is a female saga narrative? And why is it important to study how lives of Devdasis are intertwined across generations? And what is the nature of the representation? See, when you represent Devdasis, it is starkly in contrast to representing normative women in families. Okay, and then what aspects of their life course gets captured? Similarly, what is the role of socio-cultural markers and the backdrop? So markers can be education, employment, history. So what is the role of all of them, in probably, improving or, probably aiding the shifts in the lives of Devdasis across generations? And similarly, what are the different types of identities formed? So that is why, adhering to Julia Kristeva's framework of women's time, I would like to, I define these identities in terms of subjectivities, multiple subjectivities for women, and of course the negotiations that are associated with them. And finally, how is this particular female genealogy of Devdasis perceived and constructed across generations? And very importantly, as I said, in contrast to accepted norms of family structures. So the interdisciplinary perspective that I'm following is there is an optimum blend of the methodological framework from literature, but the frames of references that I'm going to use is derived from social sciences as well as gender studies. Social sciences because I will be starting off with the contextualization of the socio-historical context, and gender studies because, as I said, I will be referring to Julia Kristeva's theory of women's time, where time is equal to subjectivities, which is again which that contributes to what is called as multiple identities. So this kind of a mapping provides a unique model for interpretation, and it substantially contributes to the significance of studying lives of Devdasis across generations. So I'm not moving into the text per se, but I'll jump into my analysis and findings. So as I said, the first section of my paper deals with the contextualization. And here I'm looking at how the larger socio-cultural backdrop has significantly impacted the individual lives of each of these Devdasis. So for instance, if you move into the history, you know that in the ancient age, the practice was associated as part of, it was within the framework of temple rituals, and Devdasis were women who were highly skilled in classical dance and music, and they were addressed as brides of gods. Coming to the medieval period, there was more institutionalization and there was patronage attributed to them, especially in South India. And along with that, there was a high social status. And then when you come to the colonial period, that was the first time when colonial administration and Christian missionaries viewed the system as a form of exploitation and immorality. Okay, so that is when towards the early 20th century, you had the clamor for, the reform.
Concluding remarks?
Yes. So we have the reform movements coming in, and of course the prevention of the Madras Devdasis Act was passed. So I'll just quickly take you through the idea. So the shifts in multiple subjectivities, see, personal identities, there is always a shift from respected social status to a shameful one. And there is always a subdued identity of engaging in sex work, which is never spoken of. And your negotiations can be categorized in two ways. You have one group which embraces it with pride, whereas another group that rebels to attain a life of dignity and aspires to be a part of heteronormative families. And then collective identities, as I said, it overlaps with the socio-historical identities. And there is a significant difference among members of the community in how to move forward. So there is a reluctance and resistance against members of, within the community to even abolish the practice. And of course, over time, there is an erasure of cultural identities because of the stigma for the progeny. And with the erasure of cultural identities, what happens is there is a shattering of community support and belonging. And then the psychological identities, there is always a constant tension between what is called as this divine and, of course, an implicit sexual identity. During the transitional phase, or when the abolition was brought in, there is an associated identity crisis, uncertainty, and trauma. And also during the subsequent rehabilitation, there is a shaping up of resilience and adaptability to new circumstances. So I say that there is a complex interplay of societal attitudes, economic conditions, and cultural context. And finally, the features of the emergent genealogy. As I said, there are parallel genealogies. There is a biological validated genealogy as well as a non-normative genealogy. And there are challenges in accepting this non-normative genealogy into established familial patterns. So this can be understood only if you undertake a diachronic analysis of the evolving status of Devdasis and how it contributes to the compendium of female collectivity. So here what I've tried to
the presentation is quite interesting, but we are running short of time.
Yes. This is my last point, ma'am. Yeah. So I've tried to contextualize the life stories of Devdasis. So my concluding remarks are that their choices and actions are aligned to or informed by larger socio-historical circumstances, and intergenerational shifts in subjectivities will throw light on the emergent features of non-normative genealogy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Svetal. I invite the chair, Ms. Neha Kumari, to share her feedback. Dr. Kumari.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. And Shwetal, Ms. Shwetal, you really did well. Actually, I'm very sorry that I'm traveling. That is why, you know, there might be some noise issue. However, your presentation was really very lucid and extremely up to the mark. I really congratulate you for choosing the subject of Devdasi and the saga narratives. So coming to my question, Svetal, the question is that you have talked about, you know, Julia Kristeva, women's time, right? And you have also said that in the Devdasi culture, music and, you know, dance play a very crucial role, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So what is the importance of Bharatnatyam in Devdasi system?
Bharatanatyam again is a mode of practice that they follow. But see, again, Bharatanatyam is, see, there are, if you look at the art form itself, there is a shift. I mean, it when you look at it within the ritualistic framework, there is a you know, specific mode of practice. But when you look at it as performing for an elitist audience, of course, there is a shift in how the art form evolves. So as far as I can see, for Devdasis, for them, you know, the practice was, see, they consider themselves to be surrendering to God, and for that, dance and music you know, becomes an important tool for them. They have always adhered to what is called as the ritualistic framework, the temple framework, where you know, it is more of associated to you know, religion, or you know, the explication of mythological elements, you know, more than an elitist or a sensuous kind of a depiction. So because in the late I think in the late colonial phase, you know, when they opened out their performances to audiences across, that is when, you know, elitist or sensuous you know, mode of explication started to come in. But until then, I think it was more of a traditional kind of a practice. So I think that art form itself has undergone you know, subsequent shifts in its you know, depiction.
Okay, thank you, Svetal. Thank you. Really nice presentation. Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Neha Kumari, and thank you, Ms. Svetal. Please stay around for the rest of the presentation. Now I invite Ms. Ambika Chowdhury from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Ms. Ambika Chowdhury's paper is titled Depiction of Motherhood in Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Ms. Chowdhury, please go ahead. You may please unmute yourself. And please stick to the time frame.
Sure, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Ambika Chaudhary, and I'm from Manav Rachna, and I'm a research scholar at Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, and my research paper focus on Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Birds depiction of motherhood in Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. So my supervisor is Dr. Molly Chaudhary, and co-supervisor is Dr. Kanu Priya. This paper actually focuses on the Maya Angelou's autobiography, Maya Angelou as a single mother, symbolizing her unwavering strength and fortitude in the face of countless adversities as she navigates the challenges of raising her children, in which the story sets the stage for the later books in Angelou's autobiographical series. I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings stands not only as a literary triumph, but also as a cultural stone. Angelou's eloquence, coupled with her unapologetic exploration of themes often relegated to the shadows, highlight this work as a timeless contribution to African American literature. At its core, the autobiography is profound exploration of identity and resilience. Angelo grapples the trouble of race, gender, and self-worth as she navigates the demanding situation of developing as a Black woman in society marked by way of systematic racism and oppression. Angelo's unapologetic portrayal of Black lifestyle and the racial injustices of the Jim Crow technology demanding the situation's dominant narrative and expand the literary canon to encompass diverse voices and situations. So the significance of Maya Angelou in African American literature is notable. Maya Angelou is a towering figure in African American literature and a vital voice in a broader American literature canon. Her significance lies in several key areas. Angelou's work offers a profound exploration of African American culture and history. She chronicles the African American experience from the perspective of a Black women, highlighting the intersection of race, gender, and social class. Her literature amplifies the voice and experiences of African Americans, contributing to the preservance and celebration of Black culture. Her seminal autobiography, I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings, is a cornerstone of African American literature, offering a powerful exploration of her personal experiences growing up as a Black woman in a segregated South. So the role of motherhood in I Know Why the Cage Bird Sing is intricately sings. Here, Maya Angelou intricately weaves a tapestry of symbolism and imagery to depict maternal figures as assets of expertise, strength, and unconditional love amidst the adversities of existence. So the characters like Mama, her grandmother, whose name is Annie Henderson, her mother Vivian Baxter, and her surrogate mother, Mrs. Bertha Flowers, are some of the characters which portrays the different facets of motherhood in I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings. Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings stands a literary testimony to the complexity of motherhood, weaving a narrative that transcends the private to discover border subject matters of resilience, societal expectations, and transformative electricity of maternal impact. The struggles and joys of motherhood, as experienced by Anne and Vivian, Angelou's sense of self and her place in the world forms a snowflake. Through her narrative, Angelou invites readers to consider the broader social implication of motherhood, particularly in terms of the racial and gender dynamics that existed in the American South during her foundational years. So the impact of maternal influence in Maya Angelou's life, Maya Angelou's work is a complex and multifaceted force that plays a crucial role in shaping her identity and worldview. Through the figures of Mama, Vivian Baxter, and other surrogate mothers, Angelou explores the ways in which maternal guidance, love, and expectations impact the development of children, particularly daughters, within the context of race and gender. The lessons imparted by these maternal figures are foundational to Angelou's resilience.
Ambika Chowdhury, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you please take us to your conclusion?
Yes, ma'am, sure. Just few. So I want to give the description of 3 of the characters, and it won't take much time. So coming to Mama, Maya Angelou's grandmother, whom she calls Mama, serves a powerful maternal figure, and Mama is a source of strength, stability, and moral guidance in Maya's life. Despite the challenges of living in racially segregated society, Mama instills in Maya the values of resilience, self-respect, and dignity. And Mama's influence is profound in shaping Maya's sense of self-worth and her ability to navigate the world filled with prejudice. Through Mama's example, Maya learns the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity and maintaining a strong moral compass. Coming to Vivian Baxter, her relationship with Maya is complex, characterized by periods of separation and reunion. Vivian influence on Maya is marked by both her absence during Maya's early years and her presence later in Maya's adolescence.
Chaudhary, you may share your finding.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, there are some theoretical perspectives to this research paper. One is a symbolic interactionism, which focus on how individuals create and interpret symbols and meanings through social interactions. And in Angelo's writing, this often illustrates how the meaning and the values associated with motherhood and womanhood are constructed through the interactions with maternal figures, and the wisdom and strength imparted by these figures for not just inherited traits, but are developed through continuous interactions. So, second is psychosocial development theory by Erikson, and the stages of development, particularly those related to the adolescence and the young adulthood, can be seen in Angelo's autobiographical narratives. For example, Maya's journey through Mama's self-discovery and eventual self-acceptance reflects Erikson's stage where maternal figures play a crucial role in guiding her through these conflicts, and the maternal influence in Angelo's life helps her navigate these stages, contributing to her eventual sense of identity and purpose. Now, coming to the intersectionality by Kimberly Crenshaw, Angelo's exploration of her identity as a Black woman in America is deeply informed by intersectionality, and the maternal figures in her life, who are also Black women, embody the complexities of navigating multiple marginalized identities. For example, the challenges that Mama faces as a Black woman in the segregated South are different from those faced by Maya's mother, Vivian.
We are running out of time.
Ma'am, last slide only. So, coming to the conclusion, the portrayal of motherhood in African American literature has been deeply inspired by a means of Maya Angelou's groundbreaking work, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Angelou's candid exploration of maternal figures and their multifaceted roles within the context of racial oppression and societal expectation has left an indelible mark on next literary representation of motherhood within the African American experiences. In essence, Maya Angelou's exploration of motherhood in the I Know Why the Caged Bird Sing transcends the non-public, inviting readers to contemplate the wider implication within the context of African American literature. And by making the use of feminist idea, intersectionality, symbolic interactionism, psychosocial development principle, and Afrocentric idea, we advantage a deeper knowledge to the thematic richness and enduring significance of Angelou's portrayal of motherhood.
Thank you, Ms. Ambika Chaudhary.
Yes.
Neha, if you're able to hear me, Dr. Kumari, Dr. Neha Kumari.
Yes, Ambika ma'am, I'm able to hear. Yeah, Angita ma'am, I'm able to. So, Ambika, you have really done well, presented. So, I'll put this question that you have talked about Maya. So, you are also incorporating different themes and different theories in this presentation. So how come, I just want to know that how you think that Maya Angelou's autobiography connects with her poetry, and what is the resemblance of that connection in the autobiography which you have chosen?
What, ma'am?
I just want to know, Ambika, that what is the connection of autobiography and poetry of Maya Angelou, and how the themes are interconnected with the autobiographies that you have chosen for your presentation.
Okay, so ma'am, I wanted to depict the motherhood of Maya Angelou's depiction of motherhood in her work, I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings. And also I wanted to share how she and her mother and like Black women in general faced gender and racial discrimination, also economical and social discrimination in South America. Uh, so through the through the life of Anne Henderson and Vivian Baxter, we get to see that, and also the mental. Hello.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chowdhury. Now I invite next presenters. It's a co-authored paper by Ms. Hiba Ali and Ms. Krishna B. Nair from Christ University, Bangalore. The title of their paper is Changing Narrations, Exploring Family, Gender and Media in Malayali Narratives. Presenters, please note, kindly stick to the time frame. Please go ahead. Ms. Hiba and Ms. Krishna B. Nair.
Yes, ma'am.
It's just visible.
Good morning, everybody. We are Hiba Ali and Krishna B. Nair, and we are final year students of BA Psychology English, and our mentor is Dr. Ruchira Datta from Christ University. So the title of our paper is Changing Narrations, Exploring Family, Gender and Media in the Malayali Narratives. The analysis of Malayalam movies has indicated that Malayalam movies have always portrayed revolutionary ideas and themes ahead of its times. However, such films have largely gone unnoticed because Malayalam film industry has often been grossly underrepresented and understudied compared to other Indian cinemas, despite its high quality of work and large viewership. We've taken cinema, particularly Malayalam movie industry, because cinema has become an insurmountable and crucial aspect of today's world, and it has become a transformative tool as it's a rapidly evolving world where consumption of information mainly occurs through the media format. Thus, examining the representation.
Ms. Hiba, you may not spend time for introduction. You can start with your methodology.
Yes.
Much time for introduction.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So, examining the gender, family, and the queer representation in Malayalam movies will play a huge role in understanding the Malayali communities. So, basically, our study has examined these representations in two phases. The first phase includes a qualitative study through semi-structured interviews and a close reading of selected texts. The responses that we receive are mixed and interesting, and it has raised questions about the influence of media and the notions of masculinity and femininity. The significance I have mentioned before, and the interdisciplinary aspects of our research includes the fields of gender studies, media studies, and intersectionality to understand the impact of the Malayalam movies on the Malayali community. It has explores the confluence of gender, age, and religion of the Malayali community with movies, provides anthropological insights to the conjunction of media studies and literature, and it will shed light on the potential socio-emotional, psychological, and behavioral effects that these representations may have on the exposed audience. So the areas explored are sociology, anthropology, behavioral sciences, literature, media, and gender studies. So we have a couple of objectives and research questions that we looked at in order to derive at our methodology. The first question was, how does the Malayali audience perceive the changing modern themes and representations of Malayalam movies? So changes in the themes and representations, particularly in this study, we focus on gender and family, and how the people perceive these representations is what we're focusing in this question. The second question, what are the factors underlying the perception of gender, sexuality, and family in today's audience? So using theoretical frameworks and concepts like intersectionality, we've looked at a multitude of factors, and we've come to the understanding that gender and sexuality or queer representation cannot be studied in isolation, as they're deeply interconnected, as And family is also very deeply interconnected with these notions in a collectivist society, such as the Malayali community. Now, the third research question is, what are the direct influences of movies and family dynamics, identity, genders, and stereotypes? So this question explores the influence of movies in the perception of the audience of family dynamics, identity, genders, and whether they have inculcated any of the stereotypes that have been propagated. And the fourth and final question, are the depictions and involvement of the notions of masculinity and femininity in Malayalam movies directly proportional to the audience's acceptance of the 21st notions of masculinity and femininity? Explores various factors and variables, as Kerala has always prided itself on being a progressive society, and we've tried to look at whether this progression is uniform in all regions of the Malayali community, and whether the notion of masculinity and femininity has also been uniform and in relation to the depiction and involvement in the Malayalam film industry. Over to Krishna, please.
Thank you,
You
Hiba.
hardly have 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'll wrap it up very quick. So, as discussed by Hiba, the methodology was qualitative and close reading of selected text. The theoretical framework included famous theorists like Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex, which is a philosophical and literary theory, then cultivation theory, which is a media and psychology theory. And we have been deeply inspired by the concept of intersectionality. Hiba? Yeah, so coming to the results and findings of a study, the responses we've received could be divided into immigrant, resident, and migrant migrant Malayalis, because their responses differed specifically based on their geographical and ethnic location. Responses were differed based on locality and region. Here we allude to the fact that urban and rural community had differed identification and understanding of these concepts that we were discussing. Differences in response varied across generation and gender. This was the one of the key variables we found when we were going through the qualitative study, to the extent that we had separate questionnaire for the earlier generation and the later generation. We found mixed responses, as rightly pointed out by Heva, which included extremely positive, negative, neutral, extremely negative, and positive responses, which is owing to the multitude of factors and variables that we've discussed above. Debate also arose on whether media influences people, people influence media. So some level of awareness was also created just by through qualitative interviews that we conducted. Over to the next slide. Coming to the analysis, and so one of the interesting key factors that there were multiple interesting factors, but few of which include the popular myths, as how later generation are more more rigid and rigid and conservative, and how later generations, like younger generation, are more inclusive, which didn't really gel well with the results we got. Also, how popular notions like
sorry, please wind up. We are running out of time. I'm sure your presentation is quite interesting, but please wind up.
So the results and discussions as discussed were the key findings, and limitations were that we are working on was how limited number of samples were included. Only 8 districts were included. Now we are on the process of studying all these factors and making it more generalizable. Hiba, next slide. So to conclude, we found many key insights into the Malayali community, their identity, and how gender, family, and sexualities are intertwined, and how Malayali community, including us, tend to sort of consider all of this at a personal level. And we also found out how this has a larger societal and other implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krishna. Dr. Neha Kumari, ma'am, shall we take the discussion after
Yes,
all
yes,
presentations are over, or do you want to raise questions now?
Ma'am, actually, once I want to have just, I first of all want to congratulate both of them. They have shown the team spirit by presenting. And yes, I'd like to take a question, just a small question, that
please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. So both of you, one question from my side is how you are entwining gender, sexuality is, people think that it is entwined, but you have also trying to entwine and interconnect it with family. So what are the barriers you faced while you are entwining this gender and sexuality as well as family into your research?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. Yes, we did. And I mean, one of the key challenges where a lot of participants weren't open to such discussions. But then when we were looking at the idea of gender and sexuality and stuff like that here, a lot of people, even before us giving the concept of family, identified family and gender roles and specific in relation to each other. So in that sense, when we theoretically frame our understandings and definitions of gender, sexuality, and family, it was to an extent easy for us to connect it to the responses we've received, because people sort of fall back. It might be because of factors like the culture that Kerala community has, which is a very interconnected and collectivist culture. So I think that helped us in the process of forming definitions for the same. Hiba, if you would like to add.
Okay, so thank you both of you, Heba and Krishna, both of you. Really nice presentation. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Neha Kumari. Now I invite Ms. Srilakshmi P. from Bharat Mata College, Ernakulam. Ms. Srilakshmi will be presenting a paper titled Gendered Brush Strokes, a comparative study of gender dynamics and representation in Tanka and Madhubani art. Ms. Srilakshmi, you may please share your presentation. And please stick to the time limit of 8 minutes.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, Ms. Srilakshmi.
Okay. So good morning to the respected chairs of the day and to all those who have gathered here. I am Srilakshmi and my paper is titled Gendered Brush Strokes, a comparative study of gender dynamics and representation in Tanga and Madhubani art. Before moving further, we'll watch a short video that would explain what is Madhubani art and Tanga painting.
Madhubani painting, also known as Mithila painting, is a traditional art form that originated in the Mithila region of Bihar, India. It is named after the town of Madhubani, where this style of painting has been practiced for centuries. Madhubani paintings are characterized by their vibrant colors, intricate designs, and use of geometric patterns. Traditionally, Madhubani paintings were created by women who could paint the walls and floors of their homes to mark special occasions, such as weddings, religious festivals, and birth celebrations. Over time, the art form has evolved, and Madhubani paintings are now created on various mediums, including paper, cloth, and canvas. The themes of Madhubani paintings often revolve around Hindu mythology, nature, and daily village life.
Persia. Traditionally, Tanka paintings are not only valued for their aesthetic beauty, but primarily for their use as aids in the meditational practices. In the Tibetan language, Tang means unfolding or displaying, and Tanka means silk, satin, or cloth painting scroll. Common at monasteries, lamas' residences, family halls for worshipping Buddha, and homes of Tibetan Buddhists, Tanka is a mark of devotion in Buddhism and often serves as an object of worship. That it was through contacts with India during the 7th and the 8th century CE that the Tibetans first learned of Buddhist painting. Tankas depict Buddhist spirituality through exquisitely painted images of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, cosmology, astrology, and traditional medicine.
So yes, from the video, we clearly understand that Tanga paintings are male-dominated and Madhubani art, which is coming from Mithila, is a female-dominated art form. So the research examines how gender identities are depicted and negotiated within the visual narratives of each tradition. And by comparing these two vibrant art forms, the study seeks to reveal the interplay between gender, art, and culture. Now, it is an interdisciplinary approach, that is, to studying Tanga and Madhubani art. I have combined the insights from art history. Art history means I have started right from the evolution of Madhubani art and Tanga paintings, and cultural studies, because the cultural significance of Tanga and Madhubani art is deeply intertwined with the societies from which they originate. In case of Madhubani art, it is coming from the Mithila region of India, and Tanga paintings, they are having the monastic cultures or the Buddhist traditions. And also, as we are dealing with the female and male-oriented art forms, I have also taken the studies from gender studies and anthropology. And it also examines the historical evolution, cultural context, and gender dynamics within these art forms, offering a comprehensive understanding of how artistic expression intersects with societal norms and cultural practices. Now, the research question is that it centers on the need to understand how Tanga and Madhubani art forms reflect and shape gender dynamics. Despite their rich cultural and historical significance, the ways in which these art traditions have been influenced by and contribute to gendered divisions of labor, as well as how they depict and negotiate gender identities, remain underexplored. So this gap in knowledge limits our understanding of the intersection between gender, art, and culture. Now, coming to the objective, this study proposes that Tanga and Madhubani art forms, despite distinct cultural origins, that is, they are coming from Tibet and Madhubani is from India, exhibit nuanced gender dynamics. Historical and cultural factors have influenced gender divisions of labor, varying the roles and status of male and female artists. Additionally, gender identities are depicted and negotiated differently within each tradition's visual narratives. So this analysis aims to uncover how gender intersects with art and culture in these vibrant traditions. So the theoretical framework integrates gender theory and visual cultural studies to analyze how gender identities are constructed and represented in Tanga and Madhubani artworks, contextualizing these within broader cultural and historical perspectives. Coming to my findings, Tanga paintings has been a male-dominated field, often tied to monastic life and religious training. Male artists typically underwent rigorous training in monasteries, where the practice was integrated into spiritual and religious education. In contrast, Madhubani art, as we saw in the video, was historically practiced primarily by women. It originated as a domestic art form, with women decorating the walls and floors of their homes. Over time, this practice transitioned to paper and canvas, allowing female artists to gain recognition and cultural opportunities. In Tibetan Buddhism, the male monastic tradition has historically controlled Tanga production, while in Mithila region, societal norms positioned women as the primary creators of Madhubani art. Despite these traditional roles, contemporary shifts are occurring, and more women are now being trained as Tanga artists, challenging historical gender norms, while men are increasingly participating in Madhubani art, indicating a blending of gender roles in both the traditions. Male Tanga artists have historically enjoyed higher recognition and opportunities due to their association with religious institutions. However, as female artists enter the field, they face challenges in gaining similar acknowledgement and access to resources. Female Madhubani artists have gained significant recognition, but they still confront issues related to gender bias and unequal access to training and market opportunities. And coming to the last finding, this study underscores the importance of promoting gender equality within these artistic traditions to preserve cultural heritage. Recognizing and supporting the contributions of both male and female artists is essential for the sustained vitality and evolution of Tanga and Madhubani art. So the next slide shows you some Madhubani paintings, and the last slide shows you some Tanga paintings. So this is my research. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Sri Lakshmi. Thank you for your presentation. Dr. Neha Kumari.
Yes, hi, ma'am. Yes, Sri Lakshmi, you have really presented very well. The
Thank you,
topic
ma'am.
which you have chosen is really vital. That is important, where we have really found the association and disassociation of,
Both the art forms.
both the platforms, masculinity and femininity. So coming to the questions, Sri Lakshmi,
Yes, ma'am.
my you have chosen Thanga and Madhubani painting, which is of course which is apart, have different formations and have different set of in speculations, right?
Yes.
So my concern is how you have chosen this topic and how, what are the masculinity aspects and theories you have chosen to depict this and justify and sustain actually this research.
Ma'am, first of all, the reason why I chose Tanga and Madhubani is that I am into mural painting, and both these art forms have roots into mural painting. So this is the reason why I chose Tanga and Madhubani. And as you saw in the video, Tanga is actually having traditions or Indian roots, and it is deeply connected with the Kerala mural art forms. That is the reason why I chose both Tanga and Madhubani. And Madhubani is nowadays common because the Ayodhya airport is fully painted with Madhubani art form. And the next question, ma'am, I didn't get your question.
Yeah, the question is that what are the theories of masculinity you have depicted in this research?
Ma'am, the theories associated with this is actually the visual cultural studies, which is coming under the gender studies.
Have you taken any? Have you chosen any artist or writer?
I have actually taken the theories which is associated with mural paintings, which is actually coming from Kerala, Chowdhury's works.
Great, Sri Lakshmi. Really nice presentation. Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Neha Kumari, for sharing your feedback, and thank you, Ms. Sri Lakshmi. Ms. Sri Lakshmi, please stick around for the rest of the presentations. Now I invite Ms. Tanupriya from Christ University, Delhi campus. Ms. Tanupriya will be presenting her paper titled Gendered Vulnerability and Coming Out, Reading Conflict of Identity and Sexuality in Contemporary South Asian Bildungsroman. Tanupriya, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible. Are you able to see my screen?
Ms. Tanupriya, you're audible. You may share your screen.
Is it visible now? Is my screen visible?
Not yet. Ms. Tanupriya, you can start reading out your paper. Meanwhile, you can figure it out.
Yeah, I think I'm not able to share my screen and my PPT. I'm trying to figure it out. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Tanupriya from the Department of English and Cultural Studies from Christ University, Delhi NCR campus. The title of my paper is Gendered Vulnerability and Coming Out, Reading Conflict of Identity and Sexuality in Contemporary South Asian Bildungsroman. So I'll give you the contents of the presentation I'll give a brief overview, and then I'll move on to the significance of my research, moving on to the research questions, research objectives, methodology, theoretical frameworks, analysis of the select texts, and the findings of my research. So I have tried to explore South Asian queer narratives, and I have tried to understand the negotiations of femininity and masculinity both inside and outside home and the nation space, where I am examining queer Bildungsroma. What I mean by queer Bildungsroma, it's a contemporary literary usage which is used for for a protagonist who travels from, let's say, youth to the adulthood, where I examine the sexual self within the body traveling inside as well as outside the family structure. I have also analyzed this idea of queer Bildungsroma through the idea of space, where I look at home, which is a gendered and a highly heteronormative space, as Rita Felsky also exclaims, where it is also shaped by conflicts, power struggles. So I'm looking at these Bildungsroma, which are basically coming of the age narratives, where we see an insertion of historic identity, which is embedded within the nation state, the family, and sexual desires, which becomes an important point to engage. So the study becomes significant as it delves into the dynamics of South Asian queer narratives and how these narratives, these select three narratives, negotiate with the context of family and the nation spaces. So I'm basically looking at the identity of a queer person within the family and nation spaces through coming of the age stories and how they intersect and conflict within the highly gendered and heteronormative constructs of home and the society. The research questions that I am looking at is, in what ways do these narratives portray the journey of queer individuals through the phases of pre and post sexual liberation? How do coming of age and coming out stories in South Asian contexts challenge and transform traditional social orders and familial structure? The objectives are also in sync with the research question, where I analyze these narratives through the aspects of desire, social order, social construction within the family and the nation space. I also look at the transformation of individual relationships with these spaces through the lens of queer desire and sexual liberation. The methodology that has been employed for this research is content analysis, textual analysis, and discourse analysis, where textual analysis helped uncover the various nuanced ways in which an individual experience and how identities are portrayed in these narratives. Content analysis is also used to identify the recurring themes and the common themes which are pertinent in these texts. Also, discourse analysis has been used to understand the larger social, cultural, political context that these texts engage with. The theoretical frameworks of my research is looking at gendered space and heteronormative spaces, which is a theoretical framework also given by Rita Felsky. And I'm also looking at the concept of navigating between two epochs of sexual liberation, which is pre and post liberation, which is also a theoretical framework given by Meredith Miller. The primary text that I have chosen is Sandeep Roy's Don't Let Him Know, where the protagonist struggles with his sexuality and family expectations in Indian context. And it also reflects the family tensions with the parents and how the identity is shaped in this of this person. What is important here is to note that all these three texts, Samra Habib's We Have Always Been Here, Mala Kumar's Path of Marriage, what is a common theme that I found here is that the idea of family and the idea as to how various generations, intergenerational concept of identity is something which is, explained in these texts. So we see, the characters such as in Mala Kumar's The Path of Marriage, Lakshmi, who's the mother, and Pooja, who is trying to navigate, the traditional family expectations, right? And also,
Anupriya, could you take us to concluding remarks or findings?
Yes, yes, yes. So what we see here in these, aspects is that we see a gendered play where the domestic sphere and the institution or of marriage are depicted as spaces where gender roles and expectations are enforced. And we also see a reconfigured gendered spatialization where the traditional spatialization of gender within the institution of marriage can be reconfigured through pujas, desires, and non-normative expressions. We also see in the inner sphere of marriage and family that is associated with gendered roles, where site becomes a site where roles are challenged and defined. What is also important is to note that, in Samara Habib's work, where Samara Habib is heavily influenced by the cultural expectation, it also reveals a gender fantasy where Habib is, imagining a queer future where she will be able to explore her identity, and which also leads to her eventual migration to Canada, which further expands on the idea of geographical space and the space of home where her identity will be more openly expressed and accepted. What we also see is that through these narratives, we see that how the family home becomes the bastion of normative gender performance and can also become the site of gender fluidity and resistance as well. What we also, see that, the narrative also attempts to reconcile the desires and societal expectations and illustrate a complex interplay between conformity, resistance, between the domestic and communal spaces. I would like to conclude my presentation with these 2 points. It is important to study how these queer narratives have articulated the complexities of coming out and coming of the age, and how they explore the tensions and resolutions that queer individuals face in reconciling their identities within family and the nation spaces, basically in these 2 epochs, which is pre and the post liberation, highlighting the potential of these narratives in challenging the heteronormative social construction and social order. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Tanupriya. Dr. Neha Kumari, I invite the chair. Yeah. So, Tanupriya madam, first of all, very nice presentation, though you have not visually presented. Was not.
Ma'am,
through your words, you were clearly. Yeah, sorry.
Ma'am, you are.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So through your words, you were clearly depicting what actually you wanted to state. Certainly, very nice topic, well framed, well weaved, and a lot of gender perspectives. I think so. You have done extensive research on gender studies, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes. So a lot to learn from you also, ma'am. And one more thing that I would like to ask you is, can you please let me know that is there any gender theories, Indian gender theories that could be incorporated in any of the gender research?
Okay, ma'am, I think not Indian per se, but I like to refer to Gayatri Gopinath's work, which is Unruly Desires, where she looks at queer frameworks from a very South Asian perspective. So I think her framework, which is not directly related to home and the spaces, but she's trying to look at queer diaspora, which is kind of very interesting take on how one can understand South Asian narratives from that perspective. And also, second work by Gayatri Gopinath is, first is Unruly Desire and second one is Impossible Desire. So I have taken a lot of research theories from her books, which has influenced my work, because she's basically looking at queer diaspora, but I've also incorporated the element of queer buildings Roma, which is a concept. It's basically a Western concept, but when I was surveying the South Asian narratives, we also see that there are a lot of inferences that can be taken in understanding these South Asian narratives, because these three narratives are not just stories which talks about individual sexuality. They're also looking at the nation space. They are also looking at the idea of family, how their family perceived them, and also the idea of space, which becomes very, very important. And I'm not just talking about the space in the context of geographical space. They're talking about their the space, the geographical space, and when they move from one space to another, and how a lot of intergenerational kind of aspects are discovered in this particular text. So I mostly refer to Gayatri Gopinath's work for this particular paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now invite the next speaker, Ms. Deepanshi Gupta. Ms. Deepanshi will be presenting her paper titled Performing Subjective Motherhood, an Analysis of Pop Culture American TV Series. Presenters, please note, focus more on your methodology and findings rather than literature review. Since short of time. Yes, Ms. Deepanshi, your slides are visible.
Am I audible? Can I start with my presentation?
Please begin.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deepanshi. I am a PhD scholar in Amity University, Gurgaon. The title of my paper is Performing Subjective Motherhood, an Analysis of Pop Culture American TV Series. I hope my screen is visible to you.
Yes, Ms. Deepanshi, it's visible. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. So before we get into the main analysis of our research, it is important to understand what exactly is performance studies and how it has evolved to be what it is now. Basically, performance studies aim to analyze performances that partake on a daily basis through any art form, cultural values, etc. Richard Schrenner can be marked as the earliest theorist who proposed or who worked upon the performances, and his work approaches can be seen as the very first work or the major work that theorized performances. But this work talked about performances that happened on stages, rituals, cultural systems, etc. From there on, Wallace Bacon brought in oral literature into the realm of performance. He emphasized that the performance of any literary narrative breathes life into the work. Additionally, it enriches the experiences of the audience. By the late 20th century, many thinkers started to bring in everyday life as their matter of study performances. So, by the late of the 20th century, we can see that our everyday performances or our everyday behavior also started to, come into analysis of performances studies. For this, Irving Goffman, in his book The Presentation of Life or The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life, explained each one of us is an actor who plays certain parts in front of a believing audience of colleagues, acquaintances, friends, and family. He added that our everyday performances get seeped into reality after doing them every day. From thereupon, general speech also became an area of study under performances studies. So, all of these developments deeply influenced American philosopher Judith Butler, who brought in gender studies into the realm of performance. Now, it is in order to understand gender performativity, let us look at the idea proposed by Judith Butler and what exactly did they want to say or emphasize upon by while proposing gender performativity. Gender trouble, feminism, and the subversion of identity took the discourse of performances studies quite forward in order to understand the marking of a gender as performance. According to Butler, our gender is not a natural or real phenomenon. Instead, it is well constructed discourse which establishes its performativity. They write gender is an act which has been rehearsed much as a script survives the particular actors who makes use of it. So basically, according to Judith Butler, gender is not something that is natural. Gender is not something which is we do something on our own. Rather, it is a performance which is seen or which is made to us as something which is natural, and it has already been given to us or to an individual even before the sex determination happens. It is considered as something, and as something of an act wherein doing is everything, not the doer. Let's know some of the scope of this research paper. In this research paper, the scholar would try to debunk the existing discourse of gender performativity from within. Bringing this would be done by bringing out the subversive narrative of mothers who perform motherhood which is away and beyond the regressive motherhood practices ascribed by a patriarchal society. So, in order to bring out the different shades of motherhood, the research scholar has taken different sitcoms, American sitcoms, for the analysis. These include Friends, The Big Bang Theory, Sex and the City, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Empowering motherhood in Friends. Friends is a widely popular Friends is a widely popular sitcoms based on a group of single middle-class white adult individuals in New York City. In this show, Rachel is one of the most significant character who has seen to be practicing motherhood on her own terms. First of all, she decides to give birth to a child while completely rejecting the marriage. She challenges the stigmas attached with single motherhood. In the final episode of season 7, she decided to raise the baby on her own despite fearing loneliness that may arise during the pregnancy, childbirth, and later stages of nurturing the baby. Even though her close ones believe that a pregnant woman should immediately marry, Rachel gently rejects their views. She remains stagnant on her decision and continues to balance her health with her dream job. Not once she thinks of giving up her position as a fashion executive. Basically, Rachel decides to continue with her pregnancy, and she also rejects that she would not marry. She would follow the path of single motherhood no matter what the society believes to be. Besides this, she also manages her career. This can be I would like to emphasize this point furthermore by showing you a very short clip taken from.
Are you really pregnant?
Well, yes and no. Except not no. So to sum it up, yeah.
Who is the father? Oh, no. Please don't tell me it's her.
No, it's Ross.
Take us to your concluding.
It's Ross. You like Ross? Oh, Daddy, I hope you're okay with all of this. I mean, think about it. This is a good thing. This is your first grandchild. You're gonna be a poppy.
That's true.
No.
Oh, I'm going to be a poppy. Oh. So when is the wedding?
The who?
At the end of this episode, we see that Rachel confronting her father and telling him that no, I will not be marrying and I will continue with the child by practicing single motherhood. Now, coming to the next.
Ms. Dipanshi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you please take us to your concluding remarks?
Okay, sure. Just a moment, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Dipanshi, you may share your conclusion.
Okay, coming back to the conclusion. All right. After analyzing the different shows that I took up for this research paper, uh, I tried to show that I tried to come back to the matrifocal societies that were originated or that were existing in the previous times. This means women had claims, authority, and a sense of collective guardianship towards their body, relationships, and children. With this idea, Adrian Rich tries to show that in the past, women had agency over their ability to reproduce and how they were equally venerated outside their roles as mothers. In other words, mothers did not passively practice motherhood, rather, they consciously expressed their love, nurturance through exerting their body potentialities. Similarly, in the narratives discussed above, women practice motherhood or completely deny it on their own terms. All the four series taken for this analysis are performative in nature. They highlight the performance of mothering by individual experiences in different time and space. The mothers portrayed in the shows fulfill the rich demands of courageous mothering instead of institutionalized or sacrificial motherhood that has been laid down upon us by men. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dipanshi Gupta. Now I invite Dr. Neha Kumari.
Yes, Dipanshi ma'am, a really nice presentation. Well done. However, I just want to ask you that you have chosen a theory of Judith Butler, um, and you have stated as per her that gender is not a natural construct, it is a social construct, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah. So, do you have any other theories you have incorporated in your research apart from the Judith Butler theory?
Yes, ma'am. I have, for instance, I have briefly talked about Adrian Rich's theory of woman born. In this theory, Adrian Rich also tries to, somewhat work on the same lines, and she shows that motherhood is also performative in nature, which means that it is a construct or it is a uh, laid down institution which has been given to women. So I can say that Butler's view can be somewhat read through Ritz's views on motherhood. So this is another work that I have taken into my research work.
Wow, great. All the best and
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Neha Kumari, and thank you, Mr. Panshi, for your presentation. Next, we have Ms. Kuku Subiraj, who will be co-presenting her paper with Dr. Sapna Sharma. Is Ms. Kuku around? Ms. Kuku Subiraj, if you are around, please respond. We have next presenters, Ms. Shreya, who is co-presenting her paper with Dr. Narendra Kumar. Is Ms. Shreya around? Ms. Shreya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Shreya. Now I invite Ms. Shreya, who has co-authored her paper with Dr. Narendra Kumar from Baba Masnath University. Her paper is titled Cure Desire and Eroticism in Unnamed Fiction.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, Ms. Shreya, you are audible. You may please share your screen.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am? Can you confirm it?
Not yet. Ms. Shreya, you can begin. Meanwhile, you can figure out. Yes, Shreya, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let me just... Now it's visible, ma'am?
Yes, Ms. Shreya. You can begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present a paper in today's conference. I'm Shreya, a research scholar from Baba Masnath University, Rohtak. I'm presenting a paper on the topic queer desire and eroticism in Anais Nin's fictions. So, let's start with the brief idea. Oh, just a minute now. Let's start with the brief idea of the research. Anais Nin stories are great for the exploring queer desire and relationship. Her book, especially Delta of Venus and Little Birds, features characters with fluid sexual identity. This means they don't fit into just one category like straight or gay. Nin's characters have diverse desires, including bisexual, homosexual, and polyamorous relationship, which go against traditional norms. A key part of Anais Nin work is how she portrays female sexuality. Her female characters often find pleasure outside of typical monogamous one partner relationship. They celebrate their freedom and independence. Nin's stories show that their desire is fluid and challenge societal rules that restrict sexual expression. Her writing style is poetic and sensual, making sexual experiences seem like art and highlighting the powerful impact of eroticism. Nins also looks at power dynamics and deep psychological aspect in queer desires. Her characters deals with complex emotions where power, submission, and pleasure mix. This complexity manners Nin's broader interest in human relationship and they may sides of desires. Nin's stories create a space that acknowledges and celebrates queer desires, promoting readers to rethink their ideas about sexuality and eroticism. Her work is important in queer literature studies because it offers insight into various ways people can experience desire and the freedom that comes from accepting one's true sexual identity. Nin's evocative writing helps readers understand the many different forms that love and desire can take. Now let's look at the significance of the research. Broadening perspective on sexuality and gender, empowerment through female sexuality, erotic literature as transformative art. This research highlights the transformative power of eroticism in her writing, where the depiction of intimate moments transcends mere physicality to become a profound artistic expression. Exploring power dynamics and psychological depth, this research shed light on how these dynamics reflect broader inquiries into human relationship and manifested nature of desire. Reconsidering perceptions of sexuality and eroticism, this study underscores the significance of Nin's work in challenging conventional norm and advocating for the liberation found in embracing one's true sexual identity. Contribution to queer literature studies. This research contribution to ongoing discourse by highlighting the relevance of Nin's narratives in contemporary discussions and around sexuality and gender and eroticism. Research objective. Examine the representation of queer desires and sexual fluidity, explore the depiction of female sexuality, analyze the literary technique and style, investigate power dynamic and psychological depth, contextualize Nin's work within queer literature studies, critiques societal norms and constraints, assess the contemporary relevance of Nin's themes, illuminate the transformative power of erotic literature, examine intertextual influences, explore psychological and emotional dimensions, investigate narrative structures, assess the roles of fantasy and imagination, evaluate readers' reception and impact, examine ethical and moral implications, investigate the role of sensory details and imaginary, study cultural and historical context, explore the legacy of influence of Nin's work. Now let's look at the research methodology. Objective of the research is the study aims to explore how Nin's narrative challenge traditional heteronormative framework and highlight fluid sexual identities. And the research approach is this approach allows for an in-depth examination of text and the uncovering of complex themes related to queer desire and eroticism. Textual analysis, close reading, and the thematic analysis. Then we have theoretical framework. Queer theory will be applied to analyze how Nin's work subverts traditional gender and sexual norms. Feminist theory will be used to understand Nin's portrait of female characters. Contextual analysis. We have historical and cultural context and literary modernism. Next, we have comparative analysis. In this, we have intertextual analysis and influence and legacy. Then we have character and narrative analysis. Character study, understanding the psychological and emotion dimensions of Nin's character. And in narrative techniques, understanding how these techniques enhance the portrayal of fluid identities and eroticism. Then we have ethical considerations. In this, we have literary ethics and autobiographical elements, understanding the interplay between Nin's life and her fiction, and the ethical dimensions of autobiographical fiction. Data collection and analysis. Then we have summary and the conclusion. Now, let's start with the analysis of the study. Fluid identities in Nin's fiction, gender representation in Nin diaries, intersectionality and diversity, literary modernism and feminist contribution, contemporary relevance and power dynamics and psychological depth. Then we have critique of societal norms, specific stories or passage where Nin critiques societal norms and celebrate diverse expressions of desires. Then we have our results and finding. Nin's works showcase characters with fluid sexual identities, challenging traditional gender norms. Her personal diaries inform her literary portrayal of gender fluidity and diverse sexual identities. Nin's exploration intersects with race, class, age, adding layers of complexity. Her experimental narratives and strong female characters contribute to literary modernism and feminism. Nin's theme remain relevant influence contemporary queer literature studies. Her fiction delves into power dynamics and the psychological complexities of desire. Nin critiques heteronormativity framework and celebrate diverse expression of sexuality. Now, I would like to conclude my paper. Analyzing in fiction's profound challenges traditional gender and sexual norms through fluid characters' portrayals. Personal insights from Nin's diary significantly shape her literary depiction of gender and sexuality. Her works offer a complex intersectional views of identity, integrating aspects of race, class, and age. Nin's contribution to literary modernism and feminism are evident in her experimental narratives and portrayal of female autonomy. The relevance of Nin's themes persists in contemporary queer studies and literary discussion. Nin's explorations of power dynamics and emotional depth provides a nuanced understanding of human relations. A critique of societal norms and celebrating of erotic advocate and broader acceptance of diverse sexuality. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya. Now I invite Dr. Neha Kumari to share her feedback.
Yes, first of all, good presentations, and you have incorporated really good amount of literary skills in your presentation. I think so it will be incorporated in the research paper too. You have also dealt with queer studies. So can you please let me know that, what are the different aspects of queer studies you have incorporated? Like how you gonna analyze it? And there are other in cure studies, what are the writers you have incorporated for the analysis of your work?
Ma'am, I have only starts with my introduction till now. So I have only mentioned about Anais Nin's novels only abhi tak in my study. I haven't used other writers in my study.
Okay, okay. No issues, no issues. Chalo, thank you so much and all the best and
So much, ma'am.
congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Freya, and thank you, Dr. Neha Kumari. On behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of Chinmaya Vidyapeeth, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Neha Kumari for spending her valuable time with us. We are aware of the fact that Dr. Neha Kumari has a very busy schedule today, but thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights with the presenters. I'm sure her inputs would be of great help to the presenters, and I also congratulate the presenters for taking the time and effort for developing these papers, and I'm sure we can collaborate further in future. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I really congratulate each one of you. First of all, congratulations for the international conference that Chinmaya University is into. And of course, by tomorrow it will be completed. So you all will be relieved from that busy schedule. Congratulations, each one of you. And thank you for providing me this opportunity to get interacted with such beautiful presentations. And thank you so much. Thank you to Dr. Raisin, who's really a very warm personality and a very intellectual person. And thank you, Angata ma'am, for being so cooperative throughout the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Great having you here. And to the present, if you would like to speak out or share your views, you can speak up.
Ma'am, actually, first of all, I like to state that the presentations were very good, up to the mark, and we have come across different presentations of various other individuals. Like Sri Lakshmi presentation was really nice. Each one of them, like Vrinda, Shwetal, Ambika, and Krishna and Hiba, Sri Lakshmi, Tanupriya, Dipanshi, and Shreya. However, we missed Kuku presentation, I suppose. So all of their presentation was really very up to the mark. And I really want to congratulate each one of them for being so lucid in presentation with such an extensive thought process. And I want to congratulate Chinmaya Vidyapeetham also for providing everyone this opportunity of getting connected and sharing their thoughts and the research perspective on this topic. And I'm really thankful to you people, and this is what I have to say it and share it from my end.
Thank you, ma'am. We have come to the end of the session. Presenters, if you don't have anything to add, we shall wind up. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations and for your contribution to the conference. Thank you, one and all.
Dear presenters and participants, we will have the next technical session, that is technical session 9, Commerce and Management, Sustainability, Education and Values, at sharp 1:15. So you can take a break and come back that time. Thank you.
Taxi!
ഹലോ ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റിന് എന്താ കഴിക്കുന്നേ?
Kellogg's Muesli. 12 grains, fruits, nuts and seeds in the energy ulla end power breakfast. New Kellogg's Muesli. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ കഴിച്ചോ power breakfast?
വീഡിയോ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. വീഡിയോയുടെ ലോക്കാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ ശരിയായില്ലേ? വീഡിയോ ഓഡിബിൾ ആണല്ലോ അല്ലേ? ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന കേൾക്കത്തില്ലേ? ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന കേൾക്കാമല്ലോ അല്ലേ? Resanji, shall we start?
Yes, Dr. Raghavan. Yes.
Okay. Hari Om. Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to second day of International Conference on Interdisciplinary Dialogues. My name is Dr. Rakhi Kes. I am an assistant professor from Chinmaya Vidyapeeth. I am acting as a co-chair of this session. And it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Devijay R, who will be chairing our section today. Dr. Devijay R currently serves as an assistant professor at Bharat Mata Institute of Management, Ernakulam. She holds a postgraduate diploma in management from School of Communication and Management Study, Kochi, and earned her PhD in management from Amata Vidyapeeth, Kerala. Dr. Devijay R brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to her role with 4 years of experience in her banking sector and 6 years of dedicated to research and teaching. In addition to her academic qualifications, she has completed a certified associate of Indian Institute of Bankers from Indian Institute of Banking and Finance and successfully cleared the UGC NET in 2014. Her academic contributions are notable, with several publications in international and Scopus Index journals. She has also presented papers at various international conferences, showcasing her expertise and dedication to advancing the field of management. We are fortunate to have Dr. Devijay R with us today, and I am confident that her insights and guidance will greatly enrich our discussions. So before starting our discussions, we have 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for Q&A section. So all presenters kindly keep in time, otherwise for the smooth functioning of our session. So we can start our presentation with first of all, the Miss Parnoti Singh, a research scholar from Faculty of Management and Commerce in Swami Vivekananda University. She will going to present her paper. So, Miss Parnoti Singh, are you there?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can present.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my PPT.
Okay. Okay. Now it is visible. You can present.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am from Swami Vivekananda Bharati University, a research scholar. And my topic is environmental impact of face care product industry. Organic product, a sustainable solution. The cosmetic industry is a major cause of the environmental problem due to the use of the harmful chemicals and non-biodegradable packaging, which can harm the ecosystem and the human health. The plastic packaging and over-packaging led to significant waste and contribute to environmental pollution. There is a rising trend towards organic and sustainable cosmetics, which use natural ingredients and eco-friendly packaging, driven by consumer demand for green options. As the demand for the organic product is increasing, this has been seen with the outbreak of the pandemic. Consumers are becoming very conscious of the sustainable and a sustainable product that cause less impact to the environment. And they are looking, and there is a growing demand for green, organic, and natural alternatives that are not only good for their skin but also for their environmental. So the next slide is significance of the research. The study highlights the urgent need to address the environmental impact of the face care product industry, emphasizing the roles of sustainable practices. It underscores the potential of organic products as a visible solution to reduce pollution and promote ecological balance. By exploring the cooperation between the research and the industries, the study aimed to foster innovation in sustainable practices within the cosmetics sectors. And the government is also taking initiative for promoting eco-friendly and sustainable products. These are my research objectives and research question. My research question is, what are the environmental impact in the face care industry and how are organic face care products environmentally sustainable? And the objective of the study is to study the environmental impact of the face care products and to identify the sustainability features of organic face care products. My study is based on the explanatory, and the data type is secondary, which is available in the public research paper websites, etc. Discussion. Many cosmetic ingredients can harm the environmental and human health, while organic cosmetics use natural ingredients and biodegradable, which promotes sustainability. Experts suggest that educating customers and building a positive company image and forming partnerships are key to making cosmetic industries more eco-friendly. The industry faces pressure to reduce the environmental impact, focusing on responsible sources, efficiently process and using this recycled packaging. These are the research findings. The cosmetic industry significantly impacts the environment, particularly through plastic packaging and harmful ingredients. There is a growing demand for the organic and sustainable cosmetic products as a solution to these environmental issues. There's seen a shift toward biodegradable materials and eco-friendly packaging is driven by increased consumer awareness, and consumers are also ready to pay extra for using natural for the name of the organic product. The conclusion is the face care product industry has a notable environmental impact, primarily due to plastic packaging that harms the ingredients used in the product. Second, transition to the organic and sustainable product can mitigate these negative effects by utilizing biodegradable material in eco-friendly packaging. Increased consumer awareness and demand for sustainability are driving this shift, highlighting the importance of cooperation between researchers and industries to promote ecological practices. And these are the references which I have used. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
These are my references which I have used in my research.
Jackie, ma'am, I think the presentation is over.
Okay, Dr. Devijay, it's your turn to ask questions.
Yes. Am I audible? Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Pranoti, you have done a wonderful presentation. I would like to get some clarification on certain areas, like, you are talking about organic face products and non-organic face product, like synthetic face products. So how did you make this categorization, like which are the organic face products or which are non-organic? Is it based on the ingredients or is it based on some labeling or certification? How did you categorize? Yes.
Ma'am, it is categorized by, there are certain types of eco-labeling and certification like Cosmos, Nature, and they follow very strict criteria. Like Cosmos, it is for international. It is globally recognized standard for organic and natural cosmetics, which show that it has very higher percentage of organic ingredients. Similarly, it is Nature. It is also another type of eco-label and third-party certification, which show that the organic, which show that it has more ingredients of organic.
Okay. So based on the certification, you are categorized.
Based on the certification, and there are companies which are using eco-friendly packaging, and like Body Shop, like there are companies like Body Shop is using Juicy. Juicy is also a company which is based on organic, which follow the criteria that is organic.
Then another doubt is why you have chosen an exploratory research approach.
Pardon?
I think you mentioned in the methodology that like you have used an exploratory research approach.
Explanatory. Yes, ma'am.
Exploratory. Yes. Why you have chosen an exploratory research here? Can you just justify?
Ma'am, I've chosen, basically my research is based on the secondary data.
But when you choose exploratory, when there is some, you don't have much knowledge about this area and all, usually we use exploratory. And how you can justify this approach in this particular area? Okay, just leave it. Yes.
Yes,
Am I audible?
Hello? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah.
And basically, my research aim to understand the environmental effect of the face care product, and which explore the potential and the organic product as a sustainable solution.
Okay. And at the end of this research, this exploratory research, are you able to propose some hypothesis with which you can do further research on it?
Hypothesis.
By the end of this exploratory research, are you able to frame some hypothesis with which you can actually continue this? Are you planning to continue this research in this particular area?
Yes, ma'am, but right now I have not framed hypothesis.
Okay. So, okay, that's it. Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pranoti, for your insightful presentation. I have one doubt. What's the theoretical background of this study? Ms. Pranoti, audible? Are you audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Are you clear with my question?
And can you please repeat your question?
What is the theoretical background of the study? What are the main underpinning theoretical model which you have used?
Ma'am, the study is focused on the environmental stability in the production of the face care product.
Okay. Okay, no problem, Parnodi. It's okay.
I would like to add one more point. No, it's actually focused more on the environmental science aspect only, I think, and you could have added some more concepts from the management or commerce, like you could have checked on the consumer behavior or product development. I think these type of aspects are actually management aspects are missing in this area.
And one more thing is that what kind of, what specific aspect of sustainability you are addressing? It's missing, I think.
I will do the changes.
Okay, no issues.
Okay, thank you. No issues. Thank you.
Okay,
Any question from the audience? From the participants, any questions? Okay.
Okay, I think Dr. Devi Shekhar, we can move on to second
Yes, we can.
presentation. Second presentation is going to present is Dr. Gaurav Kumar Sharma. He's an associate professor from Swami Vivekananda University. Please, sir, please do your presentation.
Jai Hind, all of you. Am I audible?
Sir, perfectly audible.
Jai Hind. The topic of my presentation is balancing the people and the planet implementation and challenges of environmental initiative at a green university. My name is Dr. Gaurav Kumar Sharma. I'm associate professor in Swami Vivekananda Subharati University, Meerut. And my co-authors are Dr. Padma Mishra, professor from Swami Vivekananda Subharati University, Faculty of Management Commerce, and Ms. Ekta Tyagi, research scholar, Swami Vivekananda Subharati University, Meerut. So the idea of the research is implementation of environmental friendly initiatives. The university explore measures like solar panels, water treatment plants to promote sustainability. The specific measures at the Green University are like car-free days, contribute to reduce carbon emissions and promoting eco-conscious transportation. Now, identifying challenges challenges faced during this implementation, like financial constraints, infrastructural limitations, and stakeholder engagement issues poses hurdles in achieving sustainability goal. Insights for overcoming these challenges, strategic planning, community partnership, and innovative funding models play a crucial role in overcoming obstacles and ensuring environmental sustainability. Achieving sustainability goals by addressing challenges and leveraging innovative solutions, Green University aims to achieve its sustainability objectives and set an example for environmental stewardship. Significance of this research. Sorry. Significance is global and local sustainability, academic contribution, and interdisciplinary insights. It intersect with various fields like environment, science, economics, public policy, enriching the research landscape. Global and local sustainability addresses pursuing sustainability challenge on the global level as well as the local level. If the university includes the sustainability practices in the daily life routine, that it will be going to affect the local environment, and the students and the faculty members which are learning these sustainability practices, they will be implementing in a wider reach when they will be shifted to their corporate houses or business houses. Research question. My research question is, my first research question is, what environmental friendly initiatives have been implemented by the Green University? And second is, what challenges have been faced in the implementation of these initiatives? The objective is to study the environmental friendly initiatives implemented by the university and to identify the challenges faced in the implementation of these initiatives. So we move to the research design. Exploratory research has been used in this presentation. Sorry, research paper. I'm sorry, my PPT is not.
Sir, please don't take more time on the PPT. Please
Okay, sir.
continue the
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, sir. The secondary data collected, which is available in public domain as research papers and websites. And a case study of the Green University is being conducted. Then we come to the discussion topic. The first is financial, by the analysis of the data that we have collected from various papers and the university websites and the other documents available in the public domain, we conclude that the financial constraints like high initial investment cost for the solar panel and energy efficient infrastructure is there. Substantial operational and maintenance cost for renewable energy systems and water treatment plants is there. Then the stakeholder engagement, resistance to change and lack of awareness among stakeholders is there. The stakeholders are not ready to adapt to the newer technologies or newer practices that are going to be implemented in the university. Then comes the infrastructural limitations, challenges in retrofitting existing buildings and space constraint. Innovative solutions like vertical gardens and rooftop rainwater harvesting can be used. Then comes the regulatory hurdles, governmental policies or the system policies which are being a hurdle for the implementing or applying for the newer technologies like solar system implementation with the power supply of the government. Then comes the technological challenge. Integration and maintenance of the advanced technologies is a hurdle. Then requirement for the ongoing technical expertise is also a hurdle. Social and behavioral change, promoting sustainable behaviors and building community buy-in is required. Importance of the transparent communication and demonstrating tangible benefit is required. Now I move to the findings. The high initial cost mitigated by government grant and private donations overcome almost 60% cost. If any university or organization implement these sustainable practices like solar systems, water treatment plants, then the government is providing a subsidy up to 60% of the total project cost. Then it will be going to help to the implementation. The annual maintenance cost is also very high. So we have to check that whether the recovery from the implementation of these activities is justifying the maintenance cost or not. Then comes the stakeholder engagement insight. Resistance of the stakeholders has been reduced from 45% to the 35% through the campaigns and incentives. Participation in recycling and water conservation is increased from 30% to 65%. Infrastructural and regulatory insights, the additional 20% investment investment is required if we are going to retrofitting some new technologies to the existing buildings or existing systems. Innovative solutions like vertical gardens and should be used to address the space constraints. Regulatory approval took processes up to 18 months if we are going to implement a big solar power project. So these hurdles should be removed. And in technical insight, the 15% initial failure rate is in the sensor-based system. If we are implementing some sensor-based solar lights or sensor-based solar systems, there is a failure rate of 15% of the sensors. That has to be worked down to make it more effective. Community support for car-free day is being increased after sustaining.
One more minute to complete.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Now I am just moving to the conclusion. The implementation of environmentally friendly initiative at Green University highlights these significant challenges and opportunities. The financial stakeholders, infrastructural, regulatory, technological, and sociological challenges must be addressed for successful sustainability initiatives. The continuous investment, strategic planning, and stakeholder engagement are key for the overcoming these challenges. Green University's experience provide valuable insight for other institutions aiming to the balance the need for the people and the planet. And then comes the references, some of the references which I have mentioned here. Like Dermapatic Z. Garnier had said that universities are the drivers for the transformational change. Hopkins in 2008 mentioned corporate social responsibility in the higher educations. And Pineda in 2019 stated the role of universities in sustainable society and transitions. Thank you, ma'am. I have just completed my presentation. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience due to the PPT malfunction.
Dr. Devi Shekhar.
Yes, Dr. Raki. First of all, Dr. Gaurav, congratulations for selecting this topic. It is a very interesting case.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
My first doubt is are you mentioning about one particular university? Is it a case study or you are choosing some
Basically,
universities?
we have chosen the university, but we have applied for the permission to use their name. That's why I'm here talking about Green University. As soon as we get the permission, then we will disclose the name of the university.
So how many universities you are chosen? At least you could have mentioned the sample and like that, but that is not there, I think.
We have undertaken, right now we have undertaken 3 universities and send the application for the using their permission, their name in the study. So as soon as the permission come, we will implement it into our presentation.
Okay. Okay, so you will be conducting more research on this particular area,
ma'am.
Isn't it? Yeah. Then I would like to give you some suggestions. Why can't you include more of primary data? Like you could have conducted some interviews, discussions, and all. No, this is no. I think this is only secondary data, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Right now it is only secondary. We have we both authors have planned to include the survey and interview of the persons like who are very key persons in implementing these kind of initiatives, like the administrative officers or the technical staff and the management people, so that we can get a better insight about this.
And you could have measured the effectiveness also, effectiveness of implementing these practices from various stakeholders, I think.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, but one more thing, like in the title you have mentioned about people and planet only, but you have talked more about the cost aspect also. So why not profit also? 3 P's?
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Triple
People
bottom
plan.
line. Okay. Yes, people plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you,
all.
ma'am, for such suggestions.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Jai Hind, all of you.
Thank you for your informative presentation. And I have one question.
Ji.
You have mentioned that you have selected few universities for this study. What was the parameter for selecting this few university?
Ma'am, first parameter is the NAC accreditation above A or above A. because the universities, those who are going for the NAC accreditation, there is a criteria for the sustainability, the spatial practices and sustainability. And right now we selected the universities from Delhi NCR only. That is the vicinity to the universities to check these, collect the data and do this research. And if we got successfully conduct this research, then we will definitely increase our area, geographical area. So the more universities will come under this.
Okay, I have one more doubt. In your abstract, you are identified that deemed to be universities and private universities are the forerunners. So what are the characteristics or practices make these institutions more successful in achieving sustainable development?
Ma'am, what we have observed that the private universities have more, what can say, freedom to use their funds on these kind of activities. They work upon focus more on the infrastructural and the aesthetic value of their university campus, which in turn always help in what we can say, making a greener and cleaner campus.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Gaurav Sharma. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Ramya Pankaj. She's a research scholar from University of Kerala, Laila College of Social Science, University of Kerala, Trivandrum.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I'm Chinmaya Pankaj, research scholar, Laila College of Social Sciences, University of Kerala. I'm here to present my paper titled Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Yes, Ramya, it's visible.
Okay. So I'm going to present sustainability in universities, revamping higher education with SDG. The United Nations introduced 17 SDG for a sustainable future for mankind on this planet. Therefore, the best way to accomplish the objective is to educate young generations on sustainability and transform them into SDG champions with necessary skills, knowledge, competence, and collaborations. This can be facilitated through universities by incorporating sustainable development principles into curricula, teaching, skill development, research, and innovation. Hence, study of sustainability in university is very relevant. Accordingly, United Nations Environment Program introduced the Sustainability University Framework in 2021. Moving on to the objective of the study, the objectives are to analyze the performance of the Indian universities in the SDG impact ranking, to discuss the components of sustainable university framework, to highlight barriers and opportunities in the successful implementation of a sustainable university framework, to understand SDG achievement in sustainable universities. This is the conceptual framework here. Sustainability University has two main components. One is core area and the second is 4-step framework. In the 4 main core areas, it includes teaching and research, environment and climate, people and society, administration and governance. And while considering 4-step framework, it is a step-by-step process towards a sustainable university to achieve leadership status. First stage, sustainable. They add sustainability in the above-mentioned 4 core areas. Then in the second phase, it starts progressing gradually. The third stage is marked with the established structure in place to support sustainability approach. And finally, they become leaders with their own successful sustainability models, which can be followed by others. The methodology. The study employs secondary data analysis technique. SDG impact was analyzed using the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking 2023. Which assesses universities across the globe based on their contribution towards SDG, UN SDG goals. And the major 4 indicators are research, stewardship, outreach, and teaching. Major findings are, according to the stat, only 66 universities in India is included in the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, and among them, deemed to be universities and private universities show more commitment towards SDG achievement. The second finding is that one major SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, which are positively impacted by sustainability in universities are, of course, quality education, that is sustainable goal number 4. Then second is partnership. Third, affordable and clean energy. Then gender equality, clean water and sanitation, industry innovation and infrastructure, decent work and economic growth. And now moving on to what are the opportunities in sustainable universities are the curriculum, pedagogic courses, research collaboration, community outreach programs, knowledge creation and management, use of ICT and artificial intelligence, civic university, sustainable training, diversity, equity, and inclusion, activities for physical and mental well-being, SDG-oriented strategy, mission, vision according to the particular university and their criteria, design sustainable university framework within their set mission and vision, long-term vision on SDG achievement for the better future of mankind. There are other challenges associated with the implementation of the sustainability framework. First one is the transdisciplinary research in the research area, industrial institutional support and the collaborations from them, then green energy, green building, energy efficient transportation, water management, carbon management, waste management and recycling, stakeholder awareness and their engagement, support from community, sustainability leadership, transform into sustainability-oriented management and administration, which is very difficult, implementation and evaluation. The lack of financial support is also another challenge. Support from local government, investment and investor support because it all costs high initial capital. Then scientific evaluation technique is a must. Otherwise, we will not be able to assess the exact impact of sustainability. The implication of the study. The social implication of the study involves a sustainability-oriented young generation capable of all-inclusive societal, environmental, and economic development by fostering SDG. Managerial implication makes policymakers to design a custom-made sustainable university framework to effectively achieve SDGs based on their local criteria, socio-environmental, political, and financial circumstances. Practical implication is to make universities into SDG hubs. Future transmissible research can be possible because of the multidimensionality of SDG. Further research integrating different disciplines can be done. For example, integrating strategic management, education research and ICT, environmental management and civil engineering, human rights, then sustainability management and materials management, and social sciences for including other SDG goals from 1 to 8. And that's it. Thank you.
Dr. Devishek.
Yes. Thank you, Ramya. It's a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I would. Can you just clarify, as a researcher, what is your contribution to this study? Actually,
ma'am, it's kind of encapsulating various sustainability related issues into a single study. For example, sustainability Times High Impact Ranking is there. It's a published document, but I took the ranking material to understand which universities, what kind of universities are given and how the ranking is possible, and then analyze what are the opportunities, what are the challenges associated with this sustainability framework.
Regarding these opportunities and challenges you have identified, how you identify that these are the challenges faced by these universities?
Ma'am, it's a
is it
secondary data.
Oh,
Ma'am,
yes.
secondary data analysis from various published articles, government websites, and other non-governmental database.
So in that they have mentioned about these challenges and opportunities, or
No,
from
not
various
directly. Even one study may pose one challenge, another study may give another opportunity. So it's kind of clustering from different articles. I come to this conclusion. That is, these are the opportunities, these are the challenges.
Have you conducted any interviews with the stakeholders or with the university?
No, sorry. No, ma'am, it's actually a secondary data analysis, because when you consider sustainability in university, it's very difficult for us to understand which universities are sustainable or which universities are following sustainability framework. Actually, more or less nowadays we are more.
But you have a ranking to identify the universities, no? You got a ranking to identify which universities are most sustainable and all. Okay. So you could have conducted some interviews, that will add more value to your research, I think, because this is just based on secondary data. Okay.
Ma'am, I think it's just a first phase of this research. Okay. I would like to continue it with this primary data. It's just the first phase
so
of this.
So how you will continue this research? How will you go further into this area?
As you suggested, I would like to conduct research on the said universities, with the 66 universities. If they permit, I could conduct a primary analysis.
And how do you compare the performance of Indian universities with that of global universities?
Actually, ma'am, I haven't
done that. Sustainability area.
In the sustainability area, ma'am. From what I read, I found out that the stakeholder engagement was very high there. And another thing is that the financial freedom they have. But in India, we have other problems like the socio-economic political problems are there. To educate the facilities is the most important difficulty. For example, we are actually like to continue the status quo. We don't want to change it should be start from changing the vision, mission of the organizations. But most of the time it is very difficult. And one more thing is that the lack of expertise in the Indian people about sustainability framework is a major issue.
One of the participants would like to ask you a question. Sangeeta, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Devi. Am I audible to all the participants?
Yes, you are audible.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Mia, thank you very much for this presentation. This was very interesting. I just have a small question over here. So, you said quality education is a reliable indicator of meeting SDGs in universities. So, I kind of see the logic in that, and that makes sense to me. But I'm just curious to know what kind of courses are specifically implemented in either Indian universities or universities abroad that actually meet this requirement of the SDG. So, could you name a few courses, because I'm really interested in this.
Thank you for your question. I would like to say that it's actually not a primary analysis. I took the data from Time Higher Education Impact Ranking. They have indices like teaching, stewardship, research. So they have a set of criteria. And based on that criteria, they rank this. And for example, the first place, maybe one deemed to be university in India is ranked 53. That is the first Indian university getting that rank. So in that area, they are teaching the kind of courses they are providing, the kind of infrastructure they are providing, the kind of courses their experiences are supposed to be high.
Sorry for interfering. We have time constraints.
Yes, Dr. Raki, you can continue. Dr. Raki, any question from you?
No, I don't have any question. We can move to next presentation.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Ramya.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Srikanth VK, Assistant Professor, National Institute of Technology, Calicut, Kerala. Sir?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, fine. Let me share my presentation. Yeah, is my screen is visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Is it in the, I hope that's in the presentation mode, right? Hello?
What, sir? Pardon?
Is the screen is in presentation mode?
Yes.
Yeah, fine. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to introduce a concept. Actually, it's in the very preliminary stage of study. But it will be good if I could get some inputs as well. So my title says that is bridging service gaps in edtech business. And that's basically one of the challenge which, as a faculty member, which I faced, though I looked into it a little bit further there. So we will look into what actually we meant by services out as an educational service here from the business point of view. And one of the framework where we try to understand why that problem is happening and like what we will be going to do. That is what we'll be. Mainly some of the basic concepts which I wanted to introduce here is from the services point of view is that education seen as very like services basically seen in a very unsystematic way earlier because it's intangible and the definition wise itself it was having lack of system thinking. So that's one problem where it starts. And then when we talk about the value, what is the purpose and how is it usable? That's the another question which has to be answered many times. And the role of customer also differs in any services. Like they do have three types of roles. Basically, customer as a user and defines the requirements, and as a sponsor who pays for the particular services. So that's from the basically from the services point of view. And when we talk about the definition also, it starts basically from IHIP concept, which was earlier. Later point of view, it was identified that those definition has a problem where actually we lack the system thinking. It's just similar to blind seeing a elephant. So another one interesting thing came up with from Moller that is talks about a facilities transformation and usage where actually we looked in from the resource point of view. So there actually the researcher identified that perishability of part which we defined by IHIP, which is coming from the service delivery or capacity part, and heterogeneous coming from the customer demand part. And the inseparability is happening only in the production part, not in the consumption part. So the intangibility which will be happening in terms of basically in terms of ownership. In case of education, also that will be existing out there. And another study which also talks about like different types of services which are existing out there, like a self-service, collaborative service, and service factory. These are the three different ways of we will be able to see the service development. So when we look into this, we will come to that point of education as well later point of time. So in case of self-service, most of the service assets has to be coming from the customer side. When it has to be a service factory, it is much more like coming like a service factory where the input is taken from the customer and this was processed by like a factory setup in the other one. Collaborative service is in between that. And then we do have the another concept which is again going and evolving over time is like from the goods domain logics, we are moving to the SDL or service domain logic, where actually the co-creation got more and more importance because it talks about how we will be able to involve customer in the creation of value and how do we able to improve the value on that. And there is the value co-creation concept which will come up, and from the industry perspective as well, like we do have something like ITIL, Information Technology Information Library 4. That's one of the framework for improving the services in industry. which actually talks about service assets, which is in terms of resources and capability, which has to be taken into consideration. So when we look into this co-creation part, we have to see the service assets as well. So when we look into education as a service, we probably, once we are looking at different roles of customer, we may be able to see as a one thing which is coming as a learner who is actually consuming it probably, and there is who will be defining the rules or regulations or requirements. It could be industry, society, government, etc. From the sponsor side, it will be banks or government, etc. Or what is the real requirement of the learner? That's again, it's a variation out there. Apart from, I'm just talking only from the point of view of direct things there. If you look in demographic, social, and economical differences, there will be more differences out there. And when we look in the service assets part, when we talk about co-creation of value, the resources and capability which has to be taken inside the organization from the learner. It could be in terms of the learning prerequisites or the involvement in learning, how much they know the things already, and how what is the other things, etc., which is available to them. All those things matters in when we talk about the service assets part. And from we look from the supply side, like from asset provider side, probably we do have different modes of education, and from the business point of view as well, like different organizations has different criteria. Because my main thing which will be coming in terms of value proposition, if they really go for something like hybrid, like similar to what we are seeing in this particular conference itself, it's actually identified the things like an online mode of things, and they actually find out where all the networking has to happen, and the discussion modes are also identified. So similarly, some value proposition has to map, and the organizational structure also very important. And then we look at, that's basically coming from the managing information systems theory, and technology has to be embedded into those organizational strategy and business strategy. But how do we engage this customer, and how we involve them in a very minute level? That is where the problems could be raising. So when we look from the point of view of this, from the services point of view, how do we personalize or how do we manage this heterogeneity in the system from the customer point of view? That is basically the student's point of view from different things. The another thing is that how do we manage the perishable capacity of the institutions to some extent from the online things, which will be supporting that, EdTech is supporting that, and co-creation of value. How do we ensure that the service assets are shared by the provider and the customer in a proper one? So we have to see here the basic problem which as I visualize here is that when we move, like especially in EdTech business, what we are seeing right now is we are traversing from the services to the product. So where actually we tend to provide a homogeneous product to us heterogeneous students with a like non-perishable or recorded videos or other types of mechanisms. So this will be affecting the services. That's the problem which we try to understand. And when we look from the point of view which we told about the facility transformation usage framework itself, we see that technology improves in terms of storage part, which reduces the perishability problem to some extent. But the heterogeneities become much more complicated because each and every students which will be attending or getting these resources from different levels. Like even though we do have a very defined set of like a Bloom's taxonomy, etc. When we look into the service asset part, when we are providing the services, we may not be ensuring those like foundations are done just before the mastering the services, or even when we are going to the next level of Bloom's taxonomy. And when we look into the heterogeneity even in terms of the infrastructure wise itself, technology wise also, it becomes there is a lot of that heterogeneity which will be induced into the system when we are talking about the EdTech businesses. And when we look in the teaching as our services and learning probably as a job or to be done, in those cases, it's very important the service assets has to be brought by the students there. So that's the main point which I wanted to push it first. And
we have less than 1 minute for
yeah, I'm just completing it. It's the conclusion slide. Yeah, thanks. So here, when you look into these models, most of the EdTech businesses which try to work in the form of service factory model, which may not be good to have it in the system. And value co-creator to the co-creation, and the learners as co-creator, and the role of the educator and the learner has to be redefined. And as from the industry point of view, also we needed something which is like a continuous improvement mechanism, which is it should be faster compared to the earlier things, has to be there. And as I said, it's in the very preliminary stage of study. We are planning to extend with the circle model to understand the service quality part of it. Thank you. So these are some of the selected references, and these are the source of images. Thank you.
Thank you, Srikanth. You have done a very wonderful presentation. You have given a
Thank you.
detailed outline about your topic. But actually, this is a research paper presentation. So actually, you're supposed to follow some set of guidelines. Like, you need to have a statement of the problem. You need to
Yeah, like
set
one
your
problem which I
objectives.
have mentioned, the frame, this is the framework which I'm using. And probably this is the research questions which will be having there.
But I think here you're focusing more on that FTU and its explanation.
Yeah, this is the framework where it will be coming up in the beginning stage. I'm not denying
It's
that
in a
it's
very
not.
early stage of research,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah,
You
true,
are
true,
in a
true.
very early stage.
True, true,
Okay.
true. Because when we are looking
Okay.
into this, we identify the problem where it fits. But the thing is that how do we evaluate it? Still, only one model which I could find is the circle model.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That we
Because the
understand.
other model
But
which we are trying to identify also, because that's where
nice.
actually I thought of
But
presenting it
next
so
time
that I
when
could
you
get some other inputs. Yeah.
yes. But next time when you present, try to follow that format. Like, to identify a problem, you have to set your objectives and you have to, if hypotheses are there, you have to set that also. Now that research process, try to follow that research process. Okay. And just stick on some specific topics or specific or a very narrow topic so that you can follow this research steps actually. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Then can you explain, you talked about the value. Can you explain the value in terms of education, online education? How do you explain value?
That's where actually the problem will come, which actually talks about the purpose. Like when we define value, there is one thing is in terms of value, in terms of monetary terms. Apart from that value, when we are talking about, there is two aspects which will come in: utility and the warranty. That is basically the fit for purpose and fit for use. In case of purpose itself, actually, our system, when we are looking into this, the customer segment, if I'm not talking about much about the school systems. If I'm looking at the higher education systems, there is a various requirements or purpose are coming out there. So when we look that, like it could be in terms of job, it could be in terms of the learning. So that's where actually this heterogeneity problem of the customer is coming into picture. That's what I
But
feel.
I think in online, there will be more scope to address this heterogeneity problem and personalization. More scope is there for online.
That's what we feel. But many times when we look into it, it's open for many people. So it's not actually customizing it for them. It's basically
that could be an area you could focus on further.
Yeah, exactly. That's what actually it will be leading to later point of time. That's what I'm focusing on. But like when we started looking into it, it has all other services component also coming into picture. Because of that, only this problem will be coming. Because when
You
you look
can
into
actually collect more primary data in this particular area, and it could be a
hopefully
part
when
of
we'll do this circle model, when you're collecting data using that one, probably I will get better clarity on that side.
And you can identify the gaps also.
Yeah, true.
Okay, all the best. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Raki.
Okay, Devishekar. Next we have presentation from.
One second. If you can just stop my sharing, it'll be fine. My system got hands.
Dr. Aisan Matthew.
Could you please just stop that because my system got stuck. That's it.
Dr. Aisan Matthew, I think Mr.
Yes,
Srikanth, he has some technical issues.
Who is the presenter?
If you can stop share, that will be fine because I cannot actually click on that particular stop share option. That's it.
There is no sharing that is done. No problem. Next presenter can be called, ma'am.
Okay, so then I would like to invite Ms. Soumya T. Wagis, Associate Professor, OP Jindal Global University, Kerala.
Good afternoon. Give me a moment. Let me share my PPT. Hope my PPT is visible for you all. Is it?
No, ma'am.
Is it coming?
No.
How about
Okay,
now?
now it's
Is
visible.
it showing?
Now it's visible, ma'am. Now it's visible, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Oh.
Okay, very good afternoon to one and all present there, and myself, Soumya. I'm really sorry that I'm having a severe throat pain and fevers, and I believe I'm audible. In case if there is some issues, kindly let me know. And I've been listening to all the presentations and came to know that most of the presentations are secondary in nature, and it's again my paper also. This is secondary research. This is a scoping review we have done, and there will be a quantified paper parallel to this. So the title of this presentation is Factors Affecting Educational Technology Adoption. And why this particular paper? Because we know that we slowly into this AI-driven world, and educational technology plays a very important role both for teachers and for learners. And even now, it has become a part of sustainable development goal as well. So that shows the relevance and importance of how much we need to see when we think about adopting educational technology for educational purposes. And researchers are now actively addressing concerns related to either to adopt or accept EdTech-related services. This is the context for the research. And the question is, what are the apprehensions of academics toward educational technology? Because we have seen like something like most of the prominent universities, they made a note that in case if you are collaborating with artificial intelligence or chat bots, then it will be something like treated like academic dishonesty or something related to academic integrity concerns. But there are still people who are, or organizations who are actively requesting or calling to do work and make use of these technologies to the fullest or maximum. So we are witnessing that conflict right in front of our eyes. So what are the apprehensions towards educational technology is the research question we are trying to address. And this is we are planning to conduct a systematic literature review. But before jumping into systematic literature review, this is a scoping review we have taken. And we used only the Scopus database to see the published articles in this area, and used the Boolean strings, something like adoption as the keyword and technology. So these are the two words, and we restricted something like that, our search, and then Scopus being the database to retrieve all the articles. So the Scopus database, and there was one filter we have given was 2012 and 2024, because most of the research or the we've been looking where something like with the introduction of AI or with the accessibility of AI in such a full-fledged manner. That's why we restricted something like 2012 and 2024. So what we look for again, like something like context, like globalization, machine learning algorithms, context, and artificial intelligence. These were the broader areas we interested to search. And then what we try to do were we try to see the content of the papers. Actually, when we use the filter, we could find with that particular keywords, we could find only 3 articles. And then we used something like a thematic analysis to see what are the grouped themes involved. So again, the results were discussing something like e-learning environments, discussing mostly on the e-learning environments rather than broader technological interfaces. And almost all the articles or the primary arguments were something like learning assessment and automate administrative tasks and enhance teaching effectiveness. So things which teachers or educators are primarily looking for is where they can find automated administrative related services, something like, as we said, assessment or marking attendance, grading, something like that, where they think of utilizing that time for something more meaningful, having some more meaningful learning interaction within the classroom. So they have some idea like this while using educational technology. So it's not really for content generation, but for learning enhancement through automatized these kind of administrative work. And then why do they search or why do they look for these help? Because they want to reshape educational administration and management in a transparent way. So if we have clear-cut policies, grading policies or attendance policies where transparency can be issued, then there won't be like this tutor thinking from the learners like about something like a discrimination or partiality, something happened, because it is completely technology oriented. But with respect to content generation or personalized learning methods, teachers prefer to have the same existing traditional methods rather than going with AI-driven content, because there were article which mentioned about AI can be even hallucinates because it simply creates a lot of content without adequately checking, or sometimes it adds burden to the teachers to see like from where these ideas are coming from and how to establish the logical coherence between them. So with respect to any kind of personalized learning or personalized intervention programs, the article says that they stick with traditional teaching methods or methodologies where they know their students well in advance, and then based on that, their knowledge and familiarity with the child and the requirements of the child, they are coming up with something special for them. So this research, it is in the initial form. The ultimate aim of this research is parallelly we are doing multiple researches. There is a team together working on this. And what we are trying to do is how to bridge a gap between the theory and practice. Specifically, if we say we don't have clear-cut policies about how to incorporate this educational technology adoption into the academics, as I mentioned earlier, like certain organizations are very, very rigid about using AI or accompanying works along with them. But there are organizations which are completely free about this usage, and they even ask to do something in a full-fledged manner. So when we think of educational technology adoption, what are the factors really actually blocking us in our learning framework, and then how to make this gap reduced and how to come up with certain policies or guidelines for using learning with the help of AI. So this is all about the paper, and these are the 3 research articles which we got from Scopus database within that years, like as I mentioned, 2012 to 2024. Yeah, so that's it.
Dr. Devishek.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Soumya. It's a very good presentation, and you have used a proper methodology to review the literature. And I just have only one question actually. It's not a question actually, because many of our participants are doing research in this particular area. So, what is your suggestion? In which area actually have a more scope to, or in which area we have limited researchers at this point of time? Because you have reviewed so many literatures. So, what is your suggestion for the future researchers?
Yeah, so ours is like we are trying to see, as we said, factors which are actually blocking us. Why can't we use AI? That's the simplest way if I say about our own topic. But again, there is a lot of scope, like how can we incorporate artificial intelligence or any educational technology, especially for the population where disability or challenges are there. And there is no way, like we are already asked to come up with assistive technologies for this population, right? So then why can't we go with them ahead? Because there won't be any ethical dilemma, like whether we are copying or copyright issues, ethics. So I think that would be one important area for young researchers if they are really want to see the use of educational technology in terms of a specific population.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya, for your presentation. Next, we have Mr. Harishankar, a research scholar from National Institute of Technology, Calicut, Kerala.
Hi, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, perfectly visible.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, dignitaries, and the co-presenters. I'm Harishankar. I'm a pursuing research scholar in NIT Calicut, and I, along with Dr. Srikanth VK, who just now presented the Ettang service, I think we jointly have done this paper presentation. The title is, it's a framework for wisdom development to cultivate and integrate thought and transformation leadership for enterprise value. It's quite lengthy. I'll try to explain in short time. So in the next 8 minutes, this is how we want to take you through brief idea, significance, research question, methodology, and then what is the preliminary findings, analysis results, so on and so forth. So we are here to share and seek your inputs to continue further research. This is at a very, very preliminary stage. A brief about our results, I will not go through much, just that in my full time, I'm responsible for the software development of a company called TI Clean Mobility, and my guide is Dr. Srikanth VK from NIT Calicut. So why we have chosen this topic, wisdom development, right? So what has happened over the years is, I mean, lots and lots of work has been done in terms of knowledge management, right? Whether how to manage it, whether it's tacit, explicit, and there are a lot of tools and techniques. But what is more important or more emphasis is definitely the development, right? And especially in this era where intellectual knowledge is the key, right? It's not about physical strength anymore. And focusing on development is very, very essential, because development is equal to sustainability end of the day, right? Whether it's for a person, individual, or organization, or country, or the world itself, right? So sustainability is the key, right? Which means it's not about acquiring knowledge, but manifesting it for a greater good, right? And acquiring to manifestation is a big leap, and that's where that's where the wisdom comes into picture, right? That's about developing the wisdom, which is like an integration of knowledge and personality, or we coined it as thought and transformation, end of the day. So essentially, this research is focusing on, and will focus more on, enhancing the models we try to capture the reality in the model, what's happening today with a lot of studies, reviews, discussions with people, and also finding solutions, how to cultivate and integrate a thought and a transformation leadership, because leadership is all about action. End of the day, that's equivalent action. And how are we taking this to solve the problems for the greater good? For the scope, we have restricted to apex leaders, especially people who are in leadership positions in an organization, in a family-owned startup enterprise, because where I am working is a startup enterprise, and that's where I'm scoping it more or less, because apex leaders are the one who has a larger influence on organizations, on communities, and things like that, right? So what is the significance in terms of interdisciplinary aspects of it? Because definitely it draws from different disciplines. Psychology, because when we talk about transformation, it's all about person, right? It's all about behavior. It's all about interactions with others. So there is a lot of overlapping with psychology and sociology, and very much tech and management are inherent part of it, right? So essentially the core is about integrating all this, and we have to dissolve the boundaries, right? That's very important here, and different subject areas, we have to dissolve the boundaries to achieve that sustainability. And finally, we have to put that into an action. That's where we see there is a lot of interdisciplinary interaction, knowledge, and how do we apply it matters a lot here. So what's my research objective statement? Integrate thought and transformation leadership to solve problems effectively and efficiently. It's for the organization, it's for the greater good, right? So with that in mind, I got quite a few inputs from many papers, but one of the paper written by Zhang, Shi, Wang, and Ferrari, that's where the paper talked about attributes of wit and attributes of virtue, and I kind of used that and adapted it in terms of it's not only about having these attributes, but how are we applying these attributes through an action? That I call that as thought leadership, and with virtue, that's a transformation leadership, actions which requires transformation, and together the integration of these two is where interaction of these two is where the wisdom comes, right? And finally, that should help to solve the problems. It's not only about having the knowledge, but how do we solve the problems? That's at a very, very high level. And further deeper into it, literature reviews also helped us to find out there are many factors, right? There are many factors which affect these attributes here. So what are those factors, influencing factors, really? And how do you measure, what are the metrics which influences these actions to be successful, and how to measure them? And end of the day, what is the relationship between these attributes, right? How they are related, how they work with each other. These are some of the research questions we want to really search answers for and find answers for. So in that context, some of the literature reviews brought in several factors, right, which influence thought and transformation leaderships. There are factors like mindfulness or reflection or thinking, system thinking, and very, very common things like teamwork, collaboration is very much there. And you can also see culture, structure, purpose. There are quite a lot of factors, and some of the factors which really we use loosely today are very, very important, which influences this leadership action. And literature review also helped us to really find some of the metrics to measure this leadership, right? But the biggest challenge is how do we measure it, because they are not like measurable metrics. Absolutely. Things like sustainability, right? Or perceptiveness, or emptiness, humility, emotional intelligence, values, things like that. These are, end of the day, it's needed as part of actions which lead to transformation for the greater good. And what we also find out that there is a whole lot of overlap and interaction between these two, right? So if you have to do a transformational creativity, then you need to have a mindfulness. You need, and there is a relationship with entrepreneurial, cross-cultural, and similarly, if it is transactional, then it has to do more with habits, then analytical mind and things like that. There is also age balance which is needed. One of the things which also we found is having a coach, right? That's also something which helps in a transformative actions in a setup, in an org setup. Right, so having these things, then we kind of fine-tuned our methodology a little bit more, where we bucketed the attributes into some of the broader attributes, for example, listening, creativity, intelligence, mathematics, so on and so forth, and also some of the transformation attributes. We modeled it as emotional, moral quotient, adverse impact quotient, and things like that. Influence is very important, right? Quotient, and the very important thing is the feedback which goes once it solves, and again it goes back as an input. Right, this is one of the feedback to the entire thought and transformation attribute. So that way we sure, ma'am, I'm just concluding it. Yeah, so that way there is a cyclic loop and how knowledge manifests. And so framework for evaluating is still not clear. We are studying what matters. The scope of this research is the interaction between different attributes is what matters. Interaction is where wisdom lies. In fact, not all the interactions are studied yet, though. But interaction is where it matters. So as I mentioned, it's in quite early stage, and extensive literature reviews needed to study the interaction, integration, coordination between thought and transformation. I'm also planning to rank the influencing factors based on the leadership types, and what is also coming out today, at least technology is not ready yet to measure the interaction. Really, it's measuring in bits and pieces, but not completely there, right? So that's how I want to conclude. And of course, there are just, we have scratched the surface in terms of reading some of the literatures. More work need to be done, and this is where I seek your inputs, and also thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Devi.
Thank you, Harishankar. I think the study is in a very early stage, I think. You have identified a lot of factors. Congratulations. But now the most important challenge is to narrow down these factors, actually, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So how you will reduce, you have to stick on to, or you have to do the factor reduction and reduce these factors, then only you will be able to measure it.
Absolutely, ma'am. I'm also using, yeah.
What's your plan to further research on this area?
Yeah, my plan is to, I'm doing some interviews in terms of questionnaires, what matters to people, right, especially in the Apex leadership. And I'm also reaching out to cross-cultural. In fact, I had interaction with the Chinese colleagues, for example, to understand what they mean and how they do in a cultural environment there. So that is one.
For any specific scale which measures this factor, is there any already established scales in the literature to measure these factors? Because already research might have been conducted in this area. So is there any specific scale?
Yeah,
I think you will be able to find some scale, already existed scales which you can use.
I've not gone deeper into that, finding the scale, but I do read that there are some scales in terms of people are expert in it, or preliminary, earlier, what characteristics are needed for the expert measuring, right?
And also you
so
could
those kind
search
of
for
things
some
are
theories.
there. Yeah.
And
Yes.
theories also. Okay,
sure, ma'am.
Congratulations.
I'll do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Harishankar. Next, we have Dr. Bin Nyofu, Associate Professor from University of Haigo, Japan.
Hello, everybody. Do you see the slides and hear what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, we can. You are
so thank you. And I'm going to talk about my presentation. This is not a research. I'm just explaining about the process I apply to use generative AI to find more information about ServiceScape, so I can include the information in my marketing classes. So I'm moving to the next slide, and it talks about the significance of the undertaking. If you don't see the move, then please let me know, because this is the second slide, and it's about the significance of the undertaking. So I used the theoretical framework of the ServiceScape of hospitals in this undertaking to use AI to gather more information about the ServiceScape of hospitals. And the purpose is to find examples of good and bad hospital and hospice servicescapes. And this is the theoretical framework I developed in this undertaking. And the servicescape includes three basic elements, including the sensory element, the physical element, and the social element, as you can see on the slide. And I use my volunteer experiences and the news that I watch on a daily basis to compare with the information that Google's Bard, Gemini, and Microsoft's Bing generated. And first, I asked Gemini and Bing to define ServiceScape for me. And these are the definitions that these two generative AI tools give me. As you can see, the two generative AI tools suggested that ServiceScape is just the physical environment surrounding an organization. And this is just 1/3 of the theoretical framework that I developed and I showed you earlier. And so I continue my search with Google Gemini and Microsoft Bing. And these are the results that these two tools give me. First, I used the very general question regarding the sensory ServiceScape, but both tools could not provide satisfactory information. So I needed to give them more detailed instruction. So I asked them with several keywords, such as lighting, color, decor, furniture, signage, so on and so forth. And by the end, Gemini suggested several hospitals with good visual ServiceScape together with Bing. So the next element I try to find the information for is the audio element. And the prompts keywords, as you can see, included music, sound, announcement, greetings, and conversations. While Gemini suggested 5 establishments, Bing only produced a generic answer and 1 hospital. So in the next step, I try to locate more information about hospitals and hospices in developing countries. And the prompts included the keywords such as layout, functionality, furniture, equipment, interior design, signage, and others. So both AI tools give me several options of the hospitals with good physical ServiceScapes in developed countries. And in the final step, I try to locate information about the social ServiceScape element, but this time I try to focus on the unsuccessful examples. And Gemini gave me a very generic answer, as well as Bing. I think that both AI tools censored themselves and censored the answers. So the answers did not violate any regulations or ethical issues. So this is my observations. Common AI-assisted search tools could have identified relevant examples and save researchers much time and effort compared to using traditional search tools such as Google or Microsoft Edge. However, we need to provide the tools with very detailed prompts in order to get the complex answers. First, we need to give AI tools some preparatory questions to know how they understand the issues we are trying to find. And we can use the keywords in the answers to locate more information in the next steps. We can also answer the questions by changing the word order or to change the structure of the questions to get the satisfactory answers. And we can rely on the answers with some external links because we can validate the information. Those without links must be revalidated, or we can doubt the reliability of the information. And the final observation is that the tools could not understand the theoretical model that we developed. If we use an existing model, then the AI tools may understand. But if we develop a new model, then we need to train the AI tools in advance. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you so much. Actually, you have used a very innovative technique to conduct research. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And I have only one question. In your opinion, is there any disadvantage in using these AI tools in conducting research when compared to the traditional techniques?
I think there are some disadvantages. First, as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, we need to revalidate, recheck the information that the AI generates. So this process also takes time and effort. And second, we cannot use the answers directly because the answers may involve like copyright issues. And we may rewrite the answers. We may need to rewrite the information in order to use the information in our works. And these are the two disadvantages that I can think of at the moment.
And the two AI sources you have measured, both of them have given different answers, I think.
Yes, the answers differed.
So how can you ensure the reliability?
Like I said earlier, if the AI tools gave us the external links, then we can rely on the results. But if not, then using like regular traditional search tools such as Google search to research the information is necessary.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Rakhi.
Ma'am, presentations are over. Shall we conclude?
Yes.
Okay. So before concluding the session, I would like to extend our deepest thanks to our conference chair, Dr. Devishekara. We appreciate the time and energy you have invested to fostering the meaningful discussion. Thank you, Dr. Devishekara. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed presenters. We are truly grateful for your time and effort you have put into preparing and delivering such a thought-provoking session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Devi ma'am and Rakhi miss for chairing the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew. Thank you for coordinating all this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. The next session will start at 3 o'clock. We'll take a short break.
Am I audible? Hello.
You can be, yes, but you are audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 11th session of the 3-day international conference ICID 2024. I am Dr. Bindusri Ayar, Associate Professor of Mathematics, Chinmaya Vidyapeeth. Today, I am extremely happy to introduce the conference chair, Mr. Praveen Abraham. He is the head of the English department at Marian Academy of Management Studies, Kodamangalam. He has served as an assistant professor at Sacred Heart College, Kochi, Kristu Jayanti College, and Deva University, Bangalore. He is a lifelong learner and literary enthusiast. He has extensively presented and published research papers on media, literature, and society. A hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
There are 8 research papers to be presented today. I hope all the participants are ready for the presentation. Let me move on to the rules of the presentation. That is, the total time for the presentation is 8 minutes, and it will be followed by a Q&A session of maximum 2 minutes. I request all the participants to kindly follow the time constraints. I hope Dr. Julia Grace Jacob and Dr. Monica Daniel is ready with their presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, we are ready.
Okay. So today's first presentation is by Dr. Julia Grace Jacob and Dr. Monica Daniel from Gandhi Institute of Technology and Management, Geetham, deemed to be University, Visakhapatnam campus. The title of their presentation is Factors Influencing Career Decisions, Self-Efficacy Among Emerging Adults, a Mixed Method Approach. Over to you.
Am I audible? I hope I'm audible to you people.
Yes, for me it is yes.
Okay, and is my presentation visible to you?
Yes.
Okay, so if at any time the slide is not moving, please just let me know. Okay. So my presentation is on the topic Factors Influencing Career Decision Self-Efficacy Among Emerging Adults, a Mixed Method Approach. And coming to the introduction aspect, the concept of career decision self-efficacy can be defined as students' perceived confidence in their ability to perform and execute vocationally relevant tasks in the educational environment. And this was initially formulated by Betts and Karen. And I have done this study on emerging adults because that is a phase of the lifespan between adolescence and also a full-fledged adulthood, where they have to try out various possibilities in their academic life, and they are gradually moving towards making enduring career decisions characterized by many changes in the stability, self-focus, and feeling in between with regard to their career decision. And the choosing of a college major, it is an important decision with which many students struggle. So based on a online NBC report, it could be identified that about 80% of students enter the college undecided on a major, and up to 50% change their majors at some point during their course enrollment. So improving the CDSE, that is Career Decision Self-Efficacy, that improves their academic persistence and prevents dropout. So it is a predictor of academic and social integration among emerging adults. And based on a preliminary interaction with the teachers, mentors, and career counseling specialists, we could understand that many students, both males and females, irrespective of their education level, they reported making a commitment to a particular major or a potential career. So the present study, it aimed to validate this by assessing the prevalence of emerging adults with low and high levels of CDSE in India, specifically Bangalore, and attempting to find answers as to why these students are having, certain students are having higher levels and certain students are having lower levels. So, and one of the major relevance of this study is because study is the clearest weakness of the intervention-based research in this domain. It is the lack of clarity regarding the specific sources that are responsible for changes in a student's CDSE. So this indicates a need to identify what needs to be influenced in order to come up with targeted interventions that aim to improve the CDSE of students. So this can actually help us. So the results of the study can actually help us develop meaningful strategies for engaging students in the career development process, thereby creating more educational and vocational success among Indian emerging adults. So the research gap that was identified was there was no study that compared the CDSE levels of undergraduate and postgraduate students pursuing arts and science alone. And there were contradicting results when it comes to the influence of demographic variables like gender, age, and all on CDSE levels. And there was very limited qualitative research done in the Indian context, which actually does not look into the cultural aspects that can influence the students' CDSE levels. And the existing theories, they do not explain why the career choice concept properly well. They tend to contradict themselves with because they are from very context-specific theories, which might not be applicable to the career distance self-efficacy of Indian students. So the major research questions that were addressed by the studies, one is we were finding out the prevalence of emerging adults with low and high levels of CDSE in India. And we wanted to know whether gender and level of education influence the CDSE. And through a qualitative study, we the first initial two research questions were addressed by quantitative study, and in the third part, research question of factors influencing CDSE, that was addressed through a qualitative study. So basically, the research design was an explanatory sequential mixed method design, where phase one had a cross-sectional approach and phase two had a generic qualitative research design. And because the researcher's philosophy was pragmatism. And coming to the objectives, one was the finding the prevalence. Then was to find whether there is a significant difference in career decision self-efficacy of undergraduates and postgraduates, and also between males and females. And the third one was to explore the factors influencing the CDSE of emerging adults. So a quota sampling method was used to collect data across the arts and science colleges in Bengaluru, Karnataka. So we the sample consisted of equal number of males and females and undergraduates and postgraduates. For phase one, we had 140 students, and half of them were undergraduates doing triple major courses, final year undergraduates, and the half of them were postgraduate students pursuing only one subject corresponding to the specializing subjects of the undergraduate sample. And then phase two consists of about 16 students, again with equal representation of higher and lower levels of CDSE. And the data collection, we used Betson Taylor's CDSE short form tool. And for phase two, semi-structured interview method was followed, and interview questions were prepared through a review of literature and were finalized based on expert validation. Coming to the data analysis, in order to understand the prevalence of those with high and low levels of CDSE, descriptive statistics were used, and the inferential statistics of independent sample t-test was used to test the two hypotheses. And for phase two, we used Braun and Clark's thematic analysis, and all ethical considerations were taken care of. coming to the result and discussion, there were about 27% of students with high levels of CDSE and only 26 with low levels of CDSE. And postgraduates were found to have higher levels of CDSE when compared to undergraduates, and females had higher levels of career decision self-efficacy when compared to males. And these were the primary themes. Because of the limited time, I do not have time to explain each of the theme, but self-confidence and self-efficacy, nature of the career, interest, competency, the perceived competency of the students. These were some primary themes. And secondary themes were career exploration, that is the tendency of the people to experiment different careers that influence their career decision self-efficacy levels. Coming to the interdisciplinary contribution of the study investigated role of gender and education level, exploring how these social categories influence CDSE. And this actually acknowledges the broader social context that shape individuals' experiences and decisions. And the influence of parents, peers, mentors, and societal perceptions on a person's career, that actually highlights the social dimensions of a student's career choice. So understanding these factors can lead to more effective support system in educational and familial context. And future research suggested by this study includes evaluating the long-term stability of the students' CDSE levels and the potential for these improvements to catalyze broader career development changes. And this aligns with the psychological theories of long-term behavior change and educational goals of sustained student success. So thus the study actually bridges psychology, education, and career counseling, and examines the interplay of gender, education level, and cultural factors in influencing CDS.
Thank you.
Insights of how we can develop targeted intervention that prevent dropout of students and reduce the cognitive dissonance experienced by students having low levels of CDSE. So this actually would help us foster academic and professional success in different fields that and help us evolve the education landscape of India. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Julia. And now it is a time for Q&A.
Thank you, Julia Jacob, for the wonderful presentation. Am I audible, Julia?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Did you take the informed consent from the participant?
Yes. Informed consent was taken.
Okay, that was the written or the oral consent?
Written consent. We approached about 220 students and only 140 gave us consent.
That is for your quantitative study for the first two objectives, am I right?
Yes.
For the qualitative study, you have directly collected data from the another 16 participants.
No, not another 16. The same, when we measured quantitatively, we screened out students with higher levels and lower levels. So during the first phase itself, they were informed that they might be approached for a second phase, which includes a qualitative interview method. So they had consented previously. And based on their scores, those with higher and lower levels were approached, because that could help us understand why certain people are having.
They are aware that they are part of this qualitative procedure too.
They might be included in a qualitative study. They were informed of that and they consented for that.
It is a written consent.
Yes.
What is the procedure for getting the written consent from the respective university? You have is there any body there in Christo Jayanti College?
We did not have an ethical committee in the university level or the college level as such, but there was a department ethical committee where we had to initially propose the research, and whatever potential cost and benefits of the study were analyzed, and we got the approval accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
There is one question in the chat box. How much generosity can you offer as per your study? As we are running out of time, please give the answer in 1 minute.
Ma'am, I could not hear you clearly. How much? I mean, I did not get that word.
I think we can handle the question later. So I think we can share the question after once the schedule is over. Thank you very much, Dr. Julia.
Okay, thank you so much.
Now we are moving on to the second presentation. I hope Ms. Ranjini PS and Dr. Shubha is ready. Ms. Sri Ranjini PS?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Ms. Sri Ranjini PS and Dr. Shubha is the next presenters. They are from Government College for Women, Thiruvananthapuram, and the title of their presentation is Expressive Art in Art Therapy and Exploratory Study. Over to you, Ms. Julia. Sorry, Sri Ranjini.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, myself Sri Ranjini. I will be presenting the topic. Okay.
Okay, sure. Sri Ranjini, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself. Ms. Sri Ranjini, you are on mute.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. Could you say, is it visible?
No, it's not visible now.
Okay. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Now can you see the PPT?
Visible, not visible, yeah.
Okay, just a minute.
Vidusri ma'am, I think we can move on to the next candidate so that
Yes, that's what
Ranjini
I
can
was
complete.
yeah. Sri Ranjini, you can take your own time, and we are moving to the third participant, moving with the third participant.
Praveen sir? I think
Yes, sir.
Industry
Jay-
ma'am got disconnected.
Okay,
can
Jaypriya is there?
Yes, I'm.
Jaypriya, you can start the presentation.
Okay, sure.
Oh, thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Please give me a minute.
You are audible now. You can share your slides.
Yeah, I'm initiating the sharing. Please give me a minute.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Hello, is my screen visible to you?
Screen is not visible for me. Dr. Lyson, is it visible for you?
No, it is not. It is not.
Okay, wait.
Access has been already given to you.
Please wait a second, please.
Yeah, it's coming now. Jayapriya, it is visible now. You can start. Jayapriya, can you hear me? Jayapriya, could you please unmute?
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Jayapriya, it is visible and it is audible. We can start.
Okay. Okay. Thank
All
you
the
so
best.
much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Jaypriya. I'm a research scholar from the Department of Home Science, Bharathidasan Government College for Women, Pondicherry. And today I'm going to present my research data on the topic, the interrelationship of emotional intelligence and life satisfaction among college students. So let's move on to the introduction. College students are the foundation of any nation's future. The mental well-being is very important for the same. Emotions have a critical influence on mental well-being, as the one who knows how to handle their emotions know how to handle any situation in the most appropriate way, which helps in making the environment and the mental state much calmer and hassle-free. Life satisfaction is a subjective level of satisfaction a person has about their life. The researchers are interested in exploring the interconnection between emotional intelligence and life satisfaction level of the sample, which can provide a better understanding of their role in mental well-being. Hence, this study aims to explore the relationship between life satisfaction and emotional intelligence level and its components among the college students. So let's look into the objective of the study. The main objectives of the study are given below. They are to explore the socio-demographic status of the respondents, to explore the emotional intelligence status of the respondents, to explore the life satisfaction level of the respondents, to explore the impact of the components of emotional intelligence on overall emotional intelligence status, to assess the association between emotional intelligence status and life satisfaction level of the respondents. So the methodology that I have adapted for the studies, it's a cross-sectional study which is descriptive in nature. This study is conducted among 70 college-going female students. They are within the age group of 19 to 21 years old from Puducherry region. Convenient sampling technique was adapted for selecting the samples. A self-administered questionnaire was designed and used to collect socio-demographic profiles of the respondents. Dr. Schutz's pre-validated scale was used to assess the emotional intelligence score of the samples, and that has been used to define the emotional intelligence level of the same. SWLS, that is scale for satisfaction with life scale questionnaire, was used to analyze the life satisfaction level of the student. The results and discussion. Among the selected 70 female students, 76% of them are from the age group of 20 years, 79% of them are from a nuclear family setup, 72% of them are from urban areas, and 70% of their family income is below rupees 30,000. 65% of the respondents' fathers and mothers are well educated. The mean emotional intelligence score from the samples is 128 with a standard deviation of 9. Upon analyzing the emotional intelligence score, 49% of the respondents scored high emotional intelligence score. Perception of emotions, management of own emotions, management of others' emotion, and utilization of emotions showed a positive correlation, which is highly significant with the overall emotional intelligence status. The obtained P was lower than 0.001 of the respondent. The mean score for life satisfaction level is 20 plus, which is 20 with a standard deviation of 6 upon analyzing the correlation analysis between the emotional intelligence status and life satisfaction level. It showed no significant correlation between them. Conclusion. The finding of the study showed that 51% of the individuals are having low emotional intelligence status, which shows the need for development and skill upgradation on emotional awareness and management. Upon analyzing the components of emotional intelligence against overall emotional intelligence status, it showed a positive, high, significant correlation with the emotional intelligence status, which explicitly shows the importance of enhancing the soft skills that are awareness, management, and utilization of one's own emotion and awareness and management of others' emotion from the social setup. The findings of the study showed that 42% of the individuals expressed their dissatisfaction in life, which indicates that the people should focus more on having satisfaction with their life by learning to perceive it with a more positive approach. And educational institutes could focus on developing learning modules that can help them in enhancing their perception of life and in development of their emotional abilities. The correlation analysis of emotional intelligence status against life satisfaction level of the respondents showed insignificant correlation, which is actually opposite to the findings of existing review of literature on this research area of some of the research review of literature I have collected. However, the same findings of the study is supporting the findings of a research conducted by Blasco Peled et al. At the year 2020. This study has provided valid information on understanding the influence of the components of emotional intelligence, such as awareness and management of one's own emotion and others' emotion in overall emotional intelligence status. However, additional research with the large sample size that is highly focused on more than nuclear family setup, because the selected sample was more than 70% is from the urban and nuclear family setup. Maybe in the future studies, a wide varied population can be used to understand their relationship, which can give a proper data set for the same topic.
Thank you, Jayapriya, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Jayapriya, I have a few questions. How many samples were for your study?
I have collected data from 70 samples.
That was purely qualitative or quantitative?
They're all quantitative only.
Only quantitative study.
Yeah.
Okay. How this demographic variations, for example, do you find any significant difference in the interrelationship between emotional intelligence and life satisfaction based on demographic variables such as gender, year of study, or any other major areas?
Actually, when it comes to the socio-demographic status, the people from the joint families have shown better emotional intelligence status compared with the nuclear family setup. However, I am expecting that maybe with much more number of samples, the data can give a concrete evidence for that. That's why I didn't quote that in this paper.
Okay. Based on your findings, what practical recommendations you can refer to improve emotional intelligence and life satisfaction among college students?
Yeah, for that, I would suggest coachings can be given in college itself. Like education institution can give education modules to the students for better understanding of how emotional intelligence have a role in their life, and how having life satisfaction can actually give a better implication in their physical health also. and by including this in the curriculum itself, it will be very much helpful for the students as well as in a broader view for the nation's development also.
Okay. Thank you, Jayapriya.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Dr. Reason, can I move to the next participant? Grishma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Grishma, are you there? Grishma, are you there?
Yes, sir. I got disconnected. Now it's okay.
Yeah, Dr. Bindusri is back. Ms. Grishma, are you there?
Sir, I think you can move on to the next, or Sri Ranjani will be ready right now.
Sri Ranjani, are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, I will try to present it once again.
Yeah, cool. No problem.
Sir, is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, my topic is expressive arts in art therapy and exploratory study. First of all, art therapy. It's a psychotherapeutic intervention that focuses on art media as a primary expressive and communicative channels. So this art is evolved as a therapy, or now we are using it as an intervention due to its non-threatening nature and lack of verbal demands. It doesn't need any what it does, but in a minimum range. Only a small amount of verbal demands are required here, and the report efficacy is also very visible. So these it allows the clients to express thoughts and emotions without putting them into words. Then the relevance and significance, we can see it's a qualitative research that provides an in-depth exploration of clients' personal and emotional experiences during art therapy, offering a valuable understanding of the nuanced and subjective effects of various expressive art techniques. Given that each client's therapeutic journey is distinct, qualitative methods enable us to capture the diversity of these experiences, yielding rich and detailed insights that quantitative approach may miss. Through this analysis, we can uncover common themes, patterns, and therapeutic outcomes that might not be evident in numerical data. These insights are crucial for informing clinical practice, allowing us to offer evidence-based recommendation on how art therapists can effectively incorporate diverse expressive art techniques into their works. Additionally, in the relatively limited research on specific expressive art techniques in art therapy underscores the importance of qualitative research in filling these gaps, as it provides detailed case studies and sheds light on lesser known or emerging practices. The research question is, what are the common themes and therapeutic outcomes identified in case studies of art therapy using various expressive art techniques? The objective of the study is to systematically identify and analyze the common themes and therapeutic outcomes that emerge in the case studies of art therapy, particularly focusing on the use of various expressive art techniques. Research design. Qualitative exploratory research design will be used in was used in this study. So it explores a research question and does not need to offer final and conclusive solution to existing problems. The method. A qualitative exploratory research design was used to analyze data from case studies and journal articles which focused on art therapy incorporating various expressive art techniques. The process began with familiarization of data, where the collected data was thoroughly reviewed and examined with the assistance of a qualitative data analysis software. Initial codes were generated to identify key concepts and important points within the data. These codes were then systematically organized and refined, leading to the development of overarching themes that encapsulate the core findings of the research. The analysis and interpretation of these themes from the basis of the findings are presented below. The inclusion criteria, case studies, journal articles, and
Excuse me,
qualitative
Sriranjani,
studies that focus on art
Sriranjani?
therapy. Sir?
You can talk about the major findings.
Okay. So coming to the result and findings. Okay, this is what we have got. The thematic analysis. We have got 5 core themes on doing thematic analysis. Those were expressive art techniques, emotional expression, subconscious processing, client-therapist interaction, and therapeutic outcomes. So we can look into detail. We have got drawing and painting, clay art, mask craft, and magazine collage as expressive art techniques. So these were the techniques used by the clinicians for doing art therapies in different case studies. Then coming to the emotional expression, we can see that the clients used to, while doing this art therapy, the client will get a symbolic, will show a symbolic representation of their emotion, and a nonverbal communication is also visible. Then subconscious processing, hidden thought and emotions can be seen through through making art, or from the art piece we can see the hidden thoughts and emotions and the sufferings that the client is experiencing. So then second one is psychophysiological attunement. Then coming to the client therapist interaction, we have got the theme as interpretation of art. Then our last theme was therapeutic outcome. In that we can see that there are 5 therapeutic outcome. We have got 5 therapeutic outcome. Those were reduction in depression and anxiety, stress relief, improved emotional regulation, awareness, and empowerment. So coming to the discussion, the thematic analysis of art therapy case reveals several key insights into the therapeutic process and its outcome. Expressive art techniques such as drawing and painting, clay art, mask crafting, and magazine collages provided diverse modalities for clients to articulate their inner experiences. For instance, there was a case on Susie who used clay and magazine collages, as well as in another case, a female adolescent who drew faces and colored them with cosmetics. These not only facilitated symbolic representation, but also enabled nonverbal communication, capturing a complex emotion like anger and sadness through tangible forms. This aligns with the notion of subconscious processing, where art serves as a conduit for exploring hidden thoughts and emotions, as seen in the mask crafted by military personnel and Susie's clay creation, which reflected the feelings about the past trauma and future aspiration. So this study about military personnel and Susie were two of the studies, two of the case studies which have been taken for analysis. Then the client therapist interaction was pivotal, with the therapist interpreting the symbolic meaning of the artwork, thus deepening the understanding of the client's emotional landscapes. For example, Susie's depiction of happy face beneath an angry expression illustrated her desire for emotional equilibrium. Then the therapeutic outcome of art therapy, including stress reduction in depression and anxiety.
Sriranjani, you can conclude.
Okay. So these were the findings that we have got. Coming to the conclusion, thematic analysis underscores the efficacy of art therapy in facilitating emotional expression and subconscious processing. So that's it. These were the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Sriranjani. Now it's a time for questions.
Okay, ma'am.
Sriranjani, this is a thematic analysis, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who are your samples actually?
Sample. So I have taken case studies.
You took only the case studies.
Yeah, case study analysis.
Okay.
So based on the cases, I just read all those cases and came to a conclusion.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, please.
No, there is one question from an audience. How did selection of therapy for the particular individuals taking place? What criteria are used? These are the questions. How did the selection of therapy for the particular individuals taking place, and what criteria are used?
Okay, so one of my aim was to focus on or understand what are the expressive art techniques used in art therapy. So for that, I used case studies, journals, and qualitative studies that focus on art therapy using expressive art techniques. So I didn't opt for any one stream. Rather, I need to get many what all therapeutic techniques we can put forward for the client. That was what I need to search. So I opted for I chose cases which have different therapeutic techniques. Like example, one of the case was in one of the case the therapist used clay as the medium for doing this art therapy. So clay modeling was one of the therapeutic intervention given. Then in another case, I could see that drawing and painting was the only medium for. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, drawing and medium was the medium. Sorry, that was the medium for doing this art therapy. Then in another case, I have seen a tailor-made approach where he used drawing and medium, but it was tailor-made
Make it a
to
little
the
more
client's
crisp.
interest. For example, what?
Seriously, could you make it more short and crisp so that we can? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So like that, different art mediums. The case studies that use different art mediums was chosen for the study. Then the studies involving the clients of all age groups, including children, adolescents, adults, and elderly, have undergone at the therapy. Who have undergone the therapy was also included in this study.
Okay, thank you, Sriranjani. Sir, any other questions you have?
You can wind up. Yeah. No,
Okay, thank you, Sriranjani, for the presentation. Now we have
Thank you, ma'am.
the next candidate. Next presenter is Miss S. Sadhana Kalat and Miss Satya from Kristu Jayanti College. And the title of their presentation is Gender Socialization and Relationship Satisfaction in Married Couples, the Mediating Role of Relationship Dynamics. Over to Miss Sadhana.
Hello, is our screen visible?
Yes. Now it's visible. You have 8 minutes time. Please concentrate on your methodology and findings. And please stick on time and you can start now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are Sadhana and Satya from Kristu Jayanti College, and this is our topic. So we'll get right into it. So boys will be boys. That's a man's job. These are all words that we've been hearing ever since we were small. So this brings us to the topic of our study, which is gender socialization. Gender socialization is the process of internalization of gender norms and gender roles and how that affects every aspect of our life, right from our career choices, our marital satisfaction, our relationships, our behavior, our personality, everything. Traditionally, women's roles revolved around the home and the family. However, with the rise in the feminist movement and changes in the cultural landscape, there has been a surge in the demands of equality for women. Now, there are a lot of theories which speak about the adoption of gender roles. One is the social learning theory, which talks about how, as you observe others and through reinforcement, you adopt certain gender roles. The cognitive theories talk about how gender roles happen throughout your developmental phase and they constantly change. And the gender schema theory focuses on how gender roles tend to be seen in polarizing views. That is, some are a man's role and some are a women's role. And rarely is there an interaction between a man and a woman's role. So the main objective of this study was to see how relationship dynamics mediates the relationship between gender role belief and gender satisfaction. So through research, we found that the most impactful relationship dynamic in a relationship was found to be relationship dominance. That is, an individual's dominance affected relationship satisfaction the most. Therefore, the aim of our study was to see how gender role belief interacts with relationship dynamics and relationship satisfaction. And you can see the diagram of the mediation in the slide as well. So now the study has various interdisciplinary aspects, right from how it can inform therapeutic interventions to bringing about policy making, to bringing about, AI information, extending into the field of economics. So this study can be extended into a lot of other disciplines as well, considering the fact that men and women make up a majority of the workforce and all of them or most of them are married. So this study has a lot of extended into other disciplines as well.
So coming to the objectives and hypothesis of the study, our first objective is to identify the differences in gender role beliefs, relationship dynamics, and relationship satisfaction between married men and women. And our second objective of the study is to identify the differences in gender role beliefs, relationship dynamics, and relationship satisfaction between married individuals below and above the age of 40. And our third objective is to identify if relationship dynamics mediates the relationship between gender role beliefs and relationship satisfaction. Our hypotheses are as follows. Our null hypothesis is that there will be no significant differences in gender role beliefs, relationship dynamics, and relationship satisfaction between married men and women, and that there will be no significant difference in gender role belief, relationship dynamics, and relationship satisfaction between married individuals below and above the age of 40. And our alternative hypothesis is that relationship dynamics mediates the relationship between gender role belief and relationship satisfaction. So coming to the methodology of our study, we used ex post facto research design for our study, and we used purposive sampling and snowball sampling for our collection of data. And coming to ethical guidelines, we have followed all the ethical guidelines listed in APA, and we have used IBM SPSS version 25 and WARP PLS for our for the purpose of data analysis. And when it comes to the population of our study, we actually got 350 population in total, and then we ruled out the population, and we got a final sample size of 279 individuals, considering our inclusion and exclusion criteria. Our inclusion criteria is that the individuals are supposed to be heterosexual individuals who have been married for more than 1 year and belonging to the age group between 20 to 60 years, and that they should also be residing in India. The variables of a study are gender role belief, relationship dynamics, and relationship satisfaction. And the tools that we use for our study are gender role belief scale, dominance scale, and relationship assessment scale. So coming to the results and discussion of our study, our first result is that there is a significant difference in gender role belief, relationship dynamic, and relationship satisfaction between male and female. And this can be because of the stronger beliefs in traditional gender roles of males compared to females, and also women in general perceive themselves as exerting more effort to influence dynamics and ensure egalitarian dynamics. And also, traditionally, married women play more demanding and disadvantaged roles, which are less fulfilling compared to those married men. So these can be the reasons why there's a significant gender difference in our study. And our other result is that there is no significant difference in gender role beliefs, relationship dynamics, and relationship satisfaction a bit below and above the age of 40. So this can be because this can be because of the societal attitudes towards gender roles, increasing feminism movements, and the personal experiences, and also because of the exposure to the social media or the intergenerational interactions.
Now, coming to another finding, the results indicate that there is a significant relationship between gender role belief and relationship dynamics and relationship satisfaction. However, there was no direct relationship between gender role belief and relationship satisfaction. Therefore, in our study, relationship dynamics fully mediates the relationship between gender role belief and relationship satisfaction. So now a few reasons for the same could be that first, in relationships which are more egalitarian and equal, that is, they have a more feminist outlook on their gender role belief, they are less likely to experience dynamics of dominance and submission within their relationship. That is, they might place a more higher priority on equality, due to which a negative correlation was found. Similarly, another negative correlation was found between relationship dynamics and relationship satisfaction. This could be because in relationships where there is more equality, more, equal contribution from both parties, there might be a sense of fairness and respect, which might lead to higher satisfaction. However, the finding which suggested that there was no direct relationship between gender role belief and marital satisfaction highlighted that gender role belief may not be expressed overtly in a lot of cases. That is, individuals might hold certain gender role beliefs but might not express them, due to which they might have no impact directly on marital satisfaction. However, if this gender role is expressed through dominance, in such cases, it has an influence on marital satisfaction, which brings us to the finding that relationship dynamics, particularly dominance, fully mediates the relationship between gender role belief and relationship satisfaction. So these are our references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sadhana and Satya. Now the question.
Sadhana and Satya, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Actually, who's designing this gender role in society?
So when we looked at previous research, it's essentially gender roles are what is existing in society. So it's what has been like followed for a lot of centuries till now, and it is impacted by society and individuals' beliefs, and a lot of it. The main reason for gender roles continuing is because it seems to favor a particular section of society, and that section seems to be having more dominant spaces, like, more chances in like policy making, more exposure in law. So all of these people tend to lead to the continuation of certain gender roles.
It means that a patriarchal approach in the society is the core reason for continuing this practice in the society.
Yes. However, our research also showed that there is slowly changing ideas. That is, older and younger people do tend to have more egalitarian views, which could be due to, the increasing feminist approach, or due to social media exposure or intergenerational interaction. So there is a change right now. But
okay, do you think that religions playing any key role for designing the gender roles? Do you think religion is also playing a key role for designing the gender role?
We didn't particularly look into religion as an aspect. However, in a few researches that we studied, there are certain religions which do put women at a more disadvantageous position. However, like I mentioned earlier, due to changing feminist ideologies and intergenerational interactions, there are changes which are slowly coming out. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There is one question from the audience, that is, can you tell the practical implications and future scopes of the study?
Oh yeah, so the practical implications of the study is, now that we found out that, relationship dominance does impact relationship satisfaction, we can use therapeutic interventions to deal with the same. That is, in therapy, couples therapy, we can introduce techniques which can address the same. Additionally, we also spoke about how there are a lot of policy-related implications that can be brought about in the workplace or in society itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next presenter is Ms. Anastasia Panasenkova from University of Lyceum, Russia. Madam, are you ready?
Yes, am I hearable?
Okay, yes, you are audible. The title of the presentation is The Intellectual Game Physics Stars for an Introductory School Physics Course. Over to you, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
Pardon?
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, it is visible. You have 8
Okay.
minutes time for the presentation, including the discussion part and all. So please concentrate on your methodology as well as findings. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Panasenkova Anastasia. I'm currently studying at University Lyceum in Petrozavodsk, Russia, and today I will tell you about the intellectual game Physics Stars for an introductory physics course. Let's begin with introduction. So the aim of this project was to stimulate cognitive activity of students and develop their attentiveness with educational set of games for an introductory school physics course. The interdisciplinary aspect of a project. My game is a place where different academic disciplines can interact with each other because it contains tasks which combine both physics and mathematics, and it also helps students to unite students and develop their social skills, because during these games we need to work in a team and find the solutions together. It also can be useful as the development of fast thinking skills, because during the game the time is limited, so students need to think fast. Let's talk about the games. Here you can see a main scheme of the game, and now I'm going to tell you a bit more about it. The suggested set of team games includes 5 interdisciplinary playable situations united by a general role. There are 5 stations: the station complicated problems, station unit conversions, station labs, station physical theories, and station apparatuses. Stations are mostly divided by the types of tasks. There are solving problems tasks, unit operations, experimentations, theory questions, and also questions about different research instruments. Topics which are presented in the games are mostly connected with physics, and there are physical entities, phenomena, and laws, also elements of kinematics and electricity. Let's move to the main rules of the game. You can see some of them in the middle of a circle, and now I'll tell you more. Before the game begins, students are divided into 5 teams. Each team receives a road sheet with an order of a station. After the organizer's command, the student starts moving through the stations in the order in which they are given. At each station, students are given 5 minutes to complete the tasks. After this time, we receive some points. You can see the number of points under the name of a station. And also we receive a letter from a code word start. After passing all the stations, the teams return to the ending spot, where they collect the code words and give it to organizers. The first team to collect the code word and guess it correctly gets 2 extra points. After all teams complete the stations, the organizers summarize the results, and the winner is determined by the sum of points. The team with the maximal sum of points gets a prize. Let's have a closer look on the stations. So here you can see a station apparatuses. It's mostly about different devices and units of measurements. Here students need to name the devices and units of measurements. Right next to it is station labs. It has 3 experimental tasks that can be done on this list, or experiments can be held in real life. It depends on the situation which is in school. Here you can also see station physical theories. It has 7 questions, and students need to match the terms with definitions. Right next to it is station unit conversions. Here student needs to translate data into system C. Right now, you can see the row sheet. Here the teams put their name, and the order of station is free because it can be written by organizers, and the station can be in the way that we want. And at the bottom of the list, you can see a space for the code words, which students answer and give to organizers. Here you can see a station complicated problems. It has two big tasks. The second task is mostly about different physical and chemical phenomena. And the first task is about emotional two biases. And it also requires a knowledge of mathematics because students need to know how to work with graphics to solve these tasks. The suggested set of games was held in University Lyceum and tested with the help of students. They overall liked the game and gave me a pretty good feedback. They told that it helped them to revise the material faster, and also it was useful for their studies. Let's move to the conclusion. So the suggested set of games stimulates students' cognitive activity, develops their attentiveness. Such a game can help students to repeat the material passed during the year in an attractive form or to internalize the acquired knowledge. Events of this format perfectly help to unite the class, as during them kids learned how to work in a team, clear and express their opinions, and also listen to people. Each student can also check the level of their knowledge of a subject and express their own ideas and thoughts. If you have any questions, you can contact me or ask them now, and you can also scan the QR code that you can see on the screen to get the access to the tasks and the game rules. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, madam, and thank you for a wonderful presentation about an innovative idea. We are all looking for ways and means by which we can make our classrooms more engaging and understandable. So I think it would be a great way for that to achieve that particular objective. So any questions, please?
Thank you, Anastasia, for the wonderful presentation. So whenever we are introducing different kinds of games and activities in classrooms, how we will consider the institutional policy to implement such kind of things? Do you have any specific tips or any input to the, especially to the Indian students or professors?
Well, it can be introduced in class. It's kind of like when I was held in this game, I told the students that they were about to have an interactive lesson, and they knew it. So then we just held a game and like that, and it was okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So shall we move to the next?
Yes.
Presentation. Next presentation is by Ms. Rashmi Rangan from University of Kerala. The title of the presentation is Influence of Adolescent Career Choices on Adult Job Satisfaction and Career Success. Over to Ms. Rashmi.
Yes, ma'am. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it is visible, Rashmi.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to start the session. Myself, my name is Rashmi Rangan. I'm a research scholar, a Department of Psychology, and I'm from University of Kerala under the supervision of Dr. Shubha Sachidanand. So over to the title, you can see that it is Influence of Adolescent Career Choices on Adult Job Satisfaction and Career Success. So here, my research paper focuses on the connection between career choices made during adolescence time and their long-term impact on job satisfaction and success. So as we all know, adolescence is a ma'am, actually, there is an electricity problem right now here. So I prefer to keep my video off so that the presentation
It's
is going
okay.
on. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so as I was telling, adolescence is a critical period where individuals begin to explore their identities and make decisions that shape their future. Observing how these early choices influence adult careers led me to the central research question, which is how do career choices made during adolescence influence job satisfaction and career success during their adulthood? And now, as you can see on the screen, there are 3 Indian movies for references, which showcases concerns in some of the factors that affecting the research question, such as carefree nature in adolescence, so in Wake Up Sid, and 3 Idiots, so showcases the parental pressure and societal expectations, and lack of determination and focus is being seen in the movie Lakshya. So here, we can see the interdisciplinary perspectives of my topic too, the art and humanities, the cognition and the society, which comes under that, the organization behavior and HR comes under commerce and management, and psychology and consciousness, which comes under traditional knowledge systems. And I've identified 6 objectives, and I would like to jump into the method, which is sample. It was taken on adults of the age range of 25 to 35. So that the age range was chosen because individuals in this group are likely to have established their career and can provide valuable insights into the long-term effects of their adolescent designs. And the sampling technique was simple random sampling because as a consultant psychologist, work history of working as a student counselor in a school setting for around 6 years, I have been consulting outpatient also. So the sampling technique was simple random sampling, and I'm using case studies also, which in real, they are the case studies of my clients. So, and the counseling and observation has been used here, and the design is qualitative exploratory research design. The ethical consideration I've given to the study is like obtaining informed consent from participants verbally and written, because they are my own real clients and they were okay to have this part of a study. Assurance of privacy and confidentiality, including anonymity of data, and providing information about available mental health services. So I would like to jump into the case studies. So here, please do note that all the case studies, the names used in this, each cases are fictitious to maintain the confidentiality, and it has been done in India. So the whole study is in an Indian context. So the case 1, Radha, a 25-year-old working in a study abroad organization, came for counseling regarding dissatisfaction in life. So she reported she's not able to be happy in her work or personal life, even if she herself chose the job. Whereas she had a history of good academics when during the counseling it was found, but never got appreciated by her parents for any kind of achievements. So trauma due to a neglect by parents, authoritative parenting style in her adolescence history was present. Lack of proper education aspirations was found there. Continuous follow-up counseling sessions are still going on, and it is helping her find in a life skills development or for her own betterment. And this experience of Radha highlights the importance of parental support in career decisions during adolescence, which will affect job satisfaction and career success in adulthood. Case 2, 31-year-old Arun, an IT professional, was referred to counseling regarding aggression and confusion at workplace. During the session with Arun and his parents respectively, it was found that he has a history of having childhood trauma due to parental pressure. He was so detached and aggressive towards his parent. Also, lack of self-awareness and unnoticed trauma in adolescence and a history of a dysfunctional family was found in this case. Lack of support and guidance from family and school resulted in inadequate decision-making skills. Continuous follow-up counseling sessions are still going on for behavior modifications and life skills development for his betterment. Highlights of this case is the impact of lack of support from family and school during adolescence. Case 3, Priya, a 27-year-old advocate, came for counseling referred by her friend with presenting complaints like inability to study and focus and the concentration. During the counseling session, it was found that she was unrealistic aspirations for higher studies, but is confused about her career choice when she is in almost doing like ending up her advocacy right now. With the help of counseling sessions, she can learn life skills, which is like leading to introspection, such as self-awareness, and letting herself know that what she is capable of. Case 4, a 30-year-old woman, a civil service aspirant, came to counseling referred by her parents. Her presenting complaints were stress and anxiety. Counseling sessions brought out that her parents' high expectations for her is the cause. The societal pressure on her family regarding the societal status was the reason why the parents' high expectations was on her. Parental counseling was given. Individual counseling for Tina helps to develop self-awareness, decision-making, and other life skill developments also. Tina's experience puts lights on the importance of self-concept, family dynamics, and societal pressure in building career decisions in which affects life fulfillment during adulthood. And case 5, David, a 33-year-old graphic designer, initially pursued a career in accounting due to perceived job security, to counseling regarding feelings of emptiness in his life. David enjoyed both art and mathematics. He chose accounting due to job market trends and advice from his parents. After working as an accountant,
Rashmi, sorry for interrupting. Rashmi,
yes.
Can you move to your finding session?
Yes, ma'am. So each case study has each findings on it. So after working as an accountant for a few years, he realized he is unhappy. And now with his own, the job satisfaction level as a graphic designer, he feels fulfilled in his career. David's experience highlights the importance of aligning career choices with personal interest for long-term satisfaction. So from this study, I would like to conclude that there is a significant influence of career choices made during adolescence on adult job satisfaction and career guidance and success. The research highlights the importance of understanding the psychological, social, and cultural factors that shape these early decisions. By providing targeted career guidance, supportive environment, and addressing societal pressures, stakeholders can help adolescents make informed choices that lead to fulfilling and successful careers in his or her adulthood. The insights from this study underscore the need for continued attention to adolescent development and career counseling to ensure long-term positive outcomes. So these are certain practical implications I just want to mention out. That is, enhanced career counseling programs, which can help students explore wide range of career options, understand their interest and strength, and make informed decisions that align with their long-term goals. Parental involvement and education, as there is a gap between generations, it is very important that the education of parents about the importance of supporting their children and career aspiration rather than imposing their expectations on them. Workshops and resources on parents can be helped to understand the evolving job market and importance of aligning career options with the personal interest. And also providing mental health support and counseling can help adolescents cope with the pressures of career decision making. And life skills education during the mid-school or the adolescent age can help them understanding various aspects of skill development one should need to success in life, because most of the job opportunities are now skill-based. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmi, for the...
Sorry?
Thank you for the nice... No. Thank you for the nice presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now it is the Q&A time.
Thank you, Rashmi. For curiosity, I'm asking you. You took samples only has come to your place. I mean, is there any objectivity issue in that? Because
no, actually, the thing is that the observation has been done for years right now, because as I told you, I have a history of being a student counselor in schools. I have given career guidance, and I have come across many cases in which students do tell me that they have this parental pressure unknowingly, and they have this dependency problem that in Indian context, there is a cultural thing that the students or the children are depending on their family economically too. So they are not able to take decisions of their own because the family expectations are different. And
okay, why didn't you take samples from other psychologists or counselors also?
yes, actually, that is also done with my fellow mates also. So that is why the significance of the study has been made.
Okay, one more thing. You have used the fictitious names instead of the original names. Actually, this is my concern and a doubt. Actually, do we have the right to use the fictitious name in academic research as per the protocol?
Actually, it is because of the reason that I want to keep up the confidentiality, because they are
No, no,
all
no.
real.
I understood that you have used the fictitious name. My
Yes.
question is, do we have the right to use the fictitious name in this academic research?
Sorry, sir, I'm not sure about that. I'm sorry.
You can check it with your guide or the ethical committee. This is for your betterment, I'm telling you,
Sure,
because I
sure,
think you need to use the participant 1, 2, 3 like that.
Yes,
Otherwise,
yes.
it will be a problem once it comes to.
Sure, sir, sure. Thank you, thank you. I'll do that.
Okay.
Reshmi, I too have one question regarding sampling. So you have mentioned that your sampling technology is simple random sampling, but I think it would be something other than random sampling, because when you are supposed to use random sampling, you should have the complete list of participants, or the sampling frame should be clear. For example, suppose you are taking samples from a college or a school or a university, the entire list of students are available with that. In that case, you can randomly choose the samples and you can conduct the study. But in this case, you are actually purposely choosing samples from your clinical experience or from your surroundings, right?
Yes.
So you just think about it and ask your guide or whoever is guiding you and mentoring you, and make sure that it is statistically correct that you are using simple random sampling. That is the suggestion from my side. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we are moving on to the last participant, Miss Yashika Menon Pandey, Miss Neoshi Vora, and Miss Abhida Shakya from Christu Jayanti College, Bangalore. The title of their presentation is Family Structure and its Relation to Perfectionism and Fear of Missing Out Among Young Adults. Over to the presenters. Miss Yashika.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Okay. So you have 8 minutes time for the presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, visible.
All right. Okay. So, good evening, everybody. My name is Yashika, and the title of our presentation is Family Structure and its Relation to Perfectionism, Fear of Missing Out Among Young Adults. Now, I would be presenting the presentation on behalf of my partners. To give you a brief summary of the research. So our research looked at the relationship between family structure, perfectionism, and fear of missing out, also known as FOMO. Family structure, just to give a brief idea, we looked at family structure as something which is a composition or an organization of a family unit, which can include different members of the family and how they interact with one another, like parents, children, grandparents, and all of that. And perfectionism is a tendency to set excessively high standards for oneself and others, and it can involve relentless pursuit of excellence and flawlessness, which can sometimes lead to a lot of disappointment and anxiety when that relentless pursuit of excellence is not met. And fear of missing out, or FOMO, is the feeling of apprehension that one is missing out on exciting rewards and opportunities in comparison to others. And young adults in our study are people who are just transitioning from adolescent to adulthood and fall in the age range of 18 to 25 years. We also looked at the relationship between these three variables in regard to gender and also the sibling status, whether the person has siblings or not. And the basic significance of our study is that we want to be able to look at more targeted interventions and prevention programs based on the family composition. We also would we also looked at how young adults can equip themselves with tools to manage societal pressures and other mental health challenges that they might face. And a basic research gap we found while conducting the study was that there's a lack of understanding of how different family structures, like if one is living in a single parent family or with their grandparents or in a nuclear family or a joint family setup, how all of these different family structures influence both perfectionism and fear of missing out, and how gender and the sibling status has a role to play in all of this. The basic objectives of the study were to study the relationship between family structure, perfectionism, and FOMO among young adults, to study the difference in family structure among young adults with and without siblings, to study the difference between perfectionism and FOMO among young adults with and without siblings, and to understand the difference between family structure, perfectionism, and FOMO among young adults based on gender. Now, our methodology included the basic aim of our study, which was to understand the relationship between family structure, perfectionism, and fear of missing out among young adults with and without siblings, and understanding the gender differences between the same. Our hypothesis included, firstly, that there is no significant relationship between family structure, perfectionism, and FOMO among young adults. There is no significant difference in family structure, perfectionism, and FOMO among young adults based on siblings. And there is no significant difference in family structure, perfectionism, and FOMO among young adults based on gender. Our research design was correlational research design, and our sampling technique was convenient sampling, better practical and rapid data collection, as it's more pragmatic and it was more accessible for us. And the sample that we had was 416 young adults, out of which 355 had siblings and 61 did not, and 137 males and 279 females, all in the age range of 18 to 25 years. The tools used for the study were three. I mean, basic tools were two, but socio-demographic details were taken from the Google form that we circulated itself. In that itself, we got to know the idea about the kind of family structure the person belongs to. So the first tool was Frost multidimensional perfectionism scale. It is a 35-item self-report measure, which measures different aspects of perfectionism, and it was developed by Dr. Andy Frost. And fear of missing out scale, which is again a 10-item self-report measure and looks at different aspects of fear of missing out. And it was developed by Przybylski, Moriyama, Dehan, and Gladwell in 2013. The data analysis was conducted through the SPSS 26.0 software, and the techniques that included over there was Spearman's correlation to examine the relation between all the three variables, and Mann-Whitney U-test, which was to assess the differences based on sibling and gender status. The procedure included that we firstly took informed consent from our participants, and we circulated an online questionnaire which included the demographic information and all the standardized scales that I mentioned before. And the data was analyzed using correlation and the tests that I mentioned before. The inclusion criteria for the study was firstly that the participant has to be between the age range of 18 to 25, literate in English, and both males and females were included in the study. Exclusion criteria was that if a participant is diagnosed with a mental disorder and they're unable to provide an informed consent, and if they've experienced any significant disruption recently in their family structure, then we did not include them in our study. And all the ethical considerations were taken into account, like informed consent, privacy and confidentiality, minimization of harm, data handling, benefits and risks were told to the participants beforehand, and reporting of results. Now, our results showed that family structure and perfectionism have a moderate negative correlation, and fear of missing out in family structure have a non-significant weak positive correlation, and FOMO and perfectionism have a significant moderate positive correlation. And in the case of family structure, in the case of all of these variables based on sibling status, there is a significant difference in the value of family structure for siblings, and there is no specific significance value for perfectionism and FOMO. And in the case of gender, we did not find much significance for all the three variables. So basically, to outline the basic findings of our study, there was a moderate negative correlation found, which suggests that individuals from more structured family exhibit lower levels of perfectionism, and between family structure and FOMO, a weak positive correlation was found, which indicates that which indicates a positive association between a better and intact family structure and a higher rate of FOMO. And there was a moderate positive correlation between perfectionism and FOMO, which gives us a basic link between the two. And again, based on sibling status in gender for FOMO and perfectionism, we did not really find any relation. But in case of family structure, in sibling status, we did find a significant relation, which may be indicative that an more intact family structure may have a relation to the sibling status. The basic implications of our study could be that it can inform better educational interventions, and in terms of even therapeutic interventions in family therapy and individual therapy, if we are able to understand the family structure better, we might be able to help individuals who have negative consequences of perfectionism or FOMO, which is very common in the modern day world nowadays, because everyone wants to be in that race and everybody wants to compare oneself to another every now and then. So we can inform better individualized therapy and family interventions. So basically, to conclude, our findings underscore the importance of family dynamics in shaping young adults' psychological well-being and perfectionistic tendencies and fear of missing out, highlighting the need for further research, and it elucidates the underlying mechanisms and contextual factors in these relationships, although further research can also be mandated in all of this. These are the references that we used.
Thank you, Ashika. Now it's time for questions.
Thank you, Ashika. Based on your study, what self-help strategies might be recommended for young adults struggling with perfectionism and FOMO?
There can be a lot of self-care activities and self-help activities that one can take up. Like, so if somebody has a lot of perfectionistic tendencies or FOMO tendencies, we can, obviously it will not be very easy for the person to take up all of this alone. They might need a little bit help from people around them. That is why we need to also look at how we mentioned in the study, how we need to also look at family structure, how well they are connected and what is the social support like. So through them, it might be helpful to disconnect them from the people that they're comparing themselves to, and it's mostly through social media. So it will not always be just an individualized approach over here, and that is why family structure as a whole is also important. So we'll have to look at all of these aspects together to be able to help an individual better.
Do you think that any kind of educational policy changes or curriculum changes or inclusion of certain things will help to reduce or eradicate such kind of things in future, or what is your suggestion, or what are your suggestions?
Of course. I do believe that a lot of educational interventions can be taken up in this sphere because, as I mentioned, we live in a very dynamic world where everybody is very competitive, and all of it, and to an extent, it is also reinforced in the educational setups that we are there. So, to be able to, as an educational institute or as an educational intervention, if something is more informed and something is not as competitive and as how do I mention, as if it's not, putting that pressure on the child, on the individual, it would help the person better. Obviously, it is needed, the pressure is needed, but nowadays it goes a little beyond, I feel. So that balancing out of the pressure and balancing out of everything that is put on the child, that can also help.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, interesting.
Any other questions from the audience? I think there are no other questions. Okay. Yashika, one question from my side. What is your opinion that what role can a peer that means a friend or a colleague can take as a first aid to handle with such problems?
As I mentioned, peer role is very important, as social support is very, very important in such situations. Now, if I have a friend who has a lot of perfectionistic tendencies or a lot of FOMO tendencies, or maybe I am the person, and what I would expect of a friend like that, maybe the person has to be very informed on what triggers me and puts me into those thought processes of perfectionistic tendencies. And that's why a friend needs to have like a very open conversation with me about what all things I'm going through or what triggers me, so that we can not really avoid those situations, but be able to mitigate in those situations, to be able to handle or calm oneself down. So you will always, not always, but to an extent, when I'm in such situations which trigger my perfectionistic tendencies, maybe a friend can come in and tell me that it's all right. You can calm down a little bit now, and maybe we'll look at it in a different perspective. So to be able to look at things in a different perspective in such certain situations when my perfectionistic tendencies are kicking in and I have a lot of anxiety and stress, that's when maybe my friend can come in and help me do that. Because to say that, looking at things in different perspectives is easy, but when you actually are in that situation, that's when it gets a little difficult. So that's when maybe peer or social support can help.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am, one more thing along with this. Yashika, have you seen in any colleges or in any education institutions that this kind of a peer group supporting mechanism through a professional way? Have you ever seen that?
I have not actually. I have not. And I think that would be really beneficial in our education industry right now, because I do know that there are support groups, but not in educational sectors. And there is no specific educational intervention for that. So that would really be beneficial.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So that's what I asked the same question. That is, there is a very huge
if
role.
it is any kind of a professional body to support, I mean, peer group professional
Yeah.
body, that will be very helpful to reduce these kinds of the problem.
Yes.
Right.
They can be acted as a first aid providers.
Yeah, first aid providers. So people will immediately open up their mind into the peers group.
Because it's easier with peers. It's easier to do this with peers. Yes.
Then with some kind of a professional support through this kinds of cycle. So if you could include in the recommendation, that will be
definitely. Thank you for that suggestion. That's very nice.
Actually, that kind of initiative have already been taken in certain university, including CVV. We had such an initiative already taken last year under our wing. I mean, we have a wing for that. So such initiatives can be very helpful to deal with such problems, which is very evident in the current society or current youngsters. So I have one more query to you, Yashika. That is regarding the questionnaires, I mean, tools you have used. You have used validated tools, right? Did you go for a pilot study before conducting the original research?
No, ma'am, I did not do that.
So I think it is better, or I suggest you to go for such a study before using this validate. Even if it is validated, it is, I mean, it is developed years back, right? Now we are in a society which is always dynamic and always changing. So you can check whether it is still prevalent and still the questions are, understandable to the audience. That can be done using your pilot study, and after that you can conduct the original study. That is also one method. But because what I am telling like this is that you got negative correlation, and that is also very less, right? You are not able to get a high correlation through your study. So that's why I'm suggesting this one. Keep it in mind, and all the very best for your future research endeavors and other studies. Thank you for participating.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shika.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
now
sir.
we came to the end of the session. We have finished the presentation by 8 participants, out of which 1 is absent. So now it's the time to conclude the session. Praveen sir, I welcome you to conclude the session.
Yeah, respected Bindusri ma'am and dear participants and dear presenters, we have discussed various aspects within a short period of time. It was a fruitful discussion on various aspects. Sometimes we haven't touched, we must say, and the areas that we need to focus more and more into. This is always the speciality of kind of a research in social science. This has direct, correlation, or is a direct impact with the society so soon, and people like you, or the presenters like you, or researchers like us can, what we call, create lots of changes in society with our effort. Thank you and congratulations to all participants, and thank you CVV for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Praveen sir, for your time, especially on Sunday, and your support for organizing this particular session for the conference. And thank you all presenters for your presentation and participation. Wish you all the best for all your future career and career and research. Thank you. Thank you, Raisin sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bindusri ma'am and Praveen sir. Thank you for sharing the session and also co-chairing the session. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raisin.
Yeah, participants, we will have a short break. We will rejoin at 5 o'clock, and we will have an important keynote session by Professor Andrew Mangham from University of Reading, United Kingdom. So it will start exactly at 5 o'clock. See you then. Thank you.
Hello?
Professor and Good afternoon, Professor.
Hello. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good
How are you doing?
afternoon. I'm good, thank you. Thanks for
We will,
inviting me.
yeah, my pleasure. We will start in just 10 minutes. Participants are waiting. So
Okay.
we will start at sharp 5 o'clock Indian time. What's time
Okay.
there?
It'll be 12:30.
Oh, okay.
That's 4.5 hours time difference.
Oh, nice. Fine.
Yeah.
We will start within a few minutes, Professor. Okay.
Okay. Should we see whether my PowerPoint works, or shall we just
Yeah, you
use
can
your...
try from your end.
I could try. Okay, let me open. It's opening. Okay.
Yes, Professor. Perfect.
Okay.
I hope it's fine for you to just wait for a few minutes so that
Yeah.
participants can join.
Yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
that's fine.
Am I audible? Raising term?
Yes.
Okay. So welcome back everyone once again. So after being done with the 3 technical sessions of heated discussions and presentations, I extend my best wishes to all the presenters out there. So now it is time for us to listen from our keynote speaker. So I would like to begin with a small quote that the human brain is not only a vessel of knowledge, but also a storyteller of the past that weaves the thread of history into the fabric of humanity. So it is with great pleasure that we can invite Professor Andrew Mangham for his message for the day. Professor Andrew is a professor of Victorian literature and the medical humanities at the University of Reading in the UK. He is the author and editor of several works exploring intersections between medicine, literature, and history. These include We Are All Monsters, published by MIT Press in 2023, The Signs of Starving, published with Oxford University Press in 2020, Dickinson's Forensic Realism, published with Ohio State University Press in 2017, and Violent Women and Sensation Fiction, published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2007. On behalf of the organizing committee of ICID-2024 CVB, presenters and participants of the conference, let's welcome Professor Andrew for his message. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for such a kind welcome. And thank you very much to the organizing committee for inviting me to speak to you all today. Now, I'm going to try and share my screen because I have a PowerPoint presentation to show you. Now, is that working?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So my talk today is mainly about a condition called aphasia, which some of you have probably heard of, which is the sudden loss of the ability to speak, often associated with cerebral hemorrhage and head trauma. The disorder has been known, has been of interest to the medical world, at least as far back as antiquity. The Hippocratic corpus, for example, defines it as aphonia and associates it with apoplexy, which is the old term for stroke. It was in the 18th century, however, that the study of the condition first took root, largely due to the rise of importance of medical research into clinical case histories and post-mortem examinations. But also, as I'll suggest today, the condition became well known in response to an interest in the value of language as the thing that defines what it is to be human. More specifically, we see in intersections between the literary and medical worlds of the past evidence of a broader anxiety that language, and by extension humanity, is tethered to the all too vulnerable flesh, that which has been associated with a special sense of human sovereignty is but the inglorious responsibility of nerve function and grey matter after all. To begin with the medical side of things, in 1761, the Italian anatomist Giovanni Morgagni noted a correlation between autopsy evidence of disease or injury of the left cerebral hemisphere and motor speech disorders. Soon afterwards, the German physician Johann Gesner discussed what he called Sprachamnesie, which translates more or less as language amnesia. One of his most famous patients was the man he identified only as KD. He was 73 years old and in excellent health when he was affected, quote, unexpectedly by a severe language impairment. Gesner was able to work out that for KD and similar cases, the inability to communicate through words or other signs cannot be attributed to a pathology of the tongue or other speech apparatus. He distinguished a special kind of memory for words and understood that, and this is the second quote, no, it's not, sorry. And he understood that words have a specific type of representation in the brain. In cases of sprachramnesie like KD's, there is a disorder of verbal memory consisting of an inability to associate images or abstract ideas with their corresponding verbal symptoms. So that is the second quote on the screen. Now, another important milestone in aphasiology was reached in 1805, when the neuroanatomist Franz Joseph Gall suggested that language is located in the part of the brain seated directly behind the eyes. This formed part of his larger controversial suggestion that all characteristics and functional abilities can be attributed to specific organs of the brain, a theory that developed into the pseudoscientific principles of phrenology. And you're probably familiar with these phrenological maps. They're quite popular as a popular image. But the major principles of this particular form of brain mapping was quickly disproven by other neuroscientists of the 19th century. But Gall's science did popularize the idea that skills and functions can be located to specific parts of the brain, something we now call cerebral localization. And if you look at the phrenological map on the screen, you can see in the eyes, there's number 33. And if you look at the key, you can see that's language. So the idea was that language was seated behind the eyes. So Gall suggested that those who possess the skill to, quote, learn words and names by heart and to save them in memory, have the frontal part of the brain particularly well developed, and this endows them with large or bulging eyes. In the second half of the 19th century, Paul Broca and Carl Wernicke identified separately the regions of the left cerebral hemisphere which we now know are responsible for language memory and verbalization. So Wernicke's area is highlighted in green and Broca's area is in blue. Wernicke, whose work was later than Broca's, suggested that Broca's idea of where language is located, the blue area, is only half the story, because speech can be divided into two processes, each having its own seat in the brain. Broca had correctly identified the area responsible for the ability to form words, but speech, as Gesner suggested, is also comprised of the memory of words. Thus, one may recall all the names for things, yet be unable to verbalize them, as in a stammer, for example. This is Broca's or motor aphasia. It's also possible, however, to be able to speak and repeat words that are said to you, but not have the ability to name an object that's put in front of you or describe what you had for your breakfast. This is Wernicke's or sensory aphasia, and it's most like Gesner's sprachramnesie. But to return to Gall, the man whose science first suggested that speech localizations of functions within discrete parts of the brain was possible, his science was dismissed by many of his contemporaries as an odiose venalité. The French physiologist Jean-Pierre Florent suggested, for example, that cerebral localization undermined the unity of the soul, human immortality, free will, and the very existence of God. In the more traditional interpretations, human personality traits and skills were products of a vital spirit, a largely unknowable force that animates the whole body. It was God-given, developed to perfection in humans, and formed the basis of our prime position in the great hierarchy of nature. Language was the most important of the skills which evidenced the special power of this vital force. The historian Stephen Jacquiner says, the ability to speak was often deemed the defining characteristic of man, the character that distinguished him from the mere brute. There was, in particular, a close association between language, thought, and individual liberty. In 1772, the philosopher Johann Herder argued that language had been, quote, snatched from God in a Promethean gesture and relocated within the soul of man, where it still breathed the spirit of an immaterial intelligence. The perceived link with reason is key. During the Enlightenment, language was associated with humanity, not only because it was given by or stolen from God, but because it was, in the words of Samuel Johnson, the dress or the vehicle of thought. Language and reason were powers unique to man, and they were inseparable on account. The philosopher Antoine de Tracy called language the signs for interpreting impressions from outside the self, and therefore one of the first necessities of human existence. I speak, therefore I am, in other words. Cerebral localizations of speech and cases of aphasia suggested, however, that it's possible to lose language while thought and reason remain intact, and vice versa, one could lose cognitive function while still being able to speak. Reason and language were not the same thing, and if both powers could be located to specific parts of the brain, they were not godly, but part of the material world, vulnerable to the traumas of the flesh. There are thousands of examples in aphasiological literature of patients demonstrating frustration at not being able to speak their minds. In a case from the 19th century, for example, the patient can answer questions only with "o begora," which is jargon, and being unable to make any other utterances, this patient would make a frantic tug at his hair. The 19th century physician Robert Todd also gives the rather sad account of Mrs. C, who suddenly became paralyzed and lost her speech. The only sign of consciousness she showed was evidenced by her weeping at the sign of her daughters. These are examples of how it's possible for there to be a fracture between intellection and language, that the reason may remain whole while the means of its articulation are fractured or paralyzed. But the case of Mrs. C, who weeps at the sight of her daughters, also puts paid, I think, to the idea that language is essential to the experience of humanity. There's something deeply human in her weeping at the sight of her daughters, suggesting that it's the emotional response to the sufferings of the material world that truly determines what it is to be human. In 1783, a year before he died, Samuel Johnson woke up early one morning with what he called a confusion and indistinctness in his head, accompanied by loss of speech. And this quote of Reynolds is one of my favorite portraits of Johnson, because you can see his tics. He had these mannerisms. We probably think he had Tourette's syndrome now, but he had these mannerisms where he would sort of do this with his hands while he was thinking or speaking. And I think it's a very personal portrait of him, because he's not wearing the typical 18th century wig, and you can see him really sort of thinking through something. But towards the end of his life in 1783, he woke up one morning with these feelings of confusion and indistinctness in his head, as he said, and loss of speech. It happened suddenly, there was no warning. While the feelings in his head subsided, the ability to speak did not return, and unsurprisingly, this caused him a great deal of anxiety. He was a man who'd become famous for his powers in speaking. In Boswell's biography, he's described as talking for victory and determined to be master of the field. Losing his language might have been a blow in relatively straightforward terms then, but it was also a worry for the more specific anxieties it tapped into for Johnson. He'd suffered for most of his adult life with a crippling melancholy, and he was permanently worried about losing his mind. During his experience of aphasia in 1783, he was relieved that, quote, "though God stopped my speech, he left my hand," meaning he was still able to write. He composed a prayer in Latin that however God may affect his body, he would spare his reason. Now, the use of the Roman language was particularly meaningful. Johnson's dictionary had contradicted Herder's view that language was stolen from God. Language is the work of man, Johnson said, and man is a being from whom permanence and stability cannot be derived. The dictionary's preface also said that correctness in language can be linked to Roman and Greek etymology. By tracing every word to its original, the preface said, we can secure our language from being underrun by cant, from being crowded by low terms. When he wrote his prayer in Latin then, he was checking that the substructures of his language and his reason held firm. In the traditional view of how words related to thought, his command of one of the purest forms of language meant that the highest tier of his intellect was still sound. He was delighted to note that while the Latin lines were not very good, I knew them to be not very good. This proved, he added, that I was unimpaired in my faculties. Johnson's test of reason by way of Latin implies a traditional belief in language as bound to reason in a world order where humans are special. Yet the scenario where one produces inferior Latin and is relieved because one's aware it's inferior Latin suggests that the abilities to write and reason are not so ironbound after all. The language mechanism may be weakened or disabled, it seems, but the reasoning mechanism is sound enough to know where the former goes wrong. Johnson's humanity is most evident here, not in the use of language, nor even in the use of thought, but in the mismatch between the two, in the fear, the relief, and the response to sudden pathology, where language is not the vehicle for thought. Luckily for Johnson, his aphasia was only temporary. 4 years before this experience, in writing The Lives of the Poets, Johnson described the author, Jonathan Swift, as having sunk in his final years into lethargic stupidity, motionless, heedless, and speechless. It is remembered, this was a quote, so this is from The Lives of the Poets that Johnson wrote, and he's describing Jonathan Swift, and he said in his final years, his final 3 years, Swift had sunk into lethargic stupidity, motionless, heedless, and speechless. It is remembered that he afterwards spoke now and then or gave some intimation of a meaning, but at last sunk into perfect silence, which continued till about the end of October 1745, when in his 78th year he expired without a struggle. Swift's poor health and cause of death became the subject of a great deal of speculation in the 19th century, the century that followed. In 1830, his skull was disinterred and given a phrenological examination at the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science. Here it was concluded, it would appear from the depression on the anterior part of the head that the man, Swift, must have been apparently idiot. The bones must have undergone considerable change during the 10 or 12 last years of his life while in a state of lunacy. So these words implying that Swift had very much lost his mind, idiot, lunacy. It seemed a cruel fate for a man who, like Johnson, invested so much in language. Thomas Sheridan, the man who was for many years a close friend of Swift's, described him as being an engaging conversationalist who speaks not a word too much or a word too little. When Sheridan's son began studying at Trinity College Dublin, as Swift himself had done, Swift asked him, "Do they teach you how to speak?" "No," was the reply. "Then," he said, "they teach you nothing." Young Sheridan was likely to have agreed, or was influenced by Swift's views, because after pursuing a career as an actor, he became one of the best known and most prolific writers on elocution. In 1711, Swift had himself written a proposal for correcting, improving, and ascertaining the English tongue, advocating for the establishment of an academy for the regulation of the published word. As would be the case with Johnson, Swift believed that too much slang was getting into print. Latin and Greek were again the gold standards. The idea of a test of quality in English was inherited here, as it was from Johnson, from older associations of words with the spirit of an immaterial intelligence, to a certain idea of humanity and a unique ability to reason well through language. Slang, vulgar expressions, and idioms were signals of a decline in intellectual standards and a misuse of a God-given gift. Yet in Gulliver's Travels, loss of language is linked to the loss of humanity, not only because of its perceived links with reason, but because of a forfeiture of rights and freedoms. In chapter 10, Gulliver is told of the Struldbrugs. These are a race of men who can live forever. They lead normal lives until around the age of 80, but afterwards exhibit all the problems of eternal life when it's not accompanied with everlasting youth. They start to decay and they lose their language, importantly. They forget, this is a quote from the text, they forget the common appellation of things and the names of persons, even of those who are their nearest friends and relations. This loss of nouns and proper nouns gets combined, importantly, with an annulment of rights and liberties. The Struldbrugs are looked on as dead in law, Gulliver narrates, and their heirs immediately succeed to their estates. It's a tale that forecasts uncannily the end of Swift's own life. 3 years before he died, a writ of de lunatico incurrendo found Swift to be of unsound mind and memory and incapable, therefore, of handling his own affairs. So the people closest to Swift sued, basically, and asked for control of his considerable wealth, which he'd amassed towards the end of his life, and they were successful. As Marjorie Lorcher's research has shown, however, later evidence suggests that there may have been too ready an association of Swift's symptoms with loss of reason. In 1849, William Wilde, the Dublin eye specialist and father to Oscar Wilde, attributed Swift's symptoms to cerebral congestion with periodic attacks which increased in duration and intensity throughout his life. This is significant because cerebral congestion is often local. It affects a part of the brain, but not necessarily the whole. In Swift's death mask, so this is a cast that would have been taken from Swift's body soon after his death, William Wilde saw in this death mask an evident drag in the left side of the mouth, exhibiting a paralysis of the facial muscles on the right side. So this is a stroke, he's suggesting. He concluded that his not speaking was not the result of insanity or imbecility, therefore, but arose either from paralysis of the muscles by which the mechanism of speech is produced, or loss of memory of the things which he wished to express, as frequently occurs in cases of cerebral disease. This diagnosis was closer to aphasia than lethargic stupidity or lunacy. Late in the 19th century, the psychologist John Charles Bucknell reviewed both Wilde's findings and the records of Swift's autopsy, which had found there to be an excess of fluid on the brain. While this edema suggested Swift may have suffered from dementia, the aphasia most likely stemmed, Bucknell suggests, from disease of one particular part of the brain. So much more of a kind of localized loss of function rather than a complete loss of function that we'd see in insanity. In a letter written by his uncle a year before he died, we have the following account of Swift's state of health. Sometimes he will not utter a syllable, at other times he will speak incoherent words, but he never yet, as far as I could hear, talked nonsense or said a foolish thing. He endeavoured with a good deal of pain to find the words to speak to me. At last, not being able, after many efforts, he gave a heavy sigh and, I think, was afterwards silent. I think this is a very revealing account of Swift's state of health. As with the case of Mrs. C, which I mentioned earlier, we get a sense of the author's exasperation over not being able to express himself fully, suggesting that while the verbalization function has left him, the function of reason, will, and feeling haven't. One of Swift's contemporaries, not experiencing the failure of empathy evident perhaps in those closest to the author, described his late condition as, quote, reason buried in the body's grave. This is a very telling way of describing it, reason buried in the body's grave. It suggests reason is still there, but the body's not allowing it to come out. This interpretation is indebted to Descartes' dualism and the sense that speech is the enterprise through which mind disengages itself from the confines of the body. But it also looks forward to cerebral localization, where the will and the speech are located in different parts of the brain, and the one may be disabled while the other remains intact. It is in this context that the suggestions were made on Swift being more aphasiac than lunatic. It is also from this perspective that the materials of the body are perceived to be capable of acting traitor and imprisoning one's reason. But this isn't as grim a prospect as it sounds. What makes humans articulate in the stories we've been exploring is their vulnerability to the shocks that flesh is heir to, and the readability of this susceptibility. Mrs. C's weeping at the sight of her daughters suggests that it's emotional responses to suffering that typifies what it is to be human. I suffer, therefore I am. One might include Samuel Johnson's worries about going insane, ironically fueled by his experiences of melancholy and aphasia. His fears make his humanity articulate in ways that have nothing to do with ancient languages. And so it seems with Jonathan Swift, whose last illness saw reason not buried in the grave, but exhumed quite literally and made vocal in ways made possible by the study of pathology. Failures of humanity in this context are shown to be not failures in speech or reason, but failures in empathy and any resulting assaults on the rights and liberties of the individual. And I'll end on a rather Darwinian point. I said, I suffer. I use the terms, I suffer, therefore I am. I think this is a definition of subjectivity that doesn't make humanity special, but connects it rather with the rest of the natural world. So I think there's something quite interesting to the non-speaking world. Suffering is something we have in common with the rest of the world, and I think there's something quite interesting there. But I'll finish speaking there. Thank you very much for listening. And I'll stop sharing my screen.
Hello, Professor.
Hi.
Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. I was getting some comments also from few participants here. So thank you for joining us. It's an honor for us, for the university, and also our conference to listen to your wonderful words. Thank you so much. So the floor is open for the discussion. If anyone would like to interact with and discuss with a professor, you may please, you're welcome.
May I, Professor Ryson?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
This is Maithili and Professor Andrew. That was I mean, I don't know, never heard of. I will be very honest here. This was really deep and something very new, especially, I mean, at least for me, it was absolutely new. But now, as I put down in the comment box, when you were talking, it reminded me of Manto. I don't know whether you have heard of that Indian writer.
Okay.
So we all thought he spoke gibberish. But now that you are saying this, I think I need to go back to Manto and read carefully and see what he is trying to say. I mean, this was just out of the world. I really don't know, and I there's nothing that I want to discuss or anything because I'm not up to this. I just want to express my appreciation and congratulations to Chinmaya for having brought a professor like Andrew and the topic that he spoke on just now. it was too overwhelming. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's very kind. I'll look into Manto. Is he? So it's gibberish, but it's well known. It's published.
Yes, he is very well known, and especially the partition played a lot of havoc with his balance between his emotions and his intellectual thinking, and it can be seen in his literature, and in fact, in many places, he appears to be a madman.
Right. Interesting. Yes, I'll look into it.
Very.
Yeah.
And I don't remember exactly, but there was a Malayali poet also with whom something similar happened, and he kind of 1700s, I think. I'm not really sure. I read about it somewhere. I'm not sure about it. So this was very deep. Thank you so much. I'll really read a bit more about this now.
Oh, thank you. It's very kind. I can recommend the L.S. Jackiner book, Lost Words, which is a study of aphasia. It's very good.
I have noted down the names, but if Professor Ryson can actually give us that list after looking at your presentation, we'll be really grateful.
If Professor allows it, I can.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you.
Thank you, Maithili ma'am. Yeah, we have our provost of the university here, Sudhir sir.
Hello, Professor Mangham.
Hello, hi.
Really wonderful talk, and really I'm impressed by this. Usually, this is the one most of the people they're either afraid to accept or they're shy to express, even though everyone in their life might have been experiencing such symptoms and all. So, for example, you mentioned about the amnesia. Let me connect to other words, symptoms like amnesia, dementia, or you call it as Alzheimer's or something like this. Yeah, in a way, they are connected, but they are entirely different. So, how do you think is something related to the practice of speaking or memorizing, or something related to the brain?
Yes, I mean, it depends which kind of pathology you have, but certainly in dementia, that can be vascular and caused by a problem with the veins inside the brain, and it's caused by I'm not a brain specialist or a specialist in these conditions, but certainly I can talk about what the 19th century understood about these things. So they would tend to think about so they didn't know about Alzheimer's, but they knew about dementia, and they knew that there was a mental condition which was related to aging. And at the beginning of the century, there was very much an understanding that this was something that affected the whole mind, that affected the whole understanding. And once it was gone, and the loss of language and such was a symptom of this. You know, it was seen as a sort of mania, as a kind of as a loss of sense. But as this sort of ideas on cerebral localization came in and things got mapped to different parts of the brain, it was understood that you might lose something like speech, or you might lose a certain aspect of your reason, but everything else be fine. So it allowed people to become more compassionate, really, and understanding and more humane when it came to treating complex conditions like dementia. Because it's like, well, you may have lost your memory, you may have lost your short-term memory and not know what you did 5 minutes ago. But the area of your brain responsible for long-term memory is still intact, and the part of your brain still responsible for love and feeling is still intact. So it complicated the brain, and we were able to see that while you can lose the things that that are very observable to the outside world, there might still be a very rich intellectual life going on inside the brain, and certainly in the West we call it locked-in syndrome, when someone has lost the ability to speak and to communicate but still has a full intellectual life going on inside. And I think developing understanding around this then led to different ways of communicating and allowing people to interact with the world. So I think it's a complicated relationship with those conditions, but I think what these ideas on aphasia and localization did was ultimately allow people to be more understanding and compassionate with conditions like Alzheimer's and dementia, and to also understand which parts of the brain are being affected as well, because if someone loses their memory or their speech, then, and you've got a reliable map of the brain, then you know where the problem is going to be in the brain. So it also becomes very useful as a diagnostic tool as well. Sorry, I hope that answers your question to a degree.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I have another quick question, last question. See, usually the people, they feel lost for words as the age grows, you know, and not including me, no one is exception for that. See, as the age grows, we all feel that we are lost for words. We know that we we fail to recollect the word as the age grows. Say, another thing is, say, for example, we know the word, but sometimes we don't know how to pronounce it. That synchronization may not be there. Knowing the word, but it doesn't know about the synchronization of it. Another thing is, say, for example, there are certain words, I don't know, it is what is the brain, say some words like etc. Many people know that they had to pronounce it as etc., but without the knowledge, it comes as etc., something like this. Is it the disorder of the brain?
Is it what of the brain? Sorry.
No, do you think it is the lack of a practice, or is it the disorder of the brain cells?
It's an interesting question. I think for years people assumed that some problems with verbalization were just, for want of a better word, stupidity or a lack of intelligence or laziness. It's only really with in the last few years, with our understanding of dyslexia and dyspraxia, that we know that some people just find the pronunciation of certain words impossible, and that's it's not a problem of the brain, because it's how the brain is wired. It's wired differently, so it's a different ability. So those people will have other parts of their brain better developed than the typical. So it's a different set of abilities. But now that we understand the relationship between, or we better understand, I mean, there's still so much we don't know, but we really now know quite a lot more about how the brain functions around language. We can see that for some people, the inability to pronounce something is something to do with how their brains is wired. And it's not necessarily to do with a lack of ability or a lack of interest in developing that ability. So stammering is a good example, that you said sometimes, you know, you can see the word in your brain, you can hear it in your brain, people can be saying it to you at that very moment, but you just find it impossible to speak. That is a brain misfunction. Stammering is a less severe form of aphasia. For some people, they just lose the ability to say anything, even though the words might be shouting away in their heads. And that's the thing that Wernicke understood later in the 19th century. He said, you know, it's not just the case you lose the ability to speak. Sometimes you just lose the ability to verbalize, but other times you lose the ability to remember the words. So someone might, you know, show you a pair of scissors and say, these are scissors, and then you can say scissors, and then 5 minutes later they'll say, what are these called? and they've already forgotten them, and that's the loss of word memory, which is the more complex condition. But yeah, this relationship between verbalizing and sort of intellectualizing language is really interesting, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mangham. It's really wonderful interacting with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Professor Sudhir, sir. We have anyone? Yes, Roshima Uday.
Hello, Professor.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the wonderful session. So my question is, actually, I would like to know your opinion on the role that medical narrators play with other than aphasia or such medical condition, but on certain topics that usually society considers as a stigma, like maybe the reproductive rights or euthanasia and all. So what role actually can the medical narrators play with these topics?
That's a really interesting question, really valuable one, but also a very big one. Let me try and address it in a way that's short. I mean, there are two ways of looking at this, and I think the traditional way has been that very often medical narratives around complicated issues, in particular around women's health and reproductive rights and reproductive interventions in medicine, there has been an assumption that the medical narratives, the way in which medicine speaks about this, has been very clinical, and it's been not very helpful. An example is in reproduction, when medicine talks about pregnancy, it often talks about unsuccessful pregnancies, and it talks about unsuccessful births, and it uses this very clinical language for talking about the death of an infant, basically, or a miscarriage, and as if it's a sort of unsuccessful experiment. And a lot of feminist scholars have said this is just added to the problem, and it's dehumanized women. It's not being very helpful, and I think there's a lot to be said about that. I think that is true. I think a lot of the clinical language around reproductive health, around the body, female bodies, but also male bodies, sexual bodies in particular, can be very clinical, and it can be very inhuman. But I don't think that's the whole story, because very often this clinical language and these clinical procedures and ways of thinking about medicine have been very well intentioned. They've been about improving the health of women, improving reproductive capacity, allowing people to have children that wouldn't have had before. So I think, okay, well, the language may have not been the best. I don't think it's true that there's always been an ideological agenda against certain marginal groups and certain reproductive abilities. I think there has been genuinely good intention there, and we've got to remember that when we're talking about medical narrative, when we're talking about the medical profession, we're not just talking about doctors in white coats. We're also talking about nurses, we're talking about physiotherapists, we're talking about counselors, we're talking about a whole army of people who task themselves with this, and therefore we can't homogenize them all and say they all use the same language. They've all got the same clinical, inhuman approach to it. And what we now see in a lot of medical contexts is a wish to address that. I can see, I work with a lot of medical professionals who are really keen to humanize the clinical experience and the clinical environment. And so while, yes, I think some people have felt a bit let down by the language that's been used and ill-represented, and there have been problems around it. I think it has allowed people to dehumanize people in certain contexts. I don't think that's the whole story. And there's another side of medical narrative as well, which is the case study. And I use the case of Mrs. C, who weeps at the sight of her daughters. And that's given to us by a doctor who's considering aphasia. And it's given to us as a case study which shows the human cost of losing your language. And so I think when we're telling the narratives of the patients themselves, when we hear the case studies of the development of their stories, there's something very human in that. And the case study is very well embedded within medical narrative. So I think it's a very complex narrative. I think it's something that one could write a book about, but I think it's probably more complicated than a lot of people think. And I wouldn't defend all medical people all the time, but I do see, from my own experience, I see how hard they work and how they really do care. And if anything is getting in the way of humanity, it's the amount of administrative systems, the underfunding of their environments, the way in which they're not really given any encouragement to be human through the systems they have to work with. So yeah, that's my
Thank you, Roshma, for the question. Sir, there is a question on a chat box. How is Hume or John Locke relatable in the context of reason and understanding?
Yeah, I think I don't think these ideas could have occurred without the philosophy of Hume and Locke, because their philosophy is all about it's empiricism, isn't it? It's the idea that basically knowledge is developed through our experiences in life, rather than something that's God-given or special or something that's developed in a way that makes humanity special. What they say is actually reasoning and human understanding is a composite of our experiences, and this was very explosive at the time, but it really laid the groundwork for neuroscience, I think, and its ability to come in and say the brain is actually shaped by our experiences. There's this theory that, and we still use it today in CBT and other understandings of the brain. It's the idea that these channels and pathways are carved in the brain through our experiences, and our habits create these pathways which then become automatic. And that really couldn't have happened without the philosophy of people like Hume and Locke. That couldn't have developed as an idea, but it's also one that deeply relies upon the idea of cerebral localization, because it's suggesting that not only skills and abilities, but habits and behavior can actually be carved in the brain and become pathways which are then locatable in the brain, and that problems may develop in our habits when we develop something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or when there's brain damage. We might forget how we did something which was very habitual to us in the past, and that's because habits and behaviors also become sort of carved on the brain. So I hope that I think that the cerebral, the brain science made the ideas of Locke and Hume much more material. It gave us a brain, a sort of neurological explanation for what they were suggesting much earlier.
Yeah, yes, thank you for your answer. The question was from Krishna Chandra Mishra, and there's an interesting question from Apida Datta. Dear sir, what is your opinion regarding the notion of an introvert person who is extremely expressive and rebellious in his or her writing? Is it something related to brain or medical issues?
It's not a medical issue. I think we now understand that it's not a pathology. It's simply so it was. Oh my God, my brain's gone blank now. I can't remember his name, but the 20th century psychologists who followed who developed the ideas of introvert and extrovert. Anyway, the idea is that that we divide into these two types of people, that we're, one or the other, and that's just how the brain is, how it evolves, how the brain develops, that we're introvert or extrovert, and neither one is pathological, neither one is bad, neither one is wrong. It's just the way in which the brain develops. It's how we become, and it explains who we become. And this idea of introvert, it's part of introversion, that it's introvert. It's a social way of being, that that it's difficult to interact with other people socially, but writing is a very individual thing. It's something you can do by yourself. It's something you can do on your own time, and so writing and being, it gives an outlet, really, for the things that, for the ways of thinking that are not very developed in a social setting as they might be in an extrovert. Yeah, some of our best writers have been introverts. Someone like Charles Darwin, for example, was a massive introvert, didn't really like social situations, and very much lived a quiet life and didn't interact with the scientific community in person, but he did through letters, and people came to visit him. It's a question, would we have ever had the theory of evolution had it not been for the fact that he was allowed, he had the means, he had the money to build a sort of a comfortable environment for himself, which was separate to the sort of crazy London life that a lot of professional scientists led at that time. So I just think it's the way in which some people's brains are developed normally. Yeah. So thank you for your question.
We have a last question from Christina Sapio. She has asked, we have professional, casual, and many other ways of speaking. Are human beings always controlled by the way they are speaking, or how to speak?
It's an interesting question, and I think the answer is ultimately no, that we are not defined entirely by how we speak, and utterly and completely by the ability to speak, because we now know that other people lead a very rich life without speaking. Some people are incapable of speech for whatever reason, and are able to lead a rich and fulfilling life through things like sign language. There are other ways of communicating. Back in the 18th century, which is what I was mainly talking about today, they thought speech was absolutely integral to the human experience, and you couldn't function as a human unless you had speech, because that was the vehicle for thought. But we now know that's not the case, and actually some people live perfectly well, and some people actually prosper and do better because they don't have the ability to speak. And we also know that, a lot of recent research into animal communication also knows that there's rich levels of communicating going on between animals, and that's not speech. That trees communicate to each other through their roots and through things like smell and the energy, the sort of the scent they give off. And we also know that primates and monkeys have very eloquent ways of communicating, so do whales. So I think it was a very egotistic view that language and communication was always human and was a human gift. We now know that that's not true, and that actually, what I suggested in the paper is that, the material lives that we all lead, the fact that we are, we lead a life in which we suffer, at various times, that we lead a life in which we get ill and we get better, and we, you know, our bodies and our minds, I think, become vocal through the times when they're not able to function as we would like them to. And I think that's true of the animal kingdom as well, and the plant kingdom. So yes, but you know, there have been times in my life, so not too long ago, I lost my voice because I had a really bad cough, and I coughed so much that I lost my voice. And it was terrible. It was in the middle of a semester, and I, you know, as a lecturer, I absolutely rely on my voice, and it really became apparent to me that when you're used to speaking and you lose it, how isolated you become. It's very difficult to then interact, and because I haven't developed, you know, sign language or any other way of communicating beyond speech, it became very disabling. And we know that what it's like when we visit a country where we don't speak the language. You can feel very isolated and disabled in a crowd. So yes, I mean, speech is absolutely central to our experience, but only because we've allowed it to become so dominant, and we've not developed alternative ways of communicating.
Thank you, Professor. I think one of our participants, Nivedita Iyer, has found the name that you were trying to remember, Carl Jung, who
Yes,
developed
that's right.
introvert and extrovert personalities.
Thank you very much. Yes, Carl Jung.
Any other questions from our discussions? Any of the participants? Sir, there is a question.
Okay.
So do you think that there is a change in the perspectives of society towards people who begin facing such medical problems? Like, is there any shift happening from being normal to abnormal?
Probably not at the rate we would like to see it. I think, and there are people who are speechless. It often goes with deafness because one often has to hear language in order to be able to use it. So people who are born deaf often never develop speech. But we also know that a lot of people who lose their hearing later in life also lose speech. It's a real effort to maintain speech once you lose the ability to hear it. And I suspect we don't, we're not more compassionate towards people who can't speak. I think we get frustrated with them. I think we see it in cases of stammering. We often complete people's sentences and words for them because we're impatient for them to finish the sentence, and we know what they're trying to say, so we say it for them, which apparently is the worst thing you can do because you've taken their agency from them. But working in a busy university, I see a lot of foreign students come and try to interact in an environment where their language is not as well developed as the native speaker, and I see that people get frustrated with them and get frustrated with their inability to speak the language, and I think as time develops and we develop a better idea of the links between brain function and speech and pathology and the loss of speech, we are able to be a lot more sympathetic. And I think we're a lot more sympathetic now towards Tourette's syndrome, which we now know is a brain condition which causes people to speak out and do sort of gestures and things which are not particularly willed, but they happen suddenly. And back in the day, they used to punish children in school for doing these things because it was thought they were willed. But now we've developed a much better understanding of Tourette's syndrome, and I think we're a bit more compassionate towards it and a lot more understanding. And if someone comes and says, look, I've got Tourette syndrome, there's a very good chance I'm going to say something very rude in the middle of a sentence, because that's often, there's a complex reason for why that is. But I think we can now be more compassionate, and I think as our understanding of these things develop, I think we'll develop a better understanding as well. But I don't think there's I don't think people understand aphasia very well. I don't think that has entered the popular consciousness as a thing that people suffer, and therefore I think compassion isn't as ready there as it might be in another condition in which they're familiar with.
Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful answers. Is there any other discussion points, any questions?
Hello, Jason.
Yes,
Madhavi.
Madhavi ma'am. Yes, Dr. Madhavi ma'am, please.
I just have one question.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Professor Andrew. Very wonderful session it is. I just have one question just coming into my mind. In Indian scenarios, we have multilingualism. The people, Indians, have multilingualism in habit. More than 2 languages, many people know. Is that any connection? Hello, are you?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. So I'm just asking, multilingualism, do you see any connection with the brain functioning and the neurological systems, the multilingualism and brain functions?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. And Gol, who I spoke about, definitely saw this as a brain function. He definitely believed that he noticed when he was a child.
Sorry, Professor, we will mute.
Okay, sorry, I was talking about Gol, where when he was a child, he noticed that the people who were very good at multilingualism, the people who were very quick and able to learn another language, and who were very good at understanding different cultural ways of using language, he noticed that they had, I think it was just 1 or 2, maybe even 1, but noticed that they had sort of very prominent bulging eyes. And that is what inspired him to develop his ideas on organology, which then became phrenology, was this observing that people who were good at learning languages had very prominent eyes. And he said, well, that's because the brain immediately behind the eyes is so well developed that it's pushing the eyes forward. Now, he was wrong on that. We know he was wrong. But nonetheless, it laid the ground for later understandings of abilities being locatable in different parts of the brain, which is correct. And there's a lot of discussion about this, and a lot of heated discussion about whether multilingualism, or the ability to learn other languages, is something that's in the brain, that's in the physiology of the brain, or whether it's something you can learn. And the reason it's such a heated topic is the suggestion that it's carved in the brain, that it's physical in the brain, implies that you can't learn it. And therefore, some people will just never be able to learn. And so we shouldn't bother with those people and trying to teach it to them. There's a lot of discussion about this still going on, and whether that's true. And what I do, there's also the other side of the coin, which is multilingualism is a cultural thing in India. I know is there because it's a multicultural society, and that a lot of people are raised speaking more than one language, or they're exposed to more than one language. It's very different in the UK, for example, where it's very rare for people to be exposed to more than one language in the culture. It's just English. And it's very notable that British people don't speak other languages in the way that most other cultures will be able to speak English, but we are unable to do the same for them. So there's also, there's a societal reason. There's something nurtured there as well, isn't there? That's not to do with the physiology of the brain.
That's right. Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
ma'am.
much.
Thank you, Professor. We have a final question. It's a personal question. So do you like to share any Victorian age or any other age writer who inspires you personally?
Oh gosh, that's a nice question. So, I mean, the author who has inspired me really from when I was very, very young is Dickens. So Charles Dickens was someone I was hugely inspired by very early on. And now that I look at literature in a medical context, I could see that Dickens working with very complex ideas, which are there in the medical literature, but also he preempts a lot of things. So his writing about dementia, his writing of older characters who have ostensibly lost their minds, gets picked up later by a lot of psychologists, and they say he was absolutely right in how he portrayed this. So Dickens was I didn't come to him for the medical aspect. I came to him mainly because I loved his language. I thought his language was incredibly poetic. His poetry in prose form, but some of his sentences are absolutely extraordinarily crafted and put together. And I loved that. I loved the sound of his prose. I thought it was beautiful when I was young, and I noted that. And later on, as I've looked at medical history, I can see that Dickens is actually engaging incredibly coherently with medical ideas of the past. But he's also writing in a way that medical writers are not, and he's really advancing our understanding of a lot of things, like dementia, but habits. A lot of his characters have habits and compulsions, obsessive compulsions, and childhood and growing and learning. I think he's really in British culture. I think, in fact, I'd go as far as to say in Western culture, he's really important to how we understand a lot of key questions. So Dickens, I would say, is my main inspiration. But I also, I love Wilkie Collins, who I think writes very interestingly about brains and head trauma. And I think Charlotte Bronte as well is an absolute genius and writes incredibly powerfully. And she's not Victorian, but Mary Shelley and Frankenstein, I think, is probably my favorite novel. And I love its negotiation of what it is to be human. I think it's incredibly complex and it's such a short novel, Frankenstein, but I always see new things every time I read it.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for joining us for more than 1 hour.
My pleasure.
We are so honored to have your wonderful session here on behalf of the organizing committee of ICID 2024, Chinmaya Vishwa Vidyapeeth deemed to be university, and all the presenters, participants, and audience who have joined on Zoom and also YouTube. I thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you, presenters.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for everyone's questions.
Thank you. Dear participants, we will wind up for today. So this was our final session. So we will have another session for the presenters, and the link will be shared on your WhatsApp group. So that will start at 6:20. Thank you so much for joining for the session.